ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún lè jẹ ìtúnlò.
So hello. I've decided to abandon the intro music because somewhat not suited to the sort of session we're going to be having today. We have an exciting guest joining us fairly soon. We're waiting for him to join us momentarily. Is one of the biggest names on the social media space. He's an American and is a world traveler. So we're waiting for him to gather himself, and he's going to join us eminently. But as we await him to come into the studio, let us just find out exactly who we're talking about. So we're talking about Czech in Effect. So Czech in Effect is going to be joining us today. Close to 400,000 subscribers. You can see him right there. He has visited virtually every single continent known to mankind, and is going to be telling us about his adventures in the course of his travels. So there you see him from country to country to country. I think he's presently in Kenya now as a continuous tour around the world. So we're going to be having conversations with him around his experiences on this world tour and how he has been finding it so far, and also how he's finding Kenya, which seems to be popular amongst that traveling community. So we're waiting for him to join us imminently. But as we wait him to join us, let us just have a sample of some of his work so that we'll have some sort of an idea of who he is. Let's have a sample of this. So this is the gentleman that will be joining us momentarily.
Wow, she is thick. Hello, speak English?
Yeah.
You know where I can get some food? Good food?
Yeah. Just at this junction. You see like this. You see other black people, you ask them.
See other black people? Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I'm doing. So go this street when I see another black person. We are getting along with the people so far. I like that. I like what she said. So you guys can see this is a black neighborhood. Hey! Don't stop now. Don't stop now. Keep dancing. Don't stop. Don't stop when I look at you. Keep dancing. Oh yeah, we got African shop. All right, brother. Okay, brothers. All right, guys. Yeah, right here? Oh, that's it?
All right. So that's Czech in Effect. He is just on his way to joining us now, and that's there he is right there. So he traverses the whole of the world. Here he is in Italy, trying to find out exactly what is going on there. I think he has quite an engagement with the black community there. So wait no more. Sometimes when you have somebody that you have admired for so long, I jokingly said to him that it was like being in the company of Michael Jackson. Czech, good to see you. A long day for you. How are you?
Good, my brother. How you doing? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, but we cannot see you. Your face is somewhat cut off, so I'm not quite sure if you can be.
Hold on. Let me bring this up. Let me go push the camera back a little bit. What about now?
Yeah, that's much better.
All right. There we go.
Yes. So that's much better. No, I was saying just before you came in that when I was talking to you just earlier, maybe yesterday thereabouts, that I was drawing that parallel that it was almost like meeting Michael Jackson. I followed you for so long, admired your work. But for our audience who may be new to yours, and by the way, I thank you for doing this. I know it's quite late where you are, around about 1 a.m. thereabouts. So, and I know you've had a busy day because I saw you streaming earlier on. So you're putting yourself out somewhat. So thank you for doing that. Do you want to introduce yourself to our guest, to our audience rather? You have a guest. Do you want to introduce yourself to our audience? Give them a bit of a background. Let them get to know you. Ladies and gentlemen, Czech in Effect.
Okay, guys. If you don't know me, and I don't know you, I go by Czech in Effect. I'm a world traveler. Basically, I've traveled to about 30 plus countries now. I'm a world traveler, and basically my travel experience, I document my travel experience throughout YouTube and Instagram, showing people different parts of the world, the food, the lifestyle, the people. And if someone is like interested in going to a certain country and, you know, they want to know where to go, where to stay, nightlife, I try to put a little bit of everything on my channel, show people where to go at night, where to go during the day, what type of places, foods, and the people, and, you know, just getting around and showing them, making it easier for them when they get to arrive in that country. So that's basically what I do.
You're being a bit modest, Czech. You are one of the biggest influencers out there, with one of the largest followings that I know of. But what inspired? You're from America, I assume.
Yeah, I am.
All right. What inspired you to embark on this journey?
You know, when I first started, it was more. I first started traveling. I think I started traveling when 2000. I've traveled before, but I really started traveling around 2015, 16, around that time. And I had friends that used to ask me a lot of questions when I was traveling. So at the time, someone told me I should start a channel. And I have watched other YouTubers at that time. It was not many that they didn't have many YouTubers in 2015, 16 like they do now that travel, especially black. They didn't have that many black YouTubers that was traveling. So I watched other YouTubers and I did it as a hobby. So I just, you know, I was just showcasing the country as a hobby. I never knew I would get this far and this big, but I kept doing it, and then my channel grew, and it really took off during the time of COVID. After COVID, it took off. I had a job like everyone else. I was working, but because of COVID, I stopped. I couldn't work because my job wouldn't allow people to work because of COVID. So I started doing my videos full time. I had nothing to lose, nothing else to do. So I said, I'm gonna just keep pushing these videos. And eventually, when it was time for the company to call me back, I told them I'm okay. I'm no longer gonna come back. But it wasn't easy because I was taking my job. I'm not saying I was making a lot of money, but I was losing a month-wise. I was losing about $2,000-$3,000, maybe like $2,000 to $3,000. I would say $2,000 to $3,500. I was losing.
That was when you first started. So you were making a loss of giving up.
When I decided to quit my job and continue doing content, my job was paying me more, basically. So most people would have went back to work because they're making more money. So that, you know, just to give you an example, I'm not saying this is what I was making, but if you have a job and you're making, let's say you're making $7,000 a month or $6,000 a month, and you're doing content and you're only making $2,500 a month or $3,000 a month, most likely you're gonna go, oh man, I'm going back to work. But I took a risk, and even though I was making less money, I took a risk, and now it paid off. And I'm glad I took that risk, and I'm glad I took that decision. So,
all right, brilliant. We'll get to that in the course of the conversation. But you were saying you visited over 30 countries, spanning how many continents? So how many countries would you say roughly you visited? And I was saying in the introduction that you probably already been to every continent. Was I right in saying that?
No, I haven't been to Asia.
You haven't?
No, I haven't been to Asia. That's the only continent Asia is the one that I'm working on right now. But what happened was I came to Africa. You know, I came to Africa and I got stuck because I've been doing Africa for a while now.
Yes.
So this trip right now I'm in was supposed to be my Asia trip. But I said, I'll come to Asia, but I'll come to Asia later. Let me go back to Africa. So Asia is one of them. But I've been to a lot of Caribbean countries: Jamaica, Barbados, Bahamas, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Then we're gonna go to Mexico. Then we're gonna go down to not Honduras, Ecuador. Then we're gonna go to Peru. Then we're gonna go to Colombia. Then we're gonna go to Brazil. From Paraguay. Then from there we hit. I feel like I'm missing something, but then from there we hit Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania, Egypt, Ethiopia, Morocco, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. It goes on a little bit more.
Yeah, it goes on. No, the world is a big place. Yes. You've not been to London. You've not been to London?
Yeah, I've been to London twice.
But in the course of content creating, have you?
Yeah, I got videos in London. My videos in London actually did good. They actually did real good. I did a video, and I have a video that has 1.1 million views in London. I have a video of Tottenham that has 1.1 million views. I have another video called Brixton that has probably like 300,000. I have the West London. I have probably like 5 or 6 London videos.
All right, brilliant. You said we. Do you travel as a team or are you a solo traveler? Do you have a crew?
I travel solo, but sometimes I do have a cameraman that I'll travel with. Like for example, I have a cameraman and I'll take my cameraman to Colombia. I've taken my cameraman to Africa. Like sometimes I have a cameraman that I travel with, but not all the time. A lot of times it's by myself. That's why I say we. That's why I keep saying we.
All right. Let me ask you this, and you are not allowed to cop out of this question. I'm going to give you three options, and then I want you to list them in a hierarchical order. So, what propels you the most? Is it the money, the women, or the experience? So what drives it? Is it the money, the women, or the experience?
I would say all three, but to honestly speak, well, I'm gonna speak honest regardless. But when I first started traveling, I was not traveling for women or money. I wasn't doing it for neither one. I first started traveling for the experience, and I wanted to learn other languages. And sometimes when you're in one country trying to learn a language, it's when you're in the US trying to learn a language, it's a little hard to learn because when you start talking to people in the other language, they'll just talk to you in English. So I specifically went for the experience and to learn other languages. Now, women came and became part of it afterwards. Like, oh, wow, these women are beautiful here. Then money came during the time of my channel. But in the beginning, it was not about money and it was not about women. I didn't find, like, there's a lot of channels who showcase women, and I didn't even watch those channels at the time. At the time, I didn't know none of those channels that was showcasing women. So it was more of the experience. But during the experience, I was like, whoa, wow, there's some beautiful women here, you know? But that's so basically it's all three, but in the beginning, it was for experience.
All right, brilliant. And when I was introducing you, I said you were the original passport bro. What am I right in saying that? No, because we now see them. What's this Herleman and the rest of them popping out now? Listen, but then of course you chatted. It's the connection in Kenya. It's in Kenya. Oh, you're back.
No. It's not the connection. It's not that someone actually called me.
Oh, all right. Okay.
It's not connection. Okay, like passport. The phrase passport, bro, gets a bad rap. Number one. Oh, let me let this person know I'm online so they don't call me back.
All right. So that's Czech in effect. One of the biggest names on social media is choosing to spend time with us. If you want to come ask him questions, you can pop into the studio. But I'll engage with him first. The original passport bro, as I said, the OG. Check.
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on. I'm just letting somebody know.
All right. So there it is. Well, one of the biggest. Yeah, go on.
All right. The term passport, bro, means so many different things, right? And the phrase been bashed a lot. It's been bashed a lot. Now, there's different for me. Like my videos, obviously, I show people beautiful ladies also. Obviously, I do that. But if people who really watch my channel, they'll see that I'm actually doing a little bit of everything, not just beautiful women. I'm showing people where to live, where to stay, property, a little bit of everything. But yes, I show people that, hey, there's beautiful women in these countries. And sometimes if you can't find a nice woman in your own country, you can go out and explore and find a feminine, submissive women in another country. So I think that's where the term passport bro come in at.
All right, because there's a whole big space going on there. But before I go there, let me ask you this: where would you say you've from your travel so far? Where do you think has the most beautiful women and the most likable people? So those are two spaces. Where would you say has the most beautiful women, and where do you feel has the most likable people?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
I know. You seem to be in the process of texting.
No, I'm sorry. All right. Ask me that question again.
No. I was saying, in the course of your travels, where would you say broadly has the most beautiful women and then the most likable people?
That's a tough question. I'm gonna speak for myself. I can't speak for everyone. I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm gonna name the places I feel has broadly beautiful women. Brazil. The reason why I say Brazil, because they have a little bit of everything that you want. If you like a dark-skinned women, they have the most beautiful dark-skinned women. They have dark-skinned women with pretty hair, blue eyes, green eyes. The skin is just beautiful. Silky black skin, light skin, brown skin, cinnamon, everything. I would go for Brazil. Second, I would say South Africa. Anybody who's been to South Africa or who travels to South Africa, you know South Africa got.
You seemed afraid somewhat when you were in South Africa. I had the sense that, in fact, did you not come across a gun incident when you were walking the streets with a guy? Did you not?
Yeah. It ended up being undercover cops.
All right.
Yeah, I had some incident with police there, but at the end of the day, it was undercover cops. I think I was more afraid because what people was telling me. Because like over there, people are like, they're like, oh my God, hey, be careful. Everybody was warning me. I got warned more about South Africa than Nigeria. Like everybody was especially Johannesburg. So I think that's what made me kind of more paranoid, was because people was telling me how dangerous and be careful. Somebody got. Then it was a YouTuber who got robbed at gunpoint. Another YouTuber right before I came, 7 months before I came, a YouTuber got robbed gunpoint, and he's a big YouTuber too. He's very on the same level as me. So yeah, that might be the reason why.
So Brazil and South Africa. Yes, I wasn't surprised to hear you say Brazil. Anyway, I think everybody sort of concedes that Brazil has some of the most beautiful women.
Oh yeah.
But let me ask you this: if you were to live outside of the United States, from your travel so far, where do you imagine yourself living?
If it would be it's a tough one, but I would say it would either be Kenya or Brazil. Kenya or Brazil. And runner up would be South Africa. Kenya, Brazil, South Africa. If I was to say, okay, hey, I'm ready to leave the States, invest my money in another country and live as an expat full time, I could see it being in Kenya, I could see it being in Brazil, and I could see it being in the United States. I always want to be somewhere where I could travel other places. So Kenya, I see it being nice. because you're right by Ethiopia. You're not far from South Africa. Then you have the whole East Africa, Rwanda, Uganda's. You can catch a bus and be in Uganda like this. So yeah, it'd probably be Kenya or Brazil. Third place would be South Africa.
All right. Well, I am Nigerian, and most of my audience are Nigerians as well. But you've been to Nigeria, of course. What was that experience like? Did it live up to all of the fears and trepidations that people sent you there with? What did you make of Nigeria?
Nigeria was a culture shock, and I don't know if you know, but most people don't know this. Besides North Africa, like Morocco, Algeria, besides the North, Nigeria was the first Black African country I've been to.
Really?
I hit Nigeria first. Most people don't go to Nigeria first. They would go to maybe Ghana. I don't know. They'll go other places, maybe Kenya, but they won't come to Nigeria first. And when I was first going, a lot of people told me not to go. They was afraid. But when I got there, it was a culture shock. It was a different perspective. Obviously, in Nigeria, things could happen if you let it happen. But Nigeria was not as bad as what people were saying. Some people, they just don't know. And I met a lot of friends in Nigeria, good friends that I still talk to this day. I had a Nigerian send me money because when I got to Nigeria, I didn't know about the debit card situation. See, I didn't even do my own research. I didn't know about the debit card situation with US, that they don't take our cards. So, and then I couldn't take out enough money. Someone from Nigeria sent me money, trust me, to send them back the money. So I was really shocked. And this came from a Nigerian, sent me like $500 to say, hey, Czech, get your stuff together, blah, blah, blah. And then I sent that person back money from my account that they gave to me. So yeah, and then I hung out with a lot of people on Lagos Island and also the mainland. Man, I had a good time in Nigeria, man. I'm definitely gonna come back to Nigeria.
You had a good time in Nigeria. Would you say you would recognize an opportunity when it presents itself? Would you say that?
Hell yeah.
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let me show you this. It's from your video. Let me show you this. It's an opportunity that presents. As much as I follow you, I thought, this guy it dropped the ball there. So what did you think was going on here?
Okay, I remember that. That's the goat. I can't hear anything, but I remember the video. But I can't hear it, just to let you know. I know that's when I was eating the goat, the spicy goat.
Okay, so I'm picking it up from here, and I'm talking about this lady in the white t-shirt. So
Okay.
she sized up the situation, and then she comes to present herself. But how did you react?
Yeah, I remember. I spoke to her off camera.
All right, because I thought that was an opportunity presenting, and you didn't quite. You were not quite responsive.
No. Listen, man. I spoke to her off camera.
All right.
Like when because sometimes, like when I finished doing the video and we was eating the food, I spoke to her off camera. Yeah. I don't let opportunities. I don't let opportunities go by me, man. I don't do that.
All right. As much as I admired you, I paused for a moment there. I said, "What's this guy doing?" But in terms of food, what's the strangest thing you've had to eat? Who has the weirdest food as far as your travel, all of that, the experiences?
Man, all of Africa, to me, being from the States, to me, when you're in Africa, it's all the same, whether you're in West Africa or East Africa. But I was not used to. I got used to the spicy food towards the end. I was not used to spicy because Nigerians eat spicy. You Nigerian, you know they eat spicy food.
Yes.
And they'll tell you it's not spicy. It is still spicy. That chicken suya and all that. I had to get used to the spicy food. But being from the States, we eat beef and everything, but we don't eat like the heart, the tongue. I never had the heart before. I never had the tongue before. And then they have the goat skin, the intestines, all that. I never had all that before. So that was the food that I got to try being in Africa. But it was not just Nigeria. They do it in South Africa. The Zulus in South Africa do the same thing. And then here in Kenya, a lot of the Luos and the Kikuyus, they eat that the same thing. So it's really the same food, just different flavoring. Same food, different flavoring.
All right. Still with the experiences, what was your best? What's been your best experience so far in terms of your travels? What did you go through and you said, wow, this cannot be topped?
The best experience
so far,
like as far as what? Like what do you mean?
Just in terms of your travel, what did you experience that just sort of wowed you?
Oh, something that I experienced that was like a culture shock.
No. That was a pleasant experience that came as a surprise, and not necessarily Nigeria or Africa. The totality of your travel, what's been the best thing you've experienced so far? Was there there was I remember when you were in Cuba, and then you had this chap following you up and down, and then I think it was a day or two before you had to leave. And then you went to his house with a whole wad of money, and you went and presented that to him. I thought that would have been yes. So those sort of things. Do you remember that?
Yeah. But I've done that more than once. But the thing was, when you travel, like for example, even like Nigeria, Lawizi was like when you meet somebody that's not your friend for money. To me, it means a lot. Like, I help people like Lawizi. I promote his tourism right now. To this day, even though I'm not in Nigeria, I still promote because all the stuff that he did for me, So getting back to this guy, Pocholo, when I met Pocholo was trying to help me save money. Everything we did, he was saving me money. Everywhere we go, he was saving me money. He was all about saving me money, and he didn't want nothing in return. He just wanted my friendship. And then when I saw how he was living, I felt like, wow, this guy is like, a lot of times as an American, it's hard for us to meet real friends when we travel. It's just hard because most people, they want something out of you. And I get it, but Pocholo didn't want anything. And for that guy not wanting anything, and I saw how he was living, I said to myself, I'm leaving Cuba early because I had something I had to do. I ended up going back to Cuba, but I went to another city. I'm leaving Cuba early. This money that I have that I was going to spend, I'm going to give it to Pocholo. So I gave the rest to Pocholo because he's a true friend, When you meet somebody like that, it's hard to find people like that, man, and I get it. Because sometimes people in other countries, they don't have it blessed like you. But sometimes the little things you do counts. If you do something, for example, there's certain places where if somebody, like I could tell some people, I could say, hey, man, this person needs some money. I could say, hey, man, I could give you $50 US right now. Or if you wait a week and we work things together, I can give you $1,000. Most people are going to take the $50. They're going to say, give me the $50. That's just how people are in other countries. They want it right then and there. They're willing to lose. Some people are willing to lose something that they can have long term just for quick money. And Pocholo wasn't like that. So that's why I blessed them. Also, I met those brothers, like I gave some brothers in Nigeria money when I was in the mainland. In that video, when I did what's the name of the place? Can't remember.
You went to Mushin, and then you went to Victoria. Yeah, you went to Mushin, and then you went to Lekki, and then you showed the contrast between how both halves of the
that money that I gave them, the reason why I gave them money, because when we first did the video, I talked to Laweezy. I said, hey, Laweezy, I told Laweezy, hey man, what's the deal? And they was just showing me around. And that's, that's hard to find people like that. So that's why we did 2 videos together. So all those guys that was in Mushing that I did videos with, they didn't ask me for money. I gave them money. They was like, they was cool. I left, they was cool. I came back and I blessed them. But those guys were people that I would always remember. If I come back to Brazil, when I come back to Nigeria, those are the guys I'm gonna hang with. You can't find friends like that, man.
No, yes, you go by instincts, don't you? And you feel that if you feel that connect, then you want to hold on to it. How do you keep yourself safe? And have you ever been in danger? What's the most dangerous thing that you've experienced so far? And how do you keep yourself safe?
I never got robbed traveling for content. Thank God. What I normally do is I always think in my head something's gonna happen. Once I get up and start doing my video, I say to myself, something's gonna happen. I put it in my brain, so when I'm recording, I'm always alert. Some people get mad at my videos because I mention it so much, but I'm actually psyching myself to prepare myself. So the one time something almost happened was actually 2 times. One time was I was in Brazil and the guy told me, hey, this is a favela, you can record. He said you can record, but record on the left, not the right. When he told me this, he's standing this way, I'm standing this way. So when he told me on the left, on the right, I thought he was talking about my right, but he was talking about his right. So if we're like this, my right is here, his right is that way. So I ended up going the wrong way. And the guy it was a favela where they have guns. So this guy had a gun on his lap and I'm recording. So when that was an incident. Thank goodness the guy didn't catch me recording, because favelas you can't record. They'll shoot you. And Brazil, some of these countries, they shoot first, ask question later. So you can't explain yourself. You already got shot. So that's Brazil. Second incident was Colombia, where I tell people catch an Uber, but I live so close to this place that it was no reason for me to catch an Uber. It's a 7-minute walk. Somebody in a moto tried to rob me, in a motorcycle. He tried to rob me, but I got away because when I'm alert, I'm paying attention. I see where the moto is going, and I see him turn, and I see him park in a place where he was parked. I looked around. It's late at night. It's a business building. It's closed. Why is this motorcycle parked there? He's waiting for me to turn the corner so he can rob me. So I easily kind of went the other way. I saw security guarding a bank. I started talking to the security to, just to like distract him. And I was able to get away. But those are the only 2 incidents. But never physically, never.
All right. All right, brilliant. Hopefully it continues that way. Do you think being American allows you easier travel? And do you think being African American, does that give you a certain cachet when you do travel? I'm asking this question off the back of, do you know Austin Holloman? You should know him.
I know him personally.
Oh, you know him personally. Oh, okay. So he went to Argentina not that long ago with his friend Floyd. And then from the experience that they had at the airport, his friend had to leave. So even that American passport does not really give you so how does that, the experience traveling as an American, does it give you an easier access, or do you still encounter difficulties?
The passport gives us easier access, of course. But then again, we're still black, regardless if we're African American or if you're straight African or not, we're both black at the end of the day. So even though we have easier access because of our passport, sometimes when you come to another country, people see you as black and it could be an issue. it could be a problem. So it's a gift and a curse. It's good because yeah, you're American, you got the passport. Because you're African American, you got the passport. But sometimes being American, Black American, African American, a lot of times people think, everybody from the United States is rich, so they feel, a lot of people, like, okay, for example, I did a video, certain places a white man can walk. Nobody, he can do a video or do something and record people, and none of them ask him for money. But if I do it, everybody asks me for money. So it's like they feel more comfortable asking a Black person for money than a white.
All right, I think a phone call just came in. When Czech blinks out, when it blinks out like that, often a phone call coming in. So that's Czech in effect. A world traveler, been to, I think he's been to most continents outside of Asia. That's what he was telling us. And he was telling us about his experiences. He insists that Brazil, if he was to settle in any of the countries that he's been to so far, he said Brazil, Kenya, or South Africa. So yeah, I suspect a phone call came in.
Yeah, I got a call. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Let me ask you this. You are what's the right term? Is it African American, Black American? Because I'm not fully up to speed. What's the acceptable terminology? Is it African American?
It's both. Like African American. Like, it's both. Like, I think we like among each other we just say Black.
All right. So because I'm seeing a lot of Black Americans traveling around the world and especially exploring Africa. Austin, as I said, yourself, of course, there's a guy called Go Black to Africa. He's all over Africa. There's another chap called Search for Uhuru. He's actually trying to find some sort of nationality within the African space. So is it, are we witnessing somewhat reconnect from African Americans who have long been in diaspora, now looking to come back to find their identity within the African space? So is this a journey back home sort of narrative that we're seeing?
Yeah, man. I think what it is people are looking at people like me, Austin, other YouTubers. They look at us like, they don't look at us as, like, when you see a celebrity do something, it's a celebrity, or an actor, a big time celebrity, it's a celebrity. When you see somebody like yourself doing it, somebody that can relate to your struggle, or they can relate, they feel like, wow, if Czech doing it, I could do it. Social media is really opening a lot of doors and making people realize, making people travel, get their passport and travel. I think it's more social media, YouTube, Instagram, seeing people do it, because so many people got passports because of me. So many people are traveling to other countries because of me. People are coming to Africa because of me. I can't count on how many fingers that people actually came to Africa because of me. People, women and men have seen me in Nigeria. Now they want to go to Nigeria. They're asking me questions about it. So social media plays a big role, because the media painted Africa so bad to us, to where even, the media painted Africa so bad to us, nobody wanted to go. But now we got social media, we could see Black brothers traveling there. We're like, oh, wow, Czech is having a good time. Austin is having a good time. Look at this club. Look at this place. Oh, man, I want to go there. And then they come.
So that's Czech in effect. Anybody that has questions to Czech, you can come into the studio and put that position to him. It'll be about 1:30 a.m. where he is now. So I'm not sure how much longer we have him for. But if you have a question for Czech, come into the studio and put it to him. So you see, he's trying to sort himself out. We were actually going to do it tomorrow, but tomorrow being Friday, he couldn't guarantee that he'll be in any fit state to entertain us. So that's that's Czech in effect. So I'll give him a moment. I'll give him a moment just to. And here is his YouTube channel, by the way. If you want to go subscribe to him, just click on that link, and then you'll see what.
Give me 4 minutes. Give me 4 minutes.
All right, brilliant. So that's Czech in effect. As I said, a global traveler, a world traveler, an African American, Black American, exploring the world. Seems to be finding his footing. You know, there's something curious happening within that space. The African Americans, they travel the whole of Africa, but then they always end up in Kenya. And if you ask them what their preference is, they'll tell you that it is Kenya. So why Kenya? I think it's probably the closest to where they're coming from in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the experiences and all of that. So that's Czech in effect. And by the way, I only just contacted him, I think yesterday or the day before, to ask him if he wanted to come on, and he said yes. So it wasn't anything planned. It's just something that just happened just out of the blues. You know, I asked him, he said yes, and I put it up, and here he is. So that's the quality of the guy. So if you want to come and interact with him, I'm not sure that we have him for any great length of time. I think it's in somewhere in Nairobi, and is trying to organize this. I don't know, maybe it's organizing a babe or something. But let's watch him in the. No, let's not play that. So that's Czech in effect. Let me send the link again. I thought the Kaizo crew would especially want to come and interact with this chap, but there it is. Let's send this in. Let's send that in. You know, it's a growing culture, this passport bro narrative. This and it doesn't really want to be called a passport bro, by the way, because he's saying what he's doing is a lot more expansive than just to be narrowed down into that passport bro space. But yes. So he said it needed 4 minutes. Let's take a musical intermission, and then hopefully he rejoins us soon. Let's listen to this.
Gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọ́n kì í.
All right, I can fire. How are you? What's going on?
What's going on, big man? Respect.
Yeah. What going on?
True that. Respect. Everything good?
Everything good. So I'm sure you're a huge fan of Czech in effect. What are you making of it? Don't say I don't do things for you guys. Look, one of the biggest names on YouTube, just for you to interact with.
Yeah, man. Czech, you there?
No. It said just give him a couple of minutes. I think it's at 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a dude. I respect his mannerism. You feel me? And I respect his view. He look for black people, so I totally respect that shit. You feel me? You got people who like to go to South America and all those places, and you don't see no black people where they at. You feel me? So it's like I respect that. You feel me? He searched for black people.
Have you noticed that a lot of African Americans are now traveling to Africa? Have you noticed that?
Of course. I think it's great, and I want to tell you the reason. You feel me?
Yes.
A lot of people think.
Actually, we have Czech back. So Czech. I've got people wanting to just put position. I know we don't have you for any great length of time because it's quite late where you are. But we've got I Can Fire joining us. He's so excited to be here and interact with you. So I Can Fire.
Yeah,
Check.
check.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, check. Respect. So I was telling Big Man Mo that I respect your mannerism and how you search for black people wherever you go. So that's the respect I have for you right there. You feel me?
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Appreciate that.
yeah. Yeah. So I was telling Mo that one of the reasons why black Americans and Caribbean people is going to Africa is not just love. It's not just spirituality. Africa is losing. Africa has lost for the last 500 years. We, including myself, we are interested in making Africa win. We understand geopolitics in terms of we have no protection as black people in the rest of the world if Africa is not protected. So one of the
Sorry.
most
Yeah, I Can Fire. Do you want to put a question to Czech? I'm not quite sure
yeah.
that Czech.
So
I'm not
No,
yes,
sure.
no,
I
let him
will.
talk. No, I'm
Oh,
listening. Let him talk. Let him
all
talk.
right, go on.
I'm kind of
Oh,
following
Yeah,
up.
man.
okay, go on.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I'm saying that we as Caribbean Black Americans are are what you'd call paying interest in Africa for Africa to win. You
Mhm,
feel me? It's not
mhm,
just love. We want Africa to win. We're trying to make Africa a world power. So if anybody else had any other what you'd call understanding or wanted to understand why, you feel me? It's
mhm,
because we want Africa to to win, and we want Africa to be protected, and especially we want black people to control Africa in the length and the breadth. Go ahead. Now my question. So
mhm.
are you on that type of mission? Check.
Um, I am on that type of mission, and my action speaks for it. Though I could tell you I am, and if you don't see action, then it's kind of like you're just hearing words. But my action
Yeah, yeah,
speaks because if you notice, I mean, there's plenty of countries I can go to, and like I just spoke to brother to I just spoke to the brother, and I told him I canceled my Asia trip to come back to Africa. So
yeah,
that lets you know that hey, I'm trying to kind of like promote Africa right now. I'm more focusing on promoting Africa because I want other people to come here and see what Africa has to offer, and I don't want people thinking a negative stereotype of Africa. So my action speaks for itself.
yeah,
You know, words
yeah,
are
yeah,
words.
yeah,
You see me out here. I've been in just alone out in Kenya for 2 months. Then I was in Ghana for 3 weeks. I was in Ghana for like 3 weeks. So, you know, and I the first time I was in Africa, I left, went home, came right back. So I'm really trying to showcase Africa. I'm really more focused on showcasing Africa right now because what I see here, I think it's a gold mine. It's good for investment. It's good for um
yeah,
fats, you know, and and Africa gets a negative concept anyway, man. So it's like, yo, I want to show people. That's why I always show good and bad on my videos, but in Africa, I do a little bit bad. Obviously, I'm gonna show a little bit of the hood, but I'm trying to show less of the hood and more of the good because it's kind of like Africa already got a bad perspective. People have a bad perspective of Africa, so I can't be showing too many hoods. So I'm trying to show a lot of good areas. You know, I could do it in Brazil because people they know Brazil has nice areas. I could do it in Colombia because they know But if I do it in Africa, people are gonna think, oh, all of Africa's like this. So that's why I can't showcase too many hoods and barrios and stuff. You know. Yeah.
I muted myself. Did you have that impression when you were coming to Africa for the first time? Did you have that sense that you were going to all of those stereotypes that are
No, I didn't.
yeah.
I did not have that impression because I did my diligence and I researched. But before I started traveling, I did have that stereotype. Like, and I would say 2015, 16, like anything 2015 on down, I had that mentality. But before I traveled to Africa, I was already doing my research. Even because traffic, a lot of people don't realize, even though Check in Effect was doing South America and I did Europe and all that, like the brother said, I was in Colombia looking for Black Colombians. I found the first free Black slaves in Colombia, Black. I went to Cali. I found Black Colombians in Cali. Even in Brazil, I went to Madureira, which is an all-Black community. I went to Salvador.
Even in Italy, you went to the Black community.
I went to the Black community. So I no matter what, even though I might be in these other countries, I always try to find the Black community. I try to find the Black community. So Africa I always wanted to go to Africa. This is not something that, I'm doing for content. I wanted to go to Africa, but I kept telling myself, Check, get your money right. When your money's right, go to Africa. When the time came, I felt it was my time, and I came to Africa.
I saw you in on an earlier stream talking about investment opportunities in Kenya, and I think you were talking about the property space. What's going on there? Are you looking to set down roots in Kenya, and are you promoting it to people to as an investment opportunity?
I'm promoting it as an investment opportunity, but I don't want brothers to think that whole Check, you're in Kenya, that's why you're promoting Kenya. I want to promote the whole Africa. So if I'm talking about investment and somebody say, hey, Check, I like Ghana better, okay, go to Ghana. I'm not telling people not to go to Ghana. I'm not telling people not to invest in South Africa. I'm not telling people not to invest in Uganda. I'm just saying, as long as you invest in Africa, to me, that's good. But I plan to showcase properties here. I'm working right now. Listen, I did Ghana. What opened my eyes was I showcased a property that was $1 million in Ghana. It's over $1 million. Do you know people actually went on my DMs trying to get this property? So I'm saying to myself, wow, let me get everything together with a lawyer, make sure that if I send somebody to get this property, the person who's owned the property is not going to shortchange me. So I'm trying to get all my paperwork. That's what opened my eyes to say, okay, let me showcase some properties in Africa just in case people are interested. But obviously I can't do it on this channel because this channel is not.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's not actually a lot of money for Ghana. They're quite well. $1 million is not a lot of money.
Yeah, some people will pay money, but that's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying that Black Americans are going to Africa to give Africa some of the American standard also. I mean, like, you understand? Show what is value and how to put value on stuff. You feel me? Because Africa is there, but African communities need to value to put their communities in positions where it has value, not just expensive.
All right.
Good.
One man. Look,
Go.
what this guy says is really irritating me. Like, if Africa don't know its value, that he have to say Africa don't know. What he's saying, that Black Americans are going to Africa to let Africa know their value. It's a shame.
It's not saying that we forget. Let's not do our rough and tumble. We can do that later when Check is gone.
It become irritating the way he was saying that Black Americans are going there to bring the expensive life. No, Africans already know how to rock and roll this kind of lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? They already know how to rock and roll this kind of lifestyle.
check it first. I will ask you some question. We already know gas. We roll on the way we want to roll.
No,
We are
hold on.
Oh no.
Hold on, everybody.
I've seen I've seen people in Nigeria partying harder than people in the States. When even me, my eyes was open. Like, they doing it like that. So I do know in Africa they do rolling hard. They party.
Thank you, Chef, for saying, because the way he sounds, he almost want to be like, we don't know how to rock and roll, man. We cruise, we want to cruise. Tire roll, everybody eat. That's how Nigeria is.
All right, Kidola. So we have Czech with us. Put a position to him. I'm sure you're happy to meet him. So
yes, I'm more into the food and the cultural aspect. I have a lot of questions to ask you, but I want to ask you first about the food. How do you able to eat some African food, special food for us that you're eating in Italy, in some African, especially in some African places? You know, how did the food sound? Is that the first time you eating Nigerian type of food or African Ghana stroke Nigerian type of food like fufu? That's what I want to know. How did it taste on your mouth?
When I went to Nigeria, that was the first time I ate African food. But the first time I had African food was in a Nigerian restaurant in Italy. That was the first time I went to a night, like we were speaking. I went to a black area. I went to is an area in Naples where they have a big Nigerian population. That was my first time having African Nigerian food. Then obviously when I went to Nigeria, I had African food, but Italy was the first time.
And the other one is the other one is a little bit to the other side. I don't know if you're single or if you're married or if you have a girlfriend. How do you view African women? You know, because I see a lot. I like the way you chat to them. I like the way you talk to them. You sometimes some of them like your guide and and everything. But how do you see you that come from United States? I don't know if you're Black American or whatever, but I want to know, how do you view African women generally? Because you have more interaction with them when you talk to them on the street or
African are so sweet. They're so sweet. They're so hot. They're so hot. So sweet. So sweet. Oh my God, so sweet.
Okay, so rate them. Kenya versus Nigeria.
I see African women are a little bit more submissive, obviously, and African women love to cook. Submissive, they love to cook. They love to cater to a man, and they like to treat a man as a man. You know, that's how I see the African women. But each place, West African women and East African women are a little bit different, but they both do the same thing.
If you had to pick, because of course you know we're going to ask. So if you had to pick, you know that those lovely Nigerian girls or those funny-looking Kenyan girls, which one do you prefer?
Oh man, that's a tough question, man.
They have different body shapes, don't they? The East African, they have more.
Play the fifth, my year.
East African and West, they do have a different body. Even South Africa has a different body shape. That's a tough question, man.
Play the fifth, my year.
What would you pick? What would you do? What would you pick?
Well, I'm Nigerian, of course.
Would you rather be with a West African woman or East African woman? Which one?
Well, I'm Nigerian. I can only really say one thing. So the Nigerian women are the best. But but there it is.
I would play the fifth.
Hey, what would you pick? What is his name?
I can fire. Ola.
Ola, what would you pick?
I would play the Fifth Amendment. I'd draw for the Fifth Amendment.
The fifth, bro. I'm pleading the fifth. You're not gonna have my audience, my female audience from Nigeria or Ghana or
you're gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get in trouble, bro. I'm telling
you. Hey, new fire. What he said? I can't read that. What he say?
I can fire.
I can fire. What do you pick?
He's Jamaican. He doesn't know anything.
I play the fifth.
New Fire, you plead the fifth also?
Yeah, I love
Oh,
all
damn.
of them.
All right, so let's move subjects then. Let's go to another subject then. Let's
Oh,
go
I
okay.
to
love all of
Let me actually ask you this. It's a somewhat of a more serious question. There was a phase when people on YouTube were doing all this DNA test. So have you done that to identify your ancestry, and roughly what did that show you if you have done it?
I'm actually going to do that on video. I'm gonna pay. People told me the one that it's a lot of money. The one that's $300 is the more official one because they have another one that's $100, but they said the one that's $300 is official. So I
African
really,
ancestry.
yeah, African ancestry. So I think I want to do that one, and I want to actually open it up on video and see. I don't know why, man, but I kind of feel I might be more West African than East. That's just my opinion. I
You,
think
you,
I'm.
you,
Dude,
I
you look
bet
like a
that. Hold
Nigerian.
on, hold on.
Yeah, you know what? It's crazy. It's crazy you say that because I was doing a video today, no, yesterday, and I was trying this restaurant. I wish I could show you the video, but I'm out here recording like this, and these ladies, three ladies sitting down, and I was asking them about how to catch a taxi or something, and the first thing they say, they thought I was Nigerian. That's the first thing, and I was like, Nigerian? Why do you think I'm Nigerian? And she was like, because you look Nigerian. I said, don't you hear my accent? But sometimes when I talk, because here you have to talk slow a little bit so people can understand. So my regular voice is not the way it is when I'm talking to people from the States. So I was like, don't you hear my accent? And she said, oh, you're not Nigerian. I said, nah, but it was weird because I did get that. I got Nigerian in South Africa.
Yes, I'd say you look Nigerian. You look Igbo. That's what I'd say you look like. But let me ask you a question, and then Titi come in. She wants to put a position to you as well. But you were talking about accents. What have you made of the accents that you've encountered, especially in Africa? How did you navigate that? Were you asking people to repeat themselves all the time?
No, in Nigeria, I could talk like myself. For some reason, Nigeria, I could talk like myself. They understand me. But here in Kenya, you have to talk a little slower.
But did you understand them? Did you understand them?
Clearly, yeah, I understand them 100%. I understand them because they kind of expand their words a little bit, so you understand. I understand, but sometimes I have to slow my words, so that's why I'm not talking like my exact self. I have to slow down when I'm talking. But in Nigeria, I don't have to slow down. Nigeria, they get it.
Right. I'm still going to ask you more Nigerian questions, but I think Titi wants to. Titi, so Czech in effect, one of the biggest names on social media. Don't ask me how I got him here. I had to go and put him in a headlock and force him in. So Titi, unmute. Puts a position to Czech. Titi.
Hi, Czech. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Mr. One Man, you're a smart man. Because Nigerian women will come after you.
Well, it is.
High five.
Yes, we will come after you. But
I already know.
Yes. And Chevik, I have always been following you. So and I love the fact of the view you from going from Brazil all the way down to coming to Africa. I'm one of the people that have been following you and actually watch your videos. So respect to you for
Thank
that.
You so much.
Yeah, what I like about you the most is the fact that you go into the ghettos. You go straight to the ghettos. I respect that. And it's so funny because when you go to the ghettos and compare it, I'm going to say this whether I like it or not, compare it to our Lagos City, you see the similarities of Black people. We are like literally the same everywhere.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's one thing I did realize. Even the nightlife, when you go party in nightlife, you realize, man, it don't matter if it's America or Africa. Black people are all the same. It's like we all the same. We do the same thing. It's like you see something in Africa, they're doing it in the United States too. It's all the same. Even the people
Yep.
that fake it till they make it, the ones who
Yep.
act like they rich, but really
Yep.
not. We got that in the States too. So
The
it's the
same.
same thing. It's
I
the
said the
same
same.
thing.
We're the same. I'm gonna tell you a story. When I first came to America, I was like really young, and I stepped out of the plane because you know in Nigeria we always watch. I'm very sure everyone is familiar. When we watch American movie, we see like this fancy houses. Like you have something to say. We see this mansions and these pretty places. So when I got to America and I step out of America in New York and I step out of the airport and in the airport I just saw like potholes in front of the airport and I'm just like, is this America? And I saw a bunch of black people because all we saw was white. And I'm like, is this
Reality check.
yeah, right?
And then they think America is all everybody in America is rich, but they got so many homeless people, drug addicts all over America. So, you know, it's not peaches and cream. And then people think when they don't realize when you come to America, you got to work a lot. You have to work a lot. It's not, you know, you don't have all that free time like other countries, you know. So,
That
yeah,
is
it's
true.
serious.
Talking about working a lot and all that, how expensive have you found Africa, and which country would you say has been the most expensive so far? Because I hear this a lot. People go and they say, I didn't expect it to be this expensive. So how expensive have you found it, and where did you find it especially expensive?
South Africa is not really cheap. South Africa is not cheap. Even Ghana and Nigeria is not as cheap. I think I would say Kenya is cheaper than Ghana and Nigeria. South Africa is a little bit. It's not okay. I don't. This is what I don't understand when people say expensive, because to me anything that's less than the United States is not expensive. That's just me. So when someone told me about Costa Rica, oh, check, Costa Rica is expensive. Oh, that's another country I forgot to mention, Costa Rica. Costa Rica is expensive, and when I went there, I'm like, it's not expensive. I mean, anything that's less than where I'm from, to me, is not expensive. So to me, Africa is not expensive. The places I've been, but it's not as cheap as most people think. People think you could just come to Africa with $1,000 and you're good. Nah, bro. You can make it if you know how to, but it's not that cheap like that. It's not cheap like that. But I would say expensive for me, which is not really expensive, but not as cheap as I thought, would be definitely South Africa.
Right. So you said you've been in Kenya for a couple of months. So what's your average, let's say, monthly expenses? Rent, Uber, food, going out, roughly? Because I heard in a previous stream saying you were struggling to get through $1,000.
Yeah, even though I do a lot of things, I really budget my money. A lot of people don't realize that I budget my money a lot. I just you just see me having fun, but I budget. I would say like we're just speaking about spending money, right? Ubers, catching an Uber. I have a lot of friends with cars in Kenya, so Uber is not. I don't have to use Uber as much. Sometimes I use Uber just because for myself. And me, I'm the type of person, even though I'm checking effect, I'm a world traveler. Sometimes I like to ride public transportation just for the fun of it. I do it for fun. Like, it's crazy because I took a public transportation home and 4 people called me and asked me, am I okay? And I was like, what do you mean? Oh, somebody saw you in the matatu. I was like, what? So what? I was in a matatu. Yeah, are you okay? Everything okay? I said, no, I took it for fun. I could have caught an Uber, but I just wanted to sit in a matatu and see the local people, how they act. And that's what gives me video ideas. So I kind of like budget myself, man. I don't spend that much, man. I could do a whole week in 7 days in Kenya and only spend like $300-400. Sometimes when I go out, I get carried away. That's the only thing, but I don't spend that much money.
All right, brilliant. Ajanle Koko, do you want to come into the conversation? Mitch Czech, in effect, I'm sure you're aware of him. He's our guest for the day, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. Unfortunately, I've not seen him before. I'm seeing him for the first
Oh
time.
man, you're supposed to lie. You're supposed to lie on camera.
Yes,
man.
he said,
So, I've
been following him for a long time.
I've been following him a real long time. I've been following when he first started.
But it's nice to see you though on our platform. So I think you really honor us to be with us, to interact with us today. So I hope you will come back next time. So let me just lay back and listen to you.
All right. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. There's one thing I wanted to ask, Czech. Your videos tend to be long form content, about 30, 40 minutes, etc., etc. How much editing goes into that? And do you feel that that is a better formula than those 10, 15 minutes snapshot videos that a lot of people do? Because it is raw and it's organic and it's in real time. And also, why don't you live stream as you go about that street work, going through the streets of whichever country? Why don't you do that? A lot of people do that.
Several aspects to that, and this is a good question for anybody that's a YouTuber or want to be a YouTuber. I have my own thing that I do. My videos, when I first started my videos, I was doing vlogging and virtual tours. One day I would vlog, one day I do virtual tours. One day I decided to put it together as one virtual tour vlogging. So my channel is a virtual tour vlogging channel. So a lot of times my channel, if you notice, I'm vlogging, but I'm not doing like most people. Hey guys, today we're going blah, blah, and they stop, they get there and they start another. I show you when I start, when I get in the cab, the drive, when I arrive, how I got there. I show everything. So my channel, I'm editing it in my head when I'm recording. It's actually being edited while I'm recording, meaning that I'm recording in the video like if I was editing it. So like, for example, oh man, I don't want to record this. Stop. So I don't have to edit that part. So my channel is, that's why I say raw and uncut, because most of it is raw and uncut. I don't edit much. I keep it raw. I don't do all that pretty stuff. I don't do all the extra things to it. I keep it raw, and it's been working for me. That's my formula. It's been working. Sometimes I have to edit a lot because curse words, music, or maybe I'm walking and some lady's breastfeeding. I got to edit that part. Or, certain things you have to edit no matter what. But I try to keep my videos as much unedited as possible. And I'd let you show the good, the bad, the ugly, everything. If I'm walking and I fall and slip, I'm not going to edit it. I'm going to show you that I fell. And we keep going. We keep it moving. Now let's go to the streaming. When you do YouTube, you have to pick a side. You either play defense or offense. You got to pick a side. Kevin Samuels was a streamer. His channel did good streaming. If Kevin Samuels was to drop long videos, he would not get the same views as streaming. You get what I'm saying? So you pick a side, whether you're going to stream or you're going to do videos. So YouTube look at streaming as a gaming channel. That's how they look at streamers, as a gaming channel. So when I turn around and do long form content and I try to go and do streaming, I'm not going to get the same views as my long form content. I don't have no streaming videos I don't have no live stream that has 1 million views. But you know how many videos I got that got 1 million views? I could over 10, right? So if I'm gonna do live stream, I have to do live stream. If I'm gonna do live stream, I have to do 2 or 3 live streams a week. If I'm not gonna do live streams, I have to do 2 or 3 videos a week. That's how the system works. I only do live streams every now and then. I do it to interact with my audience. That's why I do it. Like today, I did it to interact with my audience. But you have to pick a side. And I picked the side of doing long form content. I hope I don't know if you guys if you understand or I need a
Yeah,
clear.
I understood it anyway. But you said you had to pick a side, and then you mentioned Kevin Samuels as well. So at this space, the toxic masculinity, the all of this narrative, which was the alpha male, all of that sort of narrative, which was a space that Kevin Samuel championed, and then you've got Andrew Tate there as well, and then Pearly White and all the rest of them. What are you making of that space? And then there's a lady called Kendra G. I'm not quite sure if you know her or follow her. Who, she counterweights that narrative with a different spin. So are you in that space? And what's your take on that space?
I listened. I did listen. I listened to the late great Kevin Samuels a lot. I agree with probably 80% of the things he said. Well, the thing about Kevin that what people don't realize is he got popular for talking about women, but Kevin Samuels did a lot of stuff on men. He shamed a lot of men, talked about a lot of men, called them this, called them that. He made a lot of things, but the only thing is his videos about women became the popular ones. So everybody looked at him as a person who, discussed things about women. But I think his videos was nice. I like Kevin Samuels. Now Kendra and the other girl.
Yes.
Kendra and
Pearly White, she calls it. Yeah.
I think 2018. Kendra, I don't know if she still has the video up. She did a video about me. At the time when I was first coming up in the YouTube space, she did a video about me. I think I was in Dominican Republic, and I travel a lot of places, but at that time I only been to like 3 countries, and she did a video about me being in Dominican Republic and light-skinned women and this and that. And I think I combated a video with her about her, but ever since then I just never saw her eye to eye. I never paid attention to her content, and I never I wasn't really a fan of her, but it is what it is. So
do you think Andrew Tate is an offshoot of the Kevin Samuel space? Do you think he's the follow on from what Kevin Samuel was talking about, Andrew Tate?
I don't see. I kind of see him as that, but he Andrew Tate goes a little deep. Kevin Samuels keeps it on modern women and high value men. He keeps it in that one bubble, but Tate he's going around the bubble. He's talking about all kind of different things, man. He's going into politics. He's talking about. I don't think they're in the same. I don't think they're in the same realm. I think certain topics, yeah, but Tate is on another. He's doing other things, man. He's like on another level. That's just my opinion, based on facts.
What do you think he is doing? All this machismo, alpha male, all this sort of. Do you think it serves the greater good, or do you think it's just a cynical money grab?
I think it might be just him kind of being more of that macho, because Kevin kept it one thing. He goes a little above and beyond. I think it could be a macho thing or like a masculinity thing going on with him, but I'm not sure because really I don't follow up with him that much. I was watching him a little bit, especially when he got locked up and he got out. I did watch that 1 hour thing he had, 2 hour live interview he had, but I don't really pay attention to him. I don't follow him as much. So I can't speak for a lot of the things he's doing.
So who do you follow? Who would you say your inspiration is? Not because you're here. I watch a lot of your stuff. And then I watch, curiously, I just now discovered Kendra G only about a month ago, actually. And I was blown away by just the weirdness of it all. So I watch a lot of mixed content. But who do you especially watch? Who do you follow? Who do you seek inspiration from?
I follow Watermaya, the Ghanaian YouTuber. Watermaya, I follow him. I follow I Am Marwa, because
is in Kenya. Are you going to go to his house opening? Has he sent you an invite?
Nah, it's over with. It's over with. It's been over. It ended on his house opening ended on the 18th of December. So it's been over. But I'm gonna try to link. I was supposed to link up with him a long time ago. I'm gonna try to link up with him. I follow him. But he's the one I've been following for a long time though. Like I was
I
actually
am Mawa.
yeah, I followed him.
You know, your contents are so similar, both of you.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar, except the difference between me and him is he's doing he's vlogging about his whole life. Like everything in his life is a vlog. Everything in my life is not a vlog, you know. So I vlog about going out places, recording the streets, the people. His vlog is just his whole life is a vlog basically. So like he could be just home vlogging. You never see me with a vlog and I'm just at the house. So I think that's what separates us. And also my vlog is more from a Black Americanist perspective. His vlog is from a African perspective. So that kind of separates us a little bit. Because when I first started, obviously I don't want to be Marwa and I don't want to be Watermine. I want to be Czech in Effect. So I had to do things that differentiates me from them, you know. And actually going into the hoods was definitely one of the things that put me on a different path. Now everybody's doing it, but at that time a lot of people wasn't doing it.
Do you see your content evolving into that space where you start to let in your audience more into your life? Because like you said, you just present us. Did you want to come in, Ola? I seem to be hogging the conversation.
Yeah, I want to ask him. You know, I'm from Nigeria. You know, how do you see? Have you ever been to a gentleman club in Nigeria or in any other African country? Have you ever been to a gentleman club and maybe have a good time, relaxing, maybe having some beautiful wine while you enjoy the gentleman club and see how you can relax your mind there? How do you see about it?
Man, I did not get to go to a gentleman club in Nigeria. I'm really upset about that. I did go to one in South Africa. I did go to one in Kenya. Actually, the owner of this gentleman club follows me. So we basically sat at a table and I watched people dance. And his friend in the States actually picked someone for me to dance with. So I had a good time in Kenya. That's what happens when your channel grows, man. So I actually know the owner and I didn't even know this guy was the owner. So, and I've been to one here in Kenya. I haven't been to one in Nigeria, and that's what I really want to go to, one in Nigeria. And I have been to one in Ghana. I like it. It's nice. I like it.
Thank you very much. I think if you ever want to attend or be in a gentleman club, I think I have a beautiful one for you to attend. And I think you enjoy it.
Nigeria?
Yes, exotic, beautiful teas and beautiful wine and beautiful, your eye view will be nice. You feel more relaxed. It's almost like you're massaging yourself on the back.
Are you gonna be there? Are you gonna be there?
Oh, if you want, I can. If you ever come to Nigeria, I can take you to one beautiful one. You'll be very nice. You will like it.
All right. Let's set it up then. Whenever I come back, I'll let you know.
All right. I'm not going to show my naivety and I'll pretend I know what a gentleman's club is. But I think Titi has a question for you. Titi.
Oh no, my question is very. So I think we're going to give him. Sorry. My question is, what are your overall view about each part of Africa that you've been to, and if you could change anything, what would you like to change about the country that you go or the continent overall, if I might say? Because you've been to a whole lot more countries in Africa than we could ever been, that I could have ever been to. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, tag this on Twitter as well. Where would you say is the most and least developed parts of Africa? So tag that on Twitter as well. Check.
Undeveloped. Okay. We'll say very developed is definitely. I know South Africa is definitely very developed. Tanzania is developed. Rwanda is developed. Kenya is developed. Undeveloped. I would say let me see. That's a tough question. I would say
you can say Nigeria. Nobody will be offended.
no. I was gonna say the Nigeria or Ghana. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
One of the two, Nigeria or Ghana. I think. But I've never been to the north side. I heard the north side is very nice. But and also Lakey, Victoria Island. Once you're in Victoria Island, is developed, but the mainland is not really developed. The mainland. But if it's something, the second question was what I could change. I feel like for me, if Africa was to unite, like let's say the whole East Africa unite and the whole West Africa unite, man, they can accomplish so much. You know what I'm saying? Like they can accomplish so much because it's like it'll be a powerhouse. And that's the problem. I think the African countries, they need to unite. They need to like work together. Like this, like for example, Tanzania don't like Kenya, and they're right by each other. You know, like they need to work together and unite. That's what I would change if I was like if I was somebody powerful like Mahatma Gandhi. That's what I would try to change, is to put Africa together in one, and then they could be. I think they'll be able to top these European countries easy, but Africa's not united. That's the problem. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how.
No. You are right, and I think we all know this, and it wraps around the language of tribe. Yeah, you know, Africa is a very tribal sort of a space, and the battle for supremacy amongst the tribes is that's still where a lot of it is in its evolutionary phase.
Can I ask him a question?
Of course.
Good morning from Japan, Mr. Czech. Czech Effect? Is that your name?
Czech. Yeah. Shout out to you in Japan.
Yeah, sorry, this is first.
Sorry, One Piece. Check your phone as well. Check. But One Piece asked that question. Check your phone. I sent you a message. Check in effect. Yeah.
Check my phone on WhatsApp.
Yeah, on WhatsApp as you listen to his question.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, this is the first time I'm hearing about you and the first time I'm seeing you. Actually heard about you from this platform. I heard you going around Africa and all that. But before my main question, I'm going to ask you this. Have you done your DNA test?
We just talked about that, and I said that I'm going to do the Ancestor one, the one that costs the expensive one, because I want to actually do it on live stream. I want to do a live actually opening it up and doing it. But yeah, I really want to do that. That's something I'm going to do the next 3 months.
All right, is that good? Is that good? So you're not done it, and you've been on this your journey for how long?
In Africa?
Yeah, your show. What are you doing? How long you been?
I've been doing it since 2019, 2021, 2023.
So what's your purpose of doing it?
Say what?
What's your purpose of doing it?
Of traveling or
whatever you're doing the show. Yeah.
In the beginning I was doing it to experience just to experience other cultures, and also I speak different languages. Most people don't know that. So I actually went traveling to learn another language. So my first time was really to learn a language, and then I wanted to travel other countries. So it was really the experience and learning a language. It was not for content. It was not for content creating. Content creating came after.
Oh, okay, that's good. My last question is this. Is the Black America in America, are they united?
The thing about Black Americans, they fight amongst each other, but if something happens within another race, they will.
So you don't think that's so?
They might.
So you don't think that's
each other. They might fight against each other, but if something happens with another race and it's black, white, or another race, they're gonna work together. Yes, like you didn't see the Montgomery Brawl, how all the black people started coming in. They don't even know these black people. They don't know what these black people did, but they came in to fight.
Yeah, I saw that. So you don't think that the same stuff in Africa too? That if you mess with African, you've seen it online so many times, and you see all African put together and stand tall.
I think since I've been traveling, I noticed most black people, whether you're African American or African, we all the same, and we all act the same. We all have the same mentality. I realize that traveling, because I go out and I'm like, oh man, that's like somebody in the States. So I see that. But what I'm saying is the different countries need to unite. I'm not speaking for the people in one country. I'm saying, for example, the whole East Africa need to unite as one. The whole West Africa, they need to work together. Now, the brother was saying, which I understand, he makes a valid point. It's kind of hard to do that when, for example, Benin, they speak French. Nigeria, they speak English among different Igbo and Yoruba, different tribes. So it's hard for them to unite. And then you got Togo that speaks French. So obviously they're not going to be able to work with the Togo and the Benin because they don't speak English. So I get that part. But I'm saying maybe like Senegal and Cameroon and all these other countries, maybe they need to unite and work together. I think if they work together, they'll accomplish a lot. This is my opinion. That's what I mean. I'm not saying like individual country, like the Africans not working together. I think they work together individually, yeah, in a country.
All right, brilliant. Czech, take a question from Ribadu, and then we start to wrap it up. I know it's quite late where you are, so we can take a question from Ribadu, and then we wrap it up.
Okay. Hello. Will I say good morning here because it's morning already in Nigeria here? I hope you can hear me clearly.
It's morning here too.
One. Good morning. How are you? It's been long.
Yes. Happy New Year to you. I thought you abandoned us.
I did not. Because Nigeria is really crazy right now, especially here from the north. You know, a lot of stuffs are going on, but it's good to be here. I'm just quite surprised. I never thought that you have any link with Czech because I've been following him for a while, and I just like the conversation. And I want to one or two things. My own is not question; it's just a compliment. You see, the aspect of unity, especially among African countries, I think it is happening. We have begun to see the spikes of it for now, even though it's quite elementary. As you can see, out of necessity, now Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger are trying to form a confederation of a sort. So I think,
good point. Good point. I've been following up on that too, man. Good point. But go ahead.
Yeah, so I think out of necessity, we will find ourselves eventually there. As you know, we did not finish shaking up the chain or the shackle from the colonial masters. You know, we are still battling with that inferiority complex up to now. As you can see, most of our elite, they always choose to send their children and their wards to European countries and America. And all of this is born out of this inferiority complex that we are suffering from. And again, you know, let me talk about this Andrew Tate space. I had what one man said. I really like Andrew Tate, especially as a Fulani man from northern Nigeria. You know, my culture has always symbolized with this masculinity of a thing, but you see, in Africa, or let me say in Nigeria, we tend to be too religious, you know, especially in the north here. Somebody will come and cheat you and run away, and you will see somebody will say, well, it's the will of God, blah, 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 you know, let him go. He will see it in the future or something like that. I think religion has, I think religion is a tool of oppression, you know. We have allowed religion to undermine us, pin us down, to chain us down, you know, to shield us from the reality of lives. Because when bad thing happen to you, instead of you to man up and beat your chest and try to face the challenge, you just say, oh, God has ordained it, what can I do, or something like that. You know, this is one of the things that I don't like about us blacks, not just in Africa, even in Europe or America, wherever you see you find that the black race are always more religious than other race. You understand?
Mhm.
Now take example of Italy. Italy is the most Christian country in the world, apart from the Vatican City. You understand? But
Mhm.
that does not stop them from having all this mafia of a thing. That does not stop them from operating around religion cycle. They did not allow religion to damage their fabric of in the society like we the black race do across the whole country or across the whole world. So I think this is what the white man saw in the black race, that they exploit us so much. You understand?
Mhm.
There is one movie what is it 10 years a slave or is it 11 years a slave, about one slave guy. Like, it's about slavery. I can't it's been long when I watched the movie. You know, it shows there is a scene in that movie that they show a slave master reciting a gospel to his slave, and he is saying that uh, 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 Jesus said that the gospel said you should obey your master or you will go to hell. You
Yeah.
understand? So,
Yeah.
so
All right, Ribadu, Czech only really promised us 1 hour. It's going on 2 hours now. So,
yeah, yeah,
I think
But I agree with what he's saying though. I get like you're putting, it's like you're putting the religion to saying that it's okay, in the religion it's okay, you're supposed to be a slave and obey the master, the Bible, and now it goes into the mentality of a person's thinking that this is what's they're supposed to be doing. I don't know if anybody who sent me from, thank you for the
yeah.
cash app.
In summary, what we are saying is, I think it's time for us to reorient our societies. It's time
Mhm.
for us to we have to, as a human race, as a black race, we need to push our limit. You know, we need to
Yeah.
face challenges. We need to start to man up, to be more aggressive in life. You understand? To try
Yeah.
to to charter into unknown territory for ourselves, to be better people and better race. So, in a nutshell, this is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, my
all right.
brother.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Excellent. So, Czech, thank you very much for doing this. I know it's quite late where you are, and you must need your bed by now. I don't know where you get the strength from. Parting words. But before we let you go, you have to promise us that you'll come back again.
Definitely, man. Definitely, I'll come back again. Most definitely. I don't have a problem. I'll do it. I'll come back when I'm in the States, so it could be early for me and late for you guys. So
Oh,
I can ride out.
Can I
oh,
say something before you go, one man?
all right, carry on.
Okay. Nice to have you here.
Thank you, my brother.
Good conversation. I want to advise you to intensify effort in connecting African American with Nigerians. So I want to put more effort in that because Nigeria is the biggest black country in the world.
That's true.
Whatever happened to Nigeria, whether good or bad, affect black race.
That's
And
true.
black people in America as well, I believe, will be better off for them to have a strong relationship with Nigeria. And if Nigerians and African American can connect, strongly,
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be better off for the entire black race. Um, a lot of African countries are looking up to Nigeria.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Black African Americans that don't know their they don't know their ancestor, where they came from, that are from Nigeria. A lot.
Yes, a lot of them doesn't know.
They
But
don't even know.
yes, so I want you to work on that, intensify more effort. You can see the young Nigerians, you can see the way they're conquering the world in the
Mm-hmm.
field of entertainment, sport,
Mm-hmm.
and when it comes even to in education in
Mhm.
United States, they are
Mhm.
the most educated immigrants in United States. So we have, if it's good for Nigeria, I think African America, we have, you know, something to point to be proud of, because, you know, we share common value in
Mhm.
terms of in so many aspects of life.
Mhm.
Is it sport? Is it entertainment? Is it, even the politics and everything? So we
Mhm.
share so many things in common. So once Nigerians and African American can have that strong relationship, other African country will join us, and togetherness. I want to tell you, my friend, we will conquer the world.
That's true.
So I'm not trying to be. I mean, I'm not trying to.
No, it's okay. I
Yeah,
understand. I agree. I
yeah.
agree. I
I
disagree
don't
with you.
want to stand Nigerian supremacy now to some other African country, but that is the reality. Nigeria is the biggest black country
Country
in the world,
in
the
the world.
biggest market
Yeah.
when it comes
So
to black people, black nation. Nigeria is the biggest
can
market.
I can I
So
just say one thing, sir?
thank you, my
Sir?
friend.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, you can, but I think our guest has
I'm
overshot his
sorry,
time. But
sir. I'm sorry.
yes, say it, and then our Czech will give us parting words, and then we'll say good night to him.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm gonna let you go. No disrespect. I'm sorry. Just one thing, and I just want to say, as Nigerians, we have to also be ready to accept and listen and work with African Americans because they're coming from a different type of trauma, and we
Mhm.
Nigerians are also coming from a different type of trauma. We are both being extremely, and I'm not excluding any other Africans, but we have both been extremely both traumatized that our way of fighting is being the exterior is a fighter. We are fighter
Mhm.
mode all the time. So we have to
Mhm.
both be ready to listen to each other and build that bridge together as one. So hopefully when you do take it out there, I hope that you are able to give it to African Americans that we are ready to build that bridge, but they also have to be ready to let that wall
Exactly.
down and know that we are not their enemies. You know,
Exactly.
yeah, there's a
Exactly.
lot more history packed into what happened historically that they're trying to make us look bad to y'all and they're trying to make y'all look like, they're trying to make y'all look like you are not what as much as we should make you want because you
Exactly.
did a lot for
They're
us.
trying to divide. They're trying to divide.
They're trying to divide us. Yeah, and I always
But
tell them
that's always been their technique, though.
that is
Divide
the
and
technique.
conquer.
Yeah.
That's what they've always done.
Yeah, so chef, just tell them this for me, please.
Mhm.
I would not like to use it, but if we're going to use the biblical text, that our story is the story of Joseph and his brothers.
Okay.
I
Oh,
know,
oh,
yeah,
oh,
it's
oh,
sad, but it is the truth. Yes,
all right, brilliant. So yeah, thank you very much, Czech, for doing this. We'll let you go and relax and gather yourself for the day ahead. So thank you very much, Czech in effect.
I thank you. I appreciate it. What I'll do is tomorrow when I wake up, I'm gonna listen to the rest of this live, to just to hear you guys take on everything. And like I said, and I don't try to sugarcoat anything. Ghana, Nigeria. When I got there, I had some trouble. I told you, I said it on my live. I had some trouble, and a Nigerian came to my rescue and helped me and trusted me because I could have easily took that person money and that person sent me money with no receipts. I could have easily took that person money and say, hey, you didn't send me no money because there was no receipt. So I have a special love for that because of that, someone trusting me and helping me in my situation there because, I did have some little issues and that person helped me a lot and I'll never forget that. So I got a lot of love for Nigerians and Nigeria. So definitely I plan to come back, man. And when I do come back, I want to reach out to a couple people so we can do it even bigger and better when I do come back. And though I know a lot of people is Legos, but I plan to hit. I'm gonna hit Lagos, but I plan to hit the north side a little bit more than Lagos. So I'm gonna be hitting the outer parts of Nigeria when I come back. But thank you for having me, man. I appreciate it so much.
All right, thank you, Czech. I'll call you later. So thank you very much. Have a good rest. So that's Czech in effect. So that's Czech in effect. A real gentleman. We only really put it together within less than 2 days. He agreed to do it, and we just threw it up, and it turned up. So well done to him for that. So let's just start to Titi. What did you make of that, Titi?
The whole show. First, I want to say thank you for bringing Chev on board. He's a great person. I've always followed him. He's one of the realest people. I feel like
I've always followed him as well. You know, I don't often like a lot of these people, but I like him.
But I like him. Yeah, me too. I like him. And when he went to Nigeria, it was a wrap for me. I said, "Oh my goodness, that's great." I wasn't there when he came, but yeah, so it was great. Thank you so much for having the show. You're one man. It's amazing when you guys have something like this because we really need it for us. I always say that we Nigerians and we African Americans, I consider myself African Americans. I always say that, and I consider myself Nigerian because I've been living there all my life. We need to heal as a whole, as a community, universally, okay? And not just African Americans, but also all the way down to the South as well, like Brazilians, the islanders, that are all taken. So I hope you continue with this show. Thank you so much once again.
Yeah, do you think we should be bringing on this sort of personalities, or do you think we should just focus on our Nigerian politicians? Because this is not the traditional diet of the platform. It's usually we usually invite politicians, Nigerians, if we can get hold of them.
You see, that's the thing. It's not just about politicians, okay? One thing I tend to realize is we Nigerians tend to put all our problems on the politician. Oh, politician didn't do this, politician. Yes, they do have their fault. But then at the same time, bringing on these personalities as well to see from a different point of view, it help as a whole, as a society. I will keep saying society because we are a society. It help as a whole, it help the whole society as well. You get what I'm saying? So bringing different type of personality that see Africa, that see Black Africa, is very important for them. And politicians, don't wave off the politician because calling them out as well is very important. But we need to work together. Okay, Umbatu say we need to work together as a whole in order to build this Africa, because it's not just on them. You get what I'm saying? Most of them are already falling into the graveyard. I would say they are really falling into the graveyards. So I'm trying to be careful with my words. So that way,
Titi, I asked him if he was to settle in Africa, where would he? And he's traveled extensively, probably more than you and I in Africa. I was asking him if he was to settle in Africa, where would he settle? And I just lazily thought he would say Nigeria, but he said South Africa, Kenya, and maybe he said Ghana as well. I don't know. But are you surprised that he didn't say Nigeria first?
No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all because Nigeria has a lot of problems. I'm currently in Nigeria right now, but Nigeria has a lot to work on. Nigerians as a whole, we are very defensive. Let's be real. We are our own problem. We are very defensive. Let me show you an example. I was saying to someone that, oh, don't drop trash on the floor. Let me pick it up and throw it in the trash. Oh, and the person replied to me saying, oh, Nigeria, basically a good Nigerian child. And in my common sense right there, it's saying
Was that sarcasm?
Yeah, like, why are you being sarcastic about me trying to have our environment clean? You get what I'm saying? Like, instead of you saying, oh, that's nice, I feel like that makes sense. You get what I'm saying? I'm expecting you to say something like, oh, that makes sense. This is our society. Let's keep it clean. But rather, you keep making waste on the floor. Is not supporting your environment. And then when someone like me comes in and say, oh, let me help, I'm a problem. Are you going to be sarcastic or are you going to mock me for thinking something good? But if it was a white man that comes in and actually doing it, you got what I'm saying? You're going to praise the white man for doing it. You know, I saw a coconut tree. I said, "Oh, let me grab a coconut." To them, it's like, "Why are you grabbing the coconut? Leave it alone." This and this. But if you see a white man grabbing that coconut, you're gonna praise him for grabbing that coconut. So we are our own problem. You seeing a black person doing something that is common sense or meaningful is offensive to you as the black person, which doesn't make sense. You know, and that's kind of universal. You get what I'm saying?
I do broadly.
One man.
Yeah,
One man, sorry. Yeah, Titi, how long have you been in stateside?
In America?
Yeah.
I have lived in America all my life since I was a kid.
Oh, you were born there?
I was raised there.
Okay, good. Okay, all right. That's nice. One man.
Are you judged by American accent? All these Americanos, eh?
No, I don't have. Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, that's sorry. Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Can you still speak Yoruba?
Very well, thanks to my parents. Yes, when they saw that.
So you were visiting home often, or what?
What did you say?
When you were in the States, you always visit Nigeria when you were young.
No, I visited Nigeria in the state when I was 18. That was my first time visiting Nigeria, and I didn't come back. I only spent like a month there, and then I came back to America, and then it's funny enough, I met my husband that I met like a long time ago, became my husband, and then I came back to Nigeria.
No, are you resident in Nigeria now? Is that what it is? Are you resident in Nigeria?
I'm a Nigerian resident. Yeah, I'm a resident right now in Nigeria for now. Yeah.
Okay. Lagos, Abuja.
Lagos.
Oh, okay. Just stay there. Don't go outside of Lagos. They're very dangerous to go there.
Where else can she go apart from Lagos and Abuja? Anyway, one man. What I came to the show late. What was the purpose of bringing that guy in?
It was just really to I wanted to test the space to see what sort of response. It's a big name, by the way. Titi knows him now. It's one of the biggest names on social media globally.
I believe. Sure. Maybe I don't know the guy. First time I'm saying it. Probably it is. I don't really follow people, but it struck me like he's going around Africa and he does not know his DNA. I've never seen any white people that's going around Europe trying to connect or whatever.
No, that's not his narrative. Let me show you. Let me show you his. I don't know if you have a screen, but if you there's a whole bunch of YouTubers that travel globally. So is that showing? So he's in Kenya at the moment. They always end up in Kenya, and then he's been to all over Africa, Ghana, everywhere, the northern parts, and from he came in from South America. So we did the whole of the South American tour, and then went through Europe. So there he is in Trinidad, the Caribbean. So he's one of those people that just lives in a suitcase.
All right. He's okay. That's nice. I think people will learn from him.
But he has a huge following. He has a very huge following.
Yeah. People will learn from him. Anyway, let me talk a little bit about this.
Do you mind if I step in? Yeah, do you mind if I step
sure.
in? Yeah, it's just, his own point is basically going around different countries and showing the realest parts, because a lot of people travel and they just show you the luxurious parts. So his own goal is to go to different country and show you the realest parts around those countries. That is what he do. And most of the time when he end up going, it's mostly black community that are in the realest part. What I mean by realest part, like we're talking about the real ghettos.
The downtown.
Downtowns, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Well, let me talk about a little bit of this stuff going on between Black Americans and Africans. I don't know who is selling to them. They think we Africans hate them, mostly Nigerians. I don't know why they think like that. There was a case I settled with my friends 2 weeks ago. He said he felt that my friend called him a kata. he thought like the guy is calling him like a nigger. That was
Akata is not a swear word, though, is it? I don't know how
it's
people are
not.
digesting that word. It's not a swear
Yeah,
word. It's not a pejorative term.
yeah. It took me time to explain to my friends. No, it's not. It's not damning you. It's not this on the low. You know, they just
What
feel
does
that.
Akata actually mean? Ajale Koko, what does Akata mean? Akata? Okay, Google it.
Akata does not mean a derogatory word. Akata started from our brothers in the 80s and the 90s when they were traveling. People that go to, it was like 3 words then. People that stayed in New York, they call them Yankee. People that stayed in, I think, the other part of America, they call them Akatarian, Akata. It was just a word to classify people that came from abroad. The Americans, the Americans, and then mostly that time was England, London. Then I forgot what they were calling people that came from London. So I think Akata, with the word Akata, it's a corrupt word from a county in California. I think my cousin pointed to me one time, long time ago. I'm still looking for it. It's a county name. But then
no,
when
it's not. It's not. Hold on, it's not a county name. Let me give you.
I said corrupt word from accounting.
Yeah, let me give you this one piece. It says the term Akata is a West African term for Black Americans. Hold on. The term Akata is a West African term for Black Americans. It is generally considered derogatory, a slur, in fact. So that's how they say it. And then the Yoruba word Akata, it says Akata. It says a term for African Americans. It was coined by Nigerian students in the United States during the 60s and 70s in honor of the Black Panther Party, but now perceived as having a derogatory connotation. So yes, it's one of those words.
Yeah, one man. This one is more closer because the word Akata Yankee. You know, Yorubas have a way of slanting things. They have a way of giving fancy names. You know, you can look at names there's a way they just say fast the bad guy. They are very good in giving names. You understand? So those words Akata Yankee, all this thing came from the early Yoruba student, people that was traveling in America then. Because we see people like even then when my uncles, they will come from America, my brothers come from America. Those that were living in New York. There, most people live in the capital city when you travel. They will say, hey, they are Yankees. We'll call Yankee now. Then the other people say, they are from California. We will be thinking, what was the difference between Yankee and California? Because Yankee people are very, very, very proud. The Yankees. So it was not really a bad word to like said. I don't know. I took me time to explain to the white guy, my friend, my black guy, the Navy guy. Like, this guy is not insulting you. He's just telling you. He's just saying that you are American. You guys are bossy. You guys are frontal. You guys are. It's everything. That word is just everything about you. I said we call the black Akata. We call if you do good thing, we'll call you a Akatarian. If you do bad, we'll call you a Akatarian. Just the word to just classify that you're a different person from us. That we are Africans, you are American. Don't take it as a bad word. But it's good for them to educate them that the blacks are not dissing them. But let me quickly say this. In the 80s, our musicians struggled so hard to break into the American music world. We were never accepted, no matter how we sang. From the people like Alexito and the rest, we were good, but we were never accepted. Even to the 90s, that was push our Nigerians to start doing Afro besides doing us. Fela had then sang about it. That's why Fela came back and just be real, sang Yoruba song, used pidgin, and everybody accepted him. But those of us who was trying to beat them, look at the Remedies, Plantation Boys. Before then, there were other great people that sang with good voice. We never heard about it in America. The American never bought our songs, but we were buying American songs in Nigeria. We sang all their songs, line by line, phrase by phrase. We know it. But they never accepted us, you know. Saying we started doing Afrobeat now. Now the Afrobeat we are doing now is like we are coming against we are against them. We're not against them because we're never accepted. That's why we started doing our own, and now we are being accepted. They should understand this.
They accepted Fela when Fela was a superstar in the West.
No, that's what I said. I said
accepted by the Caucasianite community mostly.
Caucasian, yeah, that's what I said. Fela came back from. Yeah, Fela saw it. That's why he came back, started doing. Fela was good. Fela was intelligent, but he saw it. It's good there. He saw it, and he came back, started doing Africa. Actually, Fela started this Afrobeat, start pioneering in Africa. Like, let's do Africa. But he saw it. Go and look at the '60s. We had good maestro that did calypso, high life. Do you see any of them breaking through international community? No. But jazz was ringing a bell in Africa. We accepted them.
No, but they didn't have the marketing then now.
It's not by marketing, just acceptance.
No. What do you mean acceptance? Is marketing that leads to acceptance now?
Do you know?
They didn't have the fast. What do you think propelled all this Davido, etc.? Is online streaming, is Spotify, is the internet space, and all of that.
Africans have to market ourselves.
No promoter, no nothing.
We don't have. We have to promote ourselves. Let me tell you something. It's so funny because even my uncle, he has to. When these musicians and these artists, when they come to America, he's the one promoting them so loud. And then being that is a large Nigerian base, and then now we are, they start, you start to see that we're looking at what are you listening to? I'm telling you, when I was in school, what are you listening to? Oh, this is what I'm listening to it. And then they start listening to, all of these P Square at that time, P Square, and call, oh, this sound nice. So we had to promote ourselves for them to even hear us and say, oh, this song sound nice. This sound like a little bit Jamaican. We're even accepted more by the Jamaicans before we're accepted by the African American community. And it's not their fault. It's because they have their own thing going on within themselves. So I'm not going to judge them for that.
No, we're not judging them.
And also, War Peace, a lot of the music of that era was somewhat trying to mimic what was coming from the West. But there's somewhat of an authenticity in what we're pushing out now. So they want your unique flavor. They don't want your reinterpretation of their flavor.
No, one man. Yeah, I get what you people are saying. I'm not judging them, but this is what I'm saying. When we started doing that's why we started getting recognition. We were never accepted, even though, I was doing club in Japan for like 15 years ago. I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes when I would play the P Square song, then nobody would dance to it. Even though it's good, you see few Japanese will dance to it. But now you see,
What Peace, you see, what happened back then was that, black people were just coming out of segregation and trying to discover themselves. They were trying to develop their own music, their own rhythm, and all the rest. So the outside, music outside their own domain was not that important to them. So because they were developing, we were trying to develop, their own musical industry. You understand what I'm saying? The musical talent among the black. Because we are just getting out of segregation, getting out of what do you call it? What was this thing? This law that was passed back then.
Jim Crow law and the
rest. Is it? What is it? I can't remember now. But those are the things. Those are the factors that were responsible. It wasn't that they didn't want to accept it, but they were getting out of the strangulation by and control of the black of the white man. They just signed into law this what do you call this thing? This freedom something. I can't remember now, but
freedom, Black Panthers and stuff. Yeah.
Do you want to see how they ushered in the new year in Dallas? Let me show you how they ushered in the new year in Dallas. Are you tell me Nigerians are not taking over the world.
So
No,
I
one man,
think I remember the
one man, one man.
civil right law, was just
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just signing law. So those are the things, those are the factors that were, that black people were contending with back then. So for outsiders, particularly we too, that were just trying to discover ourselves, we have not really discovered who we are musically, and internationalize our music. So that was the reason.
Let me put what
African American were resistance, or they didn't want to accept. No, that was.
No. Jajali Coco, I'm not based on just African American. I'm based on the West in total. Know what I'm saying? It's like, let me put it right. Put it in a way you guys understand. When we were trying to do our music to suit the West, we never had the market. We never had the recognition, because you cannot be better. You cannot sing their song more better than them, or tell their story more better than them. Not until we started doing our own music, our own story, then we started getting the attention we needed, and the market we want. That's what I'm just saying.
Yeah, that is true. What piece? That is the same thing Mr. Coco was saying. That yes, while we are trying to figure it out, they were trying to figure it out. That's like the same exact thing. Like he's saying, you are not wrong. What you're saying, that yes, we had to fight. We had to fight for our music to get that base. They also had to fight for their music to be in the industry. You get what I'm saying? So it's like two black people. Like right now, Nigeria is going on top. Yeah, we are loud. But then you got to listen to the people that have been in that industry. They know what their eyes have seen. They opened the door. While they were fighting, we want our civil rights. We want our this. We want our that. We want our music to be there. Nigerians were fighting. We were colonized. We tried to free ourselves from these colonizers. All of this, etc. So it's not like, oh, they didn't recognize us. No, it's just that there was so much going on. And you got to understand the games that these people are playing. If you don't understand the games of these people, you got what I'm saying? You don't want to fall into the same trap. You don't want to be trapped just like they trapped the African Americans. Like most of them don't even have their record labels. Okay? And I'm sure all these, our people that are coming here thinking that, okay, I'm getting signed. You got to be careful with the deal you're signing, because you probably don't even own the music. So it's the same thing. You are them, they are you. You fighting for your right. They're fighting for their right. Does that make sense? That's what Mr. Coco is trying to explain to you. It's not that they don't recognize us. It's just that they couldn't recognize us, just as we recognize them in Africa, because they were promoting them in Africa. Okay?
Yeah, they own all the recording studio. I mean, the recording company. Everything were owned by black men, and their music was already conquered the world. So we are trying to come up with our own style of music. You understand?
Exactly.
So that was the case. It wasn't that they didn't want to accept us, but we have not really discovered what kind of music that we can showcase to the world.
Mm-hmm.
And Fela Anikulapo Kuti was able to do something to the delight of the West, and because of his classical music.
And Sade, give Sade a props, sir.
Yes.
Are we counting Sade as Nigerian?
We're not counting her.
She never counted herself as one.
We can't count Sade as Nigerian now.
We never counted herself as one. So you guys will not count me because I've been in America for a long time.
Oyibo ni Sade now. She's Oyibo now.
But the bottom line. The bottom line of what I'm saying is this: there's this barrier between we and our brothers in the West. If we can remove it, we will accept ourselves. They will accept ourselves easily, and it's a big market. You understand? That's what I was trying to point out. Huh?
I think the relationship is getting better between.
Yes, but it is getting better. But the older ones, but the younger ones is different, kind of. why I'm saying this, why I use we. Anything released from our brother in the West, we accept it without no. If it's good, we accept it. Not like we accept any garbage. Anything that comes out from the West that is good, we accept it. We don't need. They don't need to prove otherwise. But for we have to do otherwise before we get accepted. And I know I'm saying it.
No. What is you're speaking to two different spaces now. America has the biggest machine in terms of global reach. And a lot of that reach is based around music and culture, and a lot of the music and culture of America is black music, and that's been the case for countless decades. So we're just new entrants into global culture. We just came into global culture yesterday now, so they're still checking us out, seeing is this flash in the pan or something that's here to. That has meaning.
One man. What do you mean they're still checking us out?
That's it's not really true, one man. Since 70s, we have been there. Since 70s, we have been there.
Who has not been there since the 70s? A lot of cultures. We are just in our breakthrough phase now. We had just one or two names popping their head over the parapet. But now we are having consistent.
One man, let me quickly say this before I forget. What I'm saying that let's break that system that is separating us. There's a system that is separating us that is not making one to accept one.
What system? What are you?
Yeah, it's the shadow hand that you do not see. See, there's an interview of Akon. Go take note from me. Go to Akon old dress thing interview. One of his old interview. It said when his album crosses 100,000 sales, it says from there it's white people and Africans that is buying it. Majority of hardcore black, I'm not dissing them. They don't buy Akon music. All your black rappers, like your black art friends, like to bring their list of albums of music, you hardly see 3 or 2 old Akon music in their list. But call white boys, call African, you see, we have almost all Akon.
Yeah, what are you attributing that to?
Because there's a barrier. There was a barrier, the systematic barrier they put for us to hate ourselves, even though we are good. Okay, well, you wouldn't know. But I'm not pushing. It's international media. Let me just keep my mouth shut. Even Flo Rida said the same thing.
One more, I think. What I think.
One man, Pansat is advising you to admonish this World Peace boy.
For doing what?
What Peace is saying, don't be quiet now. I can't see the saying that you're saying. I know what you are saying. I've been around there for a while. I get what you are saying.
But you know, Titi, you know your black American friends.
No. Let Titi come in.
I think you're talking about like this. I will not even because you're talking about this. They hold like it's basically like a baby holding their fist, like I don't want to open it kind of way. Sometimes I get what you're saying, like African Americans hold this onto them, that it's hard for them to accept the fact that, I would say it's hard for them to accept the fact that they came from Africans. They don't want to accept that. That
you know that there's a movement.
They deny any. They not all of them. I don't want to say all of them. Please don't attack me. But they denying like everything that have to do with Africans or West Africans.
There's a growing movement in that space, Titi. Because I'm seeing it online as well. A good example is this Austin Holloman, who tries to distance himself from You know, they're trying to distance themselves from that they're not Africans, they're Americans, as though America was
so they have to let go out of that. I think that's what Peace. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I feel like that's what you're trying to say. Let go
that's part of it.
Your music is our music. Our music is your music. Like, let's support each other.
Friends by force, Abby. They don't want to be your friends. Why are you
by force? We become one. Because we just become one. They don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. So,
can I come in, please?
Yeah, Joel, come in, Joel.
Happy New Year to the house. I think Raw Peace is right on point. Probably he wasn't able to articulate it well.
Your system is not good, man. Go out.
Very, very bad.
very bad. Go
For
ahead.
real.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
So
Let
what?
me take off my.
So
Are you hearing me better now?
Slightly. Carry on.
So you hear me better now, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Carry on.
Okay. So one man, like I was saying, he's right in what he was saying. Um, just a little bit. In some cases he was a little bit wrong, saying that it was the old people in prison and the young people running away. No, it's the reverse. With the old folks, most of them don't want to have anything to do with Africa in the past. Social media broke a lot of those barriers because before, when I came into the United States, uh, the questions that I get, the feelers I get from them was that, man, they still think that we are a forest. It's like Africa was still a forest because they were still asking me if I came in a ship, and I'm talking about 2010, 2011. So based on that, because they thought that Africa was poor, um, they wanted to distance themselves from us. They, in fact, distanced themselves from us because you hear words like Africa booty scratcher, right? Based on the media, what the media was feeding them, and even in their schools as well, what the schools were feeding them. They never wrote good stories about us. In the media over here, they never say anything good about Africa except for wars. Or you can donate $1 to feed 3 people in a month. So when they see you, when some of them see you, they see you with a pity. Oh, thank God you're here. Now you can eat. Stuff like that. So now you find out that okay, if you're gonna go by, what they're saying, you're gonna get mad. But if you want to solve that problem, you have to look at the source of the information. So when you go to the media lied to them. When you go to the school system lied to them. So I'm going to call them some slack because when the social media started popping up,
Sorry, Joel. But is it not a narrative of supremacy? So you have this new bunch of black people coming in that wants to impose themselves on the black space that they had already established through their history and through their struggles. So is it not a narrative of there can only be one black in the village, and it is not you, it is me? Is it not a battle for supremacy?
one man, we are not so much of a threat to the black community than the Hispanics. We don't even come in here. The Hispanics come in here in the millions.
No, but the Hispanics are a direct rival now by virtue of their color. But you are a covert sort of threat because you are the same color, but they already have that space established. Let's use Nigerians as the test case. You know how we are. You are clever, you are educated, and you are loud and somewhat often instances lousy. And you will superimpose yourself on any and everybody, and you go into their space and try to roughshod over them. Is that not really where the problem is?
No, one man, because the issue there is that when we come into this country, we are not coming here to rub shoulder with nobody. If you understand what was going on in the 90s, we used to play American music. It used to be reggae, right? Then we switched to American music in the early 90s. Then we started having the likes of Anita Baker and all those folks. Then to the 95, 96, when we had the Tupac and the Biggie. We all followed this trend. It was at the death of Tupac and Biggie that we started seeing more of our own genre of music, because remember then we used to have the Garalas, the Ajegules giving us hits, but they aligned their music mostly to the Jamaicans, to the reggae music. Now we came back with our own. That is when the likes of Tony Tetrila and all those folks. So we know much about them. They did not know much about us. So it is basically ignorance. It had nothing to do with me coming to rub shoulder with them. What is our population compared to theirs? But you see, in life, you always want to look at or see, or you like, I don't know how to put it. You always want to see someone you're better than, right? It is always a good feeling. I mean, even though we don't want it, or some of us wouldn't want to accept that. But I mean, sometimes when you see something that you're better than, you're gonna be like, oh man, I think my shit is better. I mean, when some people tell you their stories, right? So that is what I see in this issue. When they give them that story, when we come in here, the pity that they show to us means that at least we have seen people that we are better than, because when you come to the American system, they are the bottom. They are at the bottom. So they could not do that to the Chinese. So it was more or less like, oh, I've seen people that are better than. But at the end of the day, it happened to be that the folks like Nigerians was going into schools and making it. They rewrote their own history. They rewrote the perception that Americans in general, not just only blacks. Now, some of the whites have traveled, so you will hardly hear the white man tell you, "Oh, did you come in a ship?" No, the white man will always tell you, "Oh, how is maybe Cameroon? I was in Cameroon so and so day." Right? So you understand that traveling for the white folks has been a great education. But for them, living their own environment was hard. I mean, it has issue to tie with slavery. So they'll be like, if I cannot live 1 hour away from where I'm staying. So the ignorant was breeding. It was until social media came into the block that it was able to really expand this thing. So when social media came in, that is where the issue of let's go to Ghana, let's go to South Africa, because they started seeing cities. At the time on social media, they started putting up campaigns like Africans, they don't show you. Africa, they don't show you. Africa, they don't show you. So people were taking keen interest because what they told them, some of them open up and tell you, they'll tell you, oh, look, bro, man, I never knew it was like this. It was how the system tried, both the media and the education, to keep them.
Joel, Chukwu Igwe is saying, it says, they fear that Africans will intercept their reparations and outcompete them in their country. So is it not more that?
No. It has nothing
essentially
to do
that
with that.
you are there to steal
It
their
has nothing
spot.
to do with their reparation. It had nothing to do with their reparation because they're not going to pay no damn reparation as African because they have data. Right? It's not in our country where you go to another. They have data. They have data of people living in their country.
Joel, can I come in, please? 1 second.
So how are they going to pay you? How are they going to pay you reparation as an African?
Hold on.
Can I come in, please?
Hold on. Oh, who wants to go ahead, speak? I'm sorry.
Yeah, come in, Akim, and then after Akim,
Titi. Okay, let the lady go ahead first.
I says, when did you become a gentleman? What's all this pretense? We know you now. Look at that. It's not a gentleman, no, Titi.
I'm allergic.
Please speak, Mr. Akim. I have to answer to my.
All right, thank you very much. So, I think what we are not taking into consideration is that an average Nigerian. It's not like I'm trying to big up Nigeria. An average Nigeria is almost you can say we are kind of superhuman. So we are super talented people. So if you look at the trend from time, even when if you go to Jamaica when dancehall was in vogue, whereby everywhere you go it was dancehall. In that market, in that space, no other genre was able to go in there. But the difference with Nigeria is that even when we were not on top, people like Awilo will come to Nigeria and sell out. And we don't even speak French. A lot of us didn't even understand what Awilo was saying at the time. But we accepted a lot of music into our system. And I think when we started coming up, that gave us a huge advantage over a lot of all these countries that have been there before. So you'll see a Nigerian artist, we do a song, part of a song, we have like a Makossa tune in it. A Nigerian artist will do a song, Part of the song we have amapiano involved in it. Part of their song we have juju. Some of them we have dancehall. So it is only in Nigeria today that you come to, you have a mixed variety of genre in different artists. You go to if you listen to Asake, different genre, Davido, different genre, like different artists. You have a different blend. So other nations, like even the United States that you're talking about, when it was rap, it was just rap. When it was hip hop, it was just hip hop. There was nothing else coming into the market. So we had this advantage over all of them. That's why you see when we came up, they were like, "Oh, what is this? What is that?" But then you will see somebody like what's this guy called Patoranki? It's pure reggae. It's pure dancehall. All he's doing is dancehall, right? Which was also what they did in Jamaica, but he's still taking it to the world. So we were able to be open to other genre when we were there, and other people brought their music to us, and we accepted. Like Joel was saying that we knew all of these people from time; they just didn't know us. So when we start to introduce ourselves to them, it's coming like a shock to most of them.
All right, Titi, come in.
And one man, one other thing is, Titi. Oh, go ahead, Titi. I thought she wanted to say something.
No, I don't even have much to say. Actually, Mr. I'm sorry, what's your name? He said everything. They were not really exposed. I was gonna say they were not really exposed to us. And I will always defend an African American because I study their history and I know a lot about their history. I feel like a lot of time when African Americans were trying to elevate or stand up for this from themselves, it was difficult. Okay, when it comes to everything about them, it was really, really hard. It was, I mean, when I'm saying a typical Nigerian would not be able to take what African Americans went through. Because we were just talking about this because I was telling someone that I did not know how protected I was as an African that grew up in Nigeria and as an African that grew up in an African neighborhood in America, African Caribbean, African Americans neighborhood in America. Until I stepped out of that safety zone and I took myself to a neighborhood that is not of African descent or any way compared to being Black. Okay, so I started to realize how I was treated as an African American. Does that make sense to you? So you cannot judge a group when they are not exposed to certain things. Like literally, it kept them while Jamaicans were able to fight for their rights and liberate themselves. These people, I'm fighting for my rights, but you're not letting me liberate. Let's look at Nigerian situation. I'm fighting for my rights, but you're not letting me live as a common citizen. That's kind of the situation, but worst. You know, you cannot be living in your enemy backyard and expecting to be free. You know, that's kind of how their situation is. They were not exposed to us. They were not exposed. And when they were exposed to us, like Mr. What's his name was saying, they were exposed to us in a negative term. While we Africans, Africans were being exposed to them. Okay, we were learning about their music. We were learning about them living like in the hood and doing this and having guns. But the reality, excuse me, I hope YouTube don't catch you for that. But the reality is that they're showing us this aspect of them. But then when they show the aspect of us, we are basically beggars. Okay, we are basically hungry. Our music sound like I'm gonna say Babala was singing a song or something. That's how our music sound. Doesn't make sense to them. You get what I'm saying? So they're not exposed to all of this. And Jamaicans, they were able to be exposed to Jamaicans or to reggae songs because Jamaican actually, when they came to America, they mixed in easily with them because they recognize each other. You know, they mix so easily with them, just as the same with Asians. When we're talking about Asians in Louisiana, they were exposed to them. They still don't listen to Asian song, and I listen to people from Haiti. I'm talking about Haiti. You know, I listen to their music, and their music's pretty legit. You know, but they don't listen to it because they're not really exposed to it. You got to be exposed to something to know about it. I would not know about America or how Oyinbo people are if I wasn't exposed to being around Oyinbo people. Does that make sense to you what I'm saying? When I was around Oyinbo people is when I started to understand and knew a lot more about African American situation. And the fact that I actually took classes also helped me as well. And being around them gets me to understand why.
Titi, do you think Nigerians treat African Americans unfairly? And do you also think the American system treats Nigerians and by extension Africans, but really Nigerians, do you think they treat them differently from African Americans? And do you think they treat them better? So, if you understood that, yeah, respond to that.
Okay, I will tell you this. Nigerians is categorized into three places in America. There is the Nigerians that are Nigeria that came from Nigeria, okay, to visit and work. There's the Nigerians that are living in the system, earning their income, part of the system. There are Nigerians that are born into American system. Okay, I'm part of the ones that was living in the system, raised in the system categories. So after some times, depending on what environment you were raised or what society you were raised, you are going to be categorized as an African American. They would not see you as that. But the Nigerians that came from Nigeria and probably still have that Nigerian accent, you are likely going to be more treated better than a Nigerians that have been living in the system the longest time. Someone like me that was raised in the system.
And why is that? Why is that?
I believe the reason behind that is because they know, like I've said, they know we are them and they know they are us. You get what I'm saying? Like after some time, when you're assimilating to the system, just like I'm speaking right now, you will start speaking exactly the way they speak. You will start to act exactly the way they act. I'm lucky enough to have my parents telling me, no, you cannot go outside. You cannot go and hang out with people. You get what I'm saying? So that kind of kept me away a little bit from the African American culture. If not for that, I would have basically blended into the African American culture, and I would not see myself any different from them. Does that make sense? If I'm answering the question.
Titi, just stay there, right? I just want to ask you, I see it differently.
Okay, you
I understand the fact that the past, the slavery, you cannot just take away the effect of slavery on what the African American is going through today. Now, but can you tell me one thing that the white man can do today that the Black African American cannot do?
What do you mean?
Today,
what kind of work?
Is there anything like education opportunities that are available to white people that the African American cannot access?
Okay, so we'll use an example. For example, let's say an African American decided to be a president today.
Okay.
Do you think he's going to become a president of the United States?
We had Obama.
I think we have an example.
Don't even go to Obama. Don't even go to Mr. Obama, please. Do you believe a full-blown African American can be a president?
No, hold on. So what's wrong with Obama? Because you see, that is where
Obama is not African American. It's Kenyan. It's not African American. It's Kenyan.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So now, okay,
He's
now, okay.
He was groomed by his family. I would tell you, Obama. I would go in. It was
hold on, but he was born here. He was born here.
Hold on, Joel. I think I understand the broad space that Titi is speaking to, because she's saying that there's a distinction between an African and an African American. And the society, and correct me if I'm misquoting you, but the African is treated slightly better because they have an element of novelty. But the African American, they have a historical backdrop in America anyway, which has already placed them at the bottom of the ladder. And somebody like Obama, who is a first generation American, is still largely somewhat an African, and that is what got him the presidency.
And his family was groomed by his grandparent that is Caucasian. Okay, it's all family he was raised by is Caucasian, and it is cousin to, I believe, to the Clintons. Yeah, if you don't know
Soros.
that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He's cousin to the Bush, and his mother is married to the Soros.
Is what?
His cousin to the Bush. His cousin to the Bush.
Oh, thank you.
And his mother married the Soros.
Look at that.
Yeah, Obama's younger sister is Soros. Indonesia. The Soros was the head of CIA in Indonesia at that time. His mother was married.
Can you say that again?
And his grandmother, that is Obama's mother, grandmother was the secretary of FBI at then. So you go look it up.
So was it groomed or not?
World Peace, can you repeat that again?
Okay, let me start again. He's cousin to the Bush. His mother, Obama's mother, is married to the Soros. Obama's grandmother is the secretary to. It was the secretary of secretary working in FBI building, which was the FBI building at then. Go look it up. Obama's younger sister is Soros, half sister, the white one. They were stationed in Indonesia. Soros then were the head of CIA in Indonesia. Look it up.
Obama's mother was married to a Malaysian. His second marriage.
His second marriage is not Malaysian. He was married to the Soros. They were stationed in Indonesia.
No, he was married to a Malaysian, and Obama was in a Madras for about 3 years, while the mother was doing some charity job. And when she was about to divorce that man, go read up The Dreams of My Father by Barack Obama before you read the what's the other popular one that everybody has read. And Obama was returned.
Audacity of Hope.
Say again? Yeah, Audacity of Hope. Obama was returned back to Hawaii to the care of the grandmother and the grandfather. The mother was a secretary in a local bank and later became a vice president of that bank. She was practically the breadwinner of the family. So while the mother was...
Hold on, Baba.
Let me finish that side of the story. Because when he finished...
Okay. Hold on. Just Google. Obama's mother was in Indonesia. Google. Just Google it.
I read the book. I am talking about
no worry. It's an open
by this politician, Baba. You have to go.
Wait, hold on now. It's an open campaign. It was George Biden. Sorry, this guy that was once a president. Why do you think he was pushing for his birth certificate? It was an open campaign. Obama was stationed. Obama was. He was a Muslim. Do you know he was a Muslim? He was stationed in Indonesia, grew in Indonesia before he relocated back to Hawaii. His mother. Hold on.
Obama was never a Muslim.
Never.
Obama was never a Muslim.
Even if he interacted with his father less than 3 years all his life. Less than 3 years.
His Barack. Hold on. His Barack. Hold on. His Barack Hussein Obama. Yeah, wait. Yeah, his full name is Barack Hussein Obama. Do you know that?
Yeah, of course.
I said he was never a Muslim.
His father was a Muslim.
His father was not a Muslim. His father is not a Muslim. His father is a Kenyan.
The father was a Muslim Kenyan, a politician.
Obama was a Muslim when he was young. I'm not saying an adult.
Let other voices say. One piece. I will recommend that you read his book, and that will shed more light on what you need to know about him. I have the 2 books with me.
Look, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing.
One piece. Sometimes when we should be wary of the information that we see online, including Wikipedia. In academic, Wikipedia is not even referenced. It's not even allowed. I'm not sure about Europe, but you cannot reference information on Wikipedia because sometimes individuals have access to
put any misinformation out there. To actually shed more light on it, I would recommend you read his book, and it would enable you to understand, Obama and his family and his stepsister and his stepbrothers and all that from all the way from Indonesia. Actually, Baba is from Indonesia, not Malaysia. They were living in
Yes,
Indonesia.
I did. I read. I think Baba. I read Indonesia in the Madras.
Okay. I beg, What I will say last to you guys, please go and look at the family tree of the Queen to the Bush to Obama. I will not argue with you guys anymore. I will not say it anymore.
Yeah, just go look at
the Queen is related to Obama.
Just go look at they are all related.
Yes, they are all related. The Queen, England.
Hold on.
Recently just did the DNA. White little girl did the DNA on a project.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
A whole thing, a whole graph of how she's related to the old president of the United States, including Obama. Literally, this was everywhere in the whole news. This was a big news.
It is not a
can you believe that?
I'm a gas
Everybody hold. Let's have one voice at a time.
Yeah, 1 second, one man, right? So when Obama was president, Obama actually visited the Republic of Ireland, where he said his ancestral home. His parents, his white parents now, are Irish origin. Obama came here. He was here. So where is this the Queen of England? Where did the connection come? So is the Queen now Irish, or is that what you guys are trying to say?
That's from Alex Jones, isn't it? It's all these people that are following Alex
Jones. Obama was here in Ireland.
Hold on, one man. It's not.
Let other voices come in. Then coming at the back.
He was here in Ireland. He visited the village of his great grandparents in Ireland here. When he was president.
From the mother's side, right?
Yes.
But why can't communicate with people like this?
So are you telling me the Queen is not Irish? Do not let Irish
progressive. Hold on.
Sorry, carry on, Titi. Titi, did you want to come in?
If you're talking about Queen of England, are you talking about the first Queen? Which one are you talking? Are you talking about Elizabeth? Is Elizabeth though? She's German. They're German descent up here.
Yeah, we know that.
Which Queen is Obama related to then?
None, zero.
No, Obama is half Kenyan and half white, and I think they're saying that white traces to.
Obama, can I come in now? Can I say anything at one man?
Yeah.
First of all, I know a few that is close to Google Obama City. It's like people don't know Obama have a city named after Obama, traditionally in Japan. And if you go there, they put all his record there. First of all, Obama being related to the Queen was not broken by. Hello? Obama related to the Queen was not exposed by Obama family. It was just a little girl that broke the news in the news media when they sent the news media crazy in America. They started diving into it. Go look it out. The girl brought the family tree of Obama from the Queen to the Bush to Obama. Hold on. Let me learn. We can move on. If you say when you said parents, you think it's one person that give birth to somebody. Obama can be related to the Queen either from this father mother side or this father uncle side, because there's a relation between Obama and the Queen, the Queen family. That's what say the Queen. Once we are saying the Queen, just make it like the Queen of England, the royal family of. Hold on. I said relation connection comes from a different angle. It could be from the mother's father's side or the mother's side. It's related to the family, the royal family of the Buckingham Palace family. Period. The Bushes are related to the Buckingham Palace family. Period. Obama's mother was married to the Soros. Period. Either officially or not officially. The second sister was born to the Soros. Look it up. Period. Obama was once stayed in Indonesia. His grandmother was secretary to the FBI. I'm not saying his mother. I didn't say his mother's job. I never mentioned his mother's job. Play my music, this thing back. But his grandmother was working for the FBI. The Bush, the first Bush, the father.
Obama. Hold on, World Peace. You said Obama grandmother was the wife to the CIA.
No, let him just give us.
Hold on, let me tell. Hold on, one man. Hold on, let me clear. I know you want to move on. Do I look it up? Obama, that is Obama's mother. Obama's mother, second marriage is to Soros. His second marriage. His Obama's grandmother.
I think you're making a mistake. The second husband of Obama's mother is Suatoro. It's an Hawaiian. Suatoro, not Soros.
Hold on. His grandmother is the secretary to the FBI.
Obama is. You keep saying hold on. Can you please hold
one man, please? I think.
Yeah.
Can I just say something, please?
Yeah.
I think all these things, all these, talks about where he came from and all that. I think I'm really, really disappointed because none of them is grounded in facts. However, I think it's just taking away the sterling talent Obama has as a human being. Not because he is from Africa, not because he has a Hawaiian heritage. Obama is skillful. He has that oratorial skill. He is that person that when he talks, you will say, who is that guy? Obama has the skill. And he came and he dazzled Americans the way no politician, except for, I think, Ronald Reagan.
You're wrong, JFK.
That of Obama
let one
was.
person at least make a point.
That of
Sorry,
Obama was.
Let at least one person make a point.
That of Obama was electric. So I think all this stuff we're talking about is just taken away from the talents of the man called Obama. I'm not his fan. I used to be. I'm not his fan, but I think
I've never been one
about where he came from and all that didn't really help matter. He came out, we saw how he spoke on the 2004 convention, just like we are looking at Vivek Ramaswamy. This is how they all started. When you look at them, they are special. When they talk, you see they talk with facts. That of Obama wasn't really embedded in fact, but Obama can talk himself out of anything. I told my friend Obama can talk himself out of murder. Because he had that skill.
You know what, Peace? For me, I'm not American, and I don't visit there often, and I try and avoid the place because I don't like America. But for me, Obama has to be at least for the last 50 years, the greatest American president that there ever was.
One man. If you permit me, let me ask Joel of Nashville a question.
I'm trying to make a point. Can I just make a point? I feel that if you look at where George Bush left that country and where Obama picked that country up from and where he handed it over, you can't dispute it now. The other country was near destroyed by George Bush, hated around the world. He destroyed the economy, he destroyed everything. And this guy, he picked it up and through clever thinking and force of will and personality, just within 8 years. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I'm not even American.
One man. The issue there is this, right? Under Obama, there were certain expectations that we had from the Black community. There is a particular chain. The main slavery right now going on in the United States is that of the Democratic Party. The hold they have on the Black community. You see, one man, what happens is that whenever you look at stations like ABC, MSNBC, CBS, they do not CNN, they do not sell you anything but race. Racism. Nothing is now done based on merit. We are going into the Nigerian kind of system where
So
it
Joel,
has to be about your.
how do you mean? How do you mean
I'm
by that?
just telling you because we are seeing the effect of affirmative action in the institutions of America. We are seeing it in the media.
So you
We are.
prefer
Hold on, let me finish,
you
please.
prefer the discrimination against black people in
No,
America. Is that
no.
what you're
What
saying?
I'm just saying is that the American system is far better today. We can still roll that system that still guarantees merit into positions. The issue that you have to be black to get this position is, or you have to be Hispanic to get this position, or you have to be white, is killing America. It's killing the media already. Because what it means is that we now have stooges, people that don't know what they are doing, people that don't know what they are saying. Now you look at the people I call like the Jackson 5, The View on ABC, you go out there, you don't learn anything. Those
So
people, those kind of shows,
you
hold
talk
on.
about Tucker Carlson, O'Reilly,
What I'm saying is this.
What's the other one called again? This other man. I forgot the other one. So I've not heard you call all these people's name as well. So
What I'm just telling you is this. What I'm telling you is this. If you're in power, I look at what you are really doing. The Democrats are the ones in power today. What kind of things are we seeing in the United States? High energy costs,
okay,
higher taxes. Hold on, please.
I can tell
Hold
you,
on now.
higher
Hold
taxes,
on.
energy,
Hold on. Higher taxes, right? Now we are seeing all kinds of ideologies in the streets. Now we're talking about the social part of it. So it's many things that is happening today in the United States that does not sit well with the ordinary Americans. Now I understand I'm an immigrant. But even in my own country of Nigeria, I cannot allow over 200,000 people pouring into my borders every day. And nothing is being done about it. Now it is not about politics. Hold on, please. Can I just finish? Can I just land for crying out loud? So that is the issue that we are having. We have to start telling ourselves the truth anywhere we are staying. It does not matter. You cannot just follow sheepishly.
Okay, can I come in now?
We also have to have, hold on, we have our own values before we came into the United States. We are losing those values. And if anyone tells you the United States today that the success of Nigeria is not tied to family, that person must be living in La La Land. But today, those families are being
one
destroyed.
of the few things
Hold on, let me tell you, then can I just finish?
Yeah, land it.
Allow me to flow.
Yeah, land it. Yeah.
And I'll make it short. So that is where I live. I will leave it one man. The issue with
one man, can I come in, please?
One man, may I come in, please? Because I came in specifically for this.
Let's do it this way. Let's have Baba, and then after Baba, you came. But before you come, Baba, let me just ask Titi a snapshot question, just to document something that I've been noticing. Titi, are you a Trumpian as well?
What did you say?
Are you a Trumpian or whatever it is? Are you a MAGA person?
I'm not a MAGA person. I'm a two-way person. So I'm not going to say that right now. So I will let the men speak, and then I'll bring in my opinion.
All right, Baba.
Yeah.
That's very clever, Titi. Okay, let me go ahead. I had you start from Czech or something.
Yeah, Czech in effect.
I listened and I went out and came back, and it's gone, and you are on this American thing. It is quite puzzling, and I only say this in my closet to close African American friends. Must be very, very close and trusted. Slave trade finished, ended about 250 years ago. 250 years ago, right from the time of Lincoln, ended. Until today, I still hear about slavery. Why we are the one, or the African Americans are the one holding themselves back. Truth be told, it is our nature They came from Africa as slaves, but they were freed. Do you know, at the end of slavery, or towards the end of slavery, what's the name of this journalist? A black journalist, I think, Douglas. I can't remember his first name. At that period, was a friend of Lincoln. He was a regular in the White House. There were blacks during that period when it ended who are even slave owners. Blacks in America own slaves. Why the white people were using 2 horses to drive their, what do they call it, the caravan or whatever it is they drive as cars then? The blacks were using 4, 6 horses just to show their opulence. That's who we are, just to show their opulence, to ride, to measure blockers with whites. And as far back as the 1920s, the black entertainers were very, very rich. 1920s, they were even touring Europe. Go read the book of I'll remember his name. Also an entertainer then. They were even shipping their big cars, their Ford A and all the rest, to Europe ahead before their tours. So this thing about slavery, they have to stop it and move on. I wanted to ask Joel. Let me finish. Joel of
forget that they had a Black Wall Street in the 1920s.
Exactly. They had the Black Wall Street? Yeah, exactly. And I was going to ask you a question actually before I go ahead. Joel of Nashville, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yes. If you were to be killed, God forbid, right now, die through a bullet, is it likely to be a white man's bullet or a black man's bullet?
It's going to be a black man's bullet.
What do you mean it's a black man's bullet? Is it not the police that
most
is killing?
Likely, most likely.
It's most likely one man. Look,
is it not the police that is killing you blackies?
No, wait. Let me regale you with this. Wait, Nashville. Let me regale you with this. I've said this on one of those midnight sessions. I think Adewale will remember. I was almost killed by one small little girl here in America. A miserable little girl. I like during winter, I like the wind on my face. My house to the grocery is about just 13 minutes. I always like the typical English winter dressing with the ivy cap and all the rest scarf. So I always enjoy it when I trek. I do some thinking in that short 30 minutes to and fro. So I went to the grocery by foot. I left the grocery. I was crossing the road to the car park. A car was approaching me. I don't see very far. I wear glasses. And the color, my daughter's car, everything about the car looks, I didn't even check the number. She slowed for me. She eventually stopped so I can, respectfully, I thought. And I said, this must be my daughter. I approached the car. Quite all right. So, and she's very playful, let me say that. And I approached the car. I was expecting her to wind down the passenger side. It was my mistake, no doubt. Then I knocked the window. The next thing this girl did, microsecond, she was out of the door on the roof, pointing a log at me. She was almost going to kill me. She saw me. I'm not a young man. Quite all right. I can't be a carjacker. Yes, if your regulation says, or you should do it, or your people do it, can't you relax? You saw I was just knocking. Meanwhile, I've had this same encounter with the other colors. Let me put it that way so that I don't sound as if I'm pandering to other races. They are very kind and respectful. They are very kind and respectful. That's why I asked Joel that question. The African black, they are very combative. Don't let's spin it any other way. Very, very combative. Very, very combative. They use
Like
even
Nigerians?
the corporate ones you think are above that has moved out of their neighborhood.
So sorry, Baba. When you say the African blacks, are you saying the African American blacks or just blacks in
The African American blacks.
Oh.
They are the problem, not we who came from overside. We don't have a problem, except those of us who want to belong.
Can I?
Sorry, Baba. I was gonna say, if you can hear me, you can equally blame the Nigerians for the same bad attitude. I don't know why singling out African Americans alone.
Baba,
Yes,
can I jump in?
yes, Titi, go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Baba, you can't generalize.
Hold on, Ajaleko. I think Titi is coming in. They're coming after Titi. Yeah.
Baba, what state do you
One
stay?
more. I thought you had the that earlier on.
Sorry. Yes, Titi make that point and then we come to you. So sorry, I lost track. Yeah, Titi, carry on.
Oh, should I go on or should I stop?
Go on.
Oh, okay. Baba,
Go on because the moment is there. Yeah, go on.
Okay, Baba, what state do you stay or what state do you leave? If you don't mind me asking.
New Jersey.
You're from Jersey. Awesome. I like that. I'm from Jersey. North or south?
South.
You're from South Jersey. Nice. I'm from North Jersey. To be precise, I'm actually from Newark.
Okay,
right?
good.
So I'm sure you heard a lot about Newark, right?
Yeah, but we are very few here. The whites are more.
Yeah. I can tell. And I'm guessing you from South Jersey. I will not say your city. I already know. I feel like I have an idea of what city you are located.
Don't say.
I'm not saying it. I'll be quiet. Baba, with all due respect, I can understand where your perspective is coming from when it comes to African American. But before I go on to you, I'm going to answer Mr. One Man question. He was asking me, am I a red art person? When it comes to the red arts, okay, I'm a middle lady when it comes to this politics. I will tell you a brief history of the Republican Party, and I'm very sure some people are very aware. The Republican Party was a party that was mostly formed by the African Americans. And when they formed this party, over time, this Republican Party was actually to help build African Americans that were fighting for their rights in China join the politics so they can fight for their fellow African Americans. I may be a little bit off in my historical story a little bit. You can also do your research. They were fighting for the African Americans, for them to liberate themselves. That's how the Republican Party formed. It was a little town. Please, somebody correct me. Not Tolosar. Tolosar is a different one. It was a little town in around the southern part of America. I forgot. I will remember when it comes back to my head. They formed this party to liberate their people, and within that, it was a little town they formed where there were a lot of actually professional African Americans, free slaves. There were doctors, lawyers, etc., and also politicians. These individuals, in forming this party over time, the palm color people community was seeing how much they were liberating themselves, how much they were having their own mayors, literally their own politicians. Over time, they attack the people of this town. When they attack the citizen of this town, they caused a riot and took over the Puerto city. There's more to that story. I'm not going to go into details because we are on YouTube. Took over the Puerto party of African Americans, which was the Republican Party. And over time, it became very pro palm colored. Over time, it became very pro palm colored people fighting for the right of palm colored people. How that exactly happened, there's a lot of backstory I'm not saying. Just to let you know, the Republican Party belonged to African Americans before it was taken over by palm colored people. Um, that's for one man. So I don't have a stand when it comes to politics in America. When it comes to Baba, you said that they are very aggressive. And as you heard my story about what happened to them, that is just a little bit about them. There was something called the Black Wall Street. The Black Wall Street, when another group of African Americans were trying to elevate themselves, they built a whole community. It was wealthy African Americans. Okay, that's how when you see all of those famous African Americans that were becoming famous on the Broadway in the 60s, I believe in the 1960s and etc. Most of them came from that community. All right, and over time they burned down the city. They destroyed them, and there barely was much survivors. Like I said, I may be a little bit off my story. Please correct me. Anyone online that knows what I'm talking about.
Yes, you go ahead, but you're a little bit
That's
off.
one.
But go ahead.
Two, there's another city called of course, I think I said it, the Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's very, very, very popular. You know about it?
Tosca G you were talking about, or
Someone's probably familiar about it. What did you say?
Tesla, come on.
Tesla,
It's
Toulouse,
Tesla.
yeah, Tesla. You guys will call it Tesla, Toulouse, yeah. Toulouse we'll call
Melissa.
it. Yes. That also have its own problem as well. If you guys know about the story as well, they killed a lot of African Americans within that community as well. I believe that one was also burning as well. The third one was drown. I think also was the burning or was the drowning, one of the two. They also have another town that they started again. And I think the Tesla was the little boy that saw someone a palm color person in the elevator, and she allied upon him, and actually that's how they attacked.
Sorry, Titi, just for my benefit, what's a palm color person? Are you talking about a white person?
Palm color, can someone please write in the chart, private chart, what a palm color person is, please? Anyone that knows what
Carry on. You can
yeah.
say it though. You can say it.
Oh my God!
You have to understand that I'm from Oyalafe. I'm from the villages, so
Yes,
I don't know.
I want fufu.
Okay, carry on. Yeah. Okay, carry on.
Yes, we call them. That's nickname for them. So over time, they accused this individual, the little boy, and all of this masquerade happened. They used it as an excuse to destroy the town. And every little artificial lake, not every, sorry, about 30% of artificial lake that you found within United States are cities of African Americans that were free that got drowned. I'm giving you just a brief history. I'm not giving you detailed history. This is a just brief history that got drowned. Okay, with people inside. Oh, I'm not done, sir. Whoever want to cut me off. And then I'm also going to talk about the state that I was living in. There's a particular state that I was living in. A very famous that I actually took my children to go and look. A very famous descendant of the Dogon tribes, okay, descendant of Dogon tribe. That's what I'm going to say. He's a very famous astronomer. He's one of the people that actually found the stars, that help NASA, and actually, he didn't help NASA. They stole it from him, but he navigates in finding the star, the connection of the stars and astronomy, and how everything come about and how they now took over it. Let me tell you a little story about him. He's apparently log that he owns got burnt down, okay, with his family. They couldn't find his family in it. And that town, that the city that the state that I live in, that town, whenever I go there, I can sense most of the houses were burnt down. Okay. And the people that are taking over this supposedly is the person that found the stars. Okay. It's sad because whenever I think about it, I it's sad. The person that found the stars, it's palm color people that take over the whole estate that belonged to the man. Now, not any of his family. Just to give you a brief history on why these people that you just said, Baba, are very aggressive. And I will not even go into Nigerian history on why Nigeria.
It's a bit like the Biafran
Okay. It's my space, right? Titi, thank you. I hear you.
That is just explaining why.
Yeah, okay. I hear, but I'm going to situate it.
Don't cut me off. Let me speak. I let you speak. This is why when you accusing someone of being aggressive, understand the narrative behind it. I didn't say there's an excuse for being violent. Okay, I don't excuse violence at all, but understand the narrative of why they have to feel like they have to come after you sometimes, and why you feel like you have to come after them sometimes. So we both have to take responsibility on both parties, because that doesn't even excuse your own trauma, Baba, that you probably have oppressed, because you have probably lived through the time. I'm not going to excuse Nigeria, because Nigeria is only 63 years old. You have probably lived through the time of colonization, and you don't even realize it, because you're around a lot of, like I was saying earlier, you're around a lot of Africans that protected you, but that didn't excuse your mental base. That is why you have to get out and come to America. If I'm not, wrong. So let's try to understand that when we are speaking, Baba. You get what I'm saying? No, I'm not trying to...
Okay, Titi, thank you. It's my space, but I enjoyed it. This is the thing here. I want to situate it fast forward to Africa, pre-colonial, and colonial times. We faced the same thing. Do we start with the Mau incident?
Apologies, Baba. Ogbeni, mute and unmute yourself. Your device is not connecting fully. So mute and then unmute. There it is. Carry on, Baba.
Yeah, the Mau incident, our fight for independence, and all the things that happened in Africa. What happened in Namibia, Botswana, Malawi, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, West African space. But when it was time to fight, we did fight. When it was over, we moved on. Though there are people who still talk about colonialism, and there are people like me who romanced our post-independence era. You are very correct. I was already in primary one when Nigeria got independence. And today, despite everything, when people still look back home and said, oh, we are like this because of slavery, we are like this because of colonization, and I tell them, no, we are not. We choose to be like this. We have to be honest to ourselves. Look at India. Look at India. Look at other spaces that have experienced colonialism, that has experienced slavery also. Even the English were slaves to the Vikings. Am I wrong?
You are right.
The English were slaves to the Vikings. The Spanish were slaves to the Arabs, to the Romans. At one time or the other, every racial group has been under one kind of oppression or the other, but the rules above it. So why are some people still dwelling on something that happened over 250 years ago? This is the question, because it behoves me.
I think what it is saying is that there's a lack of empathy towards the historical backdrops, that makes those people the way they are.
Look,
when you mute and unmute again, you're still not connecting.
Even during that period, even that period, there were a lot of other races that stood by the blacks. I don't want to particularly mention the race or things like that. They stood by the black. They fought side by side with them.
Baba.
Do you know America went to civil war because of slavery?
Baba,
Yes, sir, Wally.
are you speaking to the issue of African American or black race generally, or Africa generally?
Well, I'm trying. I think it's both actually, based on Titi's response to my own experiences.
Baba, we do respect. I really think you should drop the issue of African American. Just speak on African, Nigerian in general, because it doesn't have an effect on you. It's mostly on them. I really do respect you, but don't talk about it because it's gonna erupt, and I'm gonna start like, Baba, no, 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 no. So let's
So
just
one
stick
man,
to
can I come in,
Nigerian.
please?
All right, land it, Baba, and then come in, Akim.
No, let Akim go ahead.
All right, Akim, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. See, okay, I listened earlier to Joel when he was saying, and he make a comment earlier, and this is these are the comments that some of us who have been fortunate enough, let me use the word fortunate enough to leave Nigeria and come to any of this Western country, settle down, and then we now start to look down or feel different from those people who are just undertaking those journeys that we took maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago. So you made a comment just now, you cannot let 200,000 people come into your country without any check, anything. But a lot of us, we went through that same route. You might say, they are refugees, or they are this, or I came with visa. No, it is the same purpose. It was all for survival. Whatever drove you out of your own home in Nigeria to come to the United States, it is the same thing that is driving those people out of their home today. So it is for the same purpose. So it is not that when you have climbed through the ladder, then you pull the ladder away from other people. There is a system in place. Let that system do its job. If the government feel like people...
sorry, Akim. Akim, Akim, there's a hypothesis around what you're saying. They call it pull the drawbridge after me. Pull the drawbridge after me. In those medieval days, they always build a moat around the community, which is a body of water, and then they have a drawbridge on top of it. So you're galloping to escape the enemy, and then you gallop over the drawbridge. Never mind who is coming to make the escape after, but you are shouting to the guards, pull the drawbridge after me. So that's what I'm doing. Pull the drawbridge after me.
One man. Let me just respond shortly. Just I will make it short. And Mr. Akim, the issue is just this. You might write your issue based on emotion. I did not come into any country via any walking through any person's border.
You were spotted in Libya. What are you talking about? You were spotted in Libya.
I came into the United States. Let me just finish now.
It is the purpose. The reason why you came to America or wherever you are is the same reason why those people are leaving their home.
Yes, we all want to be rich, but some of us told to be rich. I said I want to go through these different routes. Whatever thing you're going to do in life, right? You have to do it the right way. That is my point. As Nigeria is right now, we cannot even accept that into our own country. The other day we were talking about somebody that claimed that he was Yoruba and was about to get into the police service, right? We could have just said it's okay. It's the same purpose. It's just about survival. No,
that is different. That is a completely different thing.
No. It's not. If the purpose. Hold on. Let me finish now.
Okay, I'm going to continue now, please.
If the idea was about the purpose,
to interject you earlier, so
it's still my space, though.
I'm going to continue my submission.
I just wanted to.
I'm going to continue with my submission, Joel. You did not even let me interject you earlier, so I'm going to continue with my submission. Thank you very much.
You didn't call for interjection. I would have allowed you, but go ahead.
No. You told me. You told me clearly to let you finish. So
let me finish now. Let me finish my train of thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's my space. It's my space, not your space, Akim. I only allow you to interject.
Because one man asked me to come in, so that is my space. I did not interject.
All right. So sorry. Let Akim carry on. Let's just have it steady and Yeah.
Whose space it is, one man, anyway.
Baba, I thought you had closed off what you were
No,
saying.
he wanted to interject after Titi said she's done, and I asked him to go ahead.
All right, let him carry on, Baba, because I want to bring in all of the voices so that we establish the conversation that we're having. So let Akim come in, and then after Akim, Dewale makes a submission, and then we hear from Prince and then Obeni, and then we're all in the conversation. Yeah.
One man on that one. You see, I've seen this a lot of even people who came into who come in to apply for asylum, later got their papers, and you see the way they start looking at others. I look at that and say, listen, when did you come here? You went through the same. Today, these people are coming in, they're taking this. I say, why you did this? You did exactly the same thing, and a lot of us are doing this thing across Europe. For me, I don't think it's the right way. Look, there are systems in place. Let the system deal with these people. If the system felt like, yes, it's okay for them to stay, why not? If the system said no, let them send them back home. It's not in my place to complain about these things. After all, I benefited from the same thing as well. I left my own country all for the same purpose, survival. So for me, I don't see any reason why there should be criticism or one way or the other. No, put that one aside. Then I heard about this debate about this Republican and them. Look, Americans, I don't know. The problem with a lot of people that vote in that country is that for some reason they will look at the data and then they will look at it upside down. Every time the Republicans they are coming into office, they tell you, they're going to get rid of the debt, they're going to get rid of the deficit. Go and check from Reagan. Every single Republican president have left more debt and more deficit than the Democratic president. That is the number one principle or even focus that conservative fight for. Oh, we don't want more debt or more deficit. Trump said he was going to pay off American debt. He left more debt and more deficit than Obama. Clinton came in and even inherited more debt and more deficit from Bush Senior. He paid down the debt. Bush Jr. came in and then boom, blew the thing up again. Obama paid down the debt. Trump came in, boom, blew the thing up again. Biden is paying it down now.
I can't. Could you put some narrative behind it?
Hold on. You said Biden is doing what?
Biden is paying it down now. Yeah, he's paying it down.
Oh my God.
American deficit is lower today than when Biden came into office. Go and check it.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's a lie. It's a fantasy lie. It's a fantasy lie.
It's not a lie. The deficit today is lower than when Biden came into office. Okay, so that is fact. So one man, for me, I don't understand. I don't live in that country. They can do whatever they want to do. Then for Baba, you approach a young woman, right, in a car, and then she pull out on you, and then you say he nearly killed you. Did you ever ask yourself any question that in a country where these weapons of war are legalized, do you know what that young lady have experienced before? Do you know what happened to her before? Do you know if she's been robbed or somebody at gunpoint have taken a car, they've jacked a car or something more? If anything has happened to her before. But somehow...
No, I said as much, except you're not listening to me. I blame myself.
Somehow she's not the aggressor. Somehow she's the black people are not.
Well, she's the aggressor. She held a gun at Baba. That makes she's the aggressor.
Baba was the one approaching a car. Baba was the one approaching a car. Baba could be in a carjacker. He could be anything.
No, but Baba was dressed like an English gentleman. Is a man of a certain.
You need to see the woman.
Is a man of a certain age. So the
very great looking. I'm not macho like. I don't look as I had a highly pump action in my winter jacket.
You don't know. She probably would have had bad experiences before. So
Baba, I see what Akim is saying on this matter though. You approach the car. I can see why people might react. It doesn't matter if you're frail. Some of these guys
with a smile, playfully.
You shoot them down.
No, I'm just telling you that one man. I'm just telling you that some of the criminals that we have there are also looking frail. That's my point.
So,
like,
she could be scared that something is going to happen to her, and then she's trying to protect herself as well. So I'm not going to blame her. Then for you to not turn around and say, let's be honest, black people in America, they are aggressive. I think you need to look at the historical content. You talked about the slavery and you stop at it. There's like 40. It's like when you watch football, you narrate 45 minutes and you left the other 45 minutes. What about Jim Crow? What about the lynching? What about the segregation? Segregation. What about black seat here, white seat here? What about telling blacks to sit at the back of the bus? All those things took place after slavery. What about employment? How many opportunities were black given in terms of employment in the society after slavery? You need to look at all of those things that took place after the end of slavery. But it's as if you just say slavery ended 250 years ago.
Wait, and those who cross the equator.
It has changed now. That's the point.
Yeah, okay, so those who cross the equator, what about them?
Who said he has changed? He hasn't changed. If you live in America, who lives in America and have heard of what we call sundown towns? Sundown
Name one opportunity. That was the reason why I asked you. Name one opportunity the white man has in the United States that you don't have.
That the Chinese don't have, the Indian community don't have, the Latino communities don't have.
A black person will get to that president's seat till tomorrow. Next 20 years.
Look, Titi, look, it's not about emotion. I asked you a question.
It's not emotion.
What is that thing? Hold on.
Simplicity. Can a black
Hold
person?
on. What is that thing? What is that thing? Or what position? Hold on.
Yeah,
now.
but
what is that that you will go for that the white person cannot?
Hold on, Titi. Joe, that's somewhat of an unfair question. Maybe I'm not going to say an unreasonable one. Because there is no law that bars a black person from aspiring.
Exactly.
But like in this country, for instance, Akim is here. There's something they call systemic racism. That there are so many blocks in the way that there's an implicit glass ceiling, and there's a layer that they don't allow you to get above.
Joel, let me answer one man, please. Let me answer one man. Let me answer Joel. Wait.
Tell me.
Wait. Let me answer.
Let's have one voice though. But gentlemen, hold on. Hold on. In the course of this conversation, let's have one voice at a time.
Okay, let me go. See, so my question is this, right?
Joel.
Can I just stop now?
No. Let Akim land, and then we go on to. If we can't have one voice, then we can't have the interjections.
One man. Yeah, one man. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that you need to look at it historically all through the way. So yes, Joel, you're right. It has got better in recent years. Okay, but what you have to understand is this. Those opportunities that were denied to those people, those African American at that time. I'm talking the time after slavery. Okay, so whether it is in employment or in every other sectors of government or within the system. So what you need to understand is that it led to a lot of families that were not able to access the system, taking other options.
Akim, when did you become an expert in American politics and history?
Hold on 1 second. Forget that.
I don't know what you've just been talking about. I mean, you people will just say in Europe, just like me telling you about story about your island where you're staying there.
It doesn't matter where you live. It is information. It doesn't matter where you live. It's about information. Okay, just hold on. Let me finish.
Akim. Well, the way you're lecturing us. I mean, we are here. We know what is sustainable here.
It doesn't matter where you are. It is what you know.
Akim, may I come in, please? Just 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
America give them life now.
30 seconds. You understand? Look at the blacks. Ajah, just 30 seconds, please. Ajah, 30 seconds. Put side by side. We, the blacks, were here with the whites. Right. Later, the Chinese came. Later, the Indians came. look what the Chinese have done with themselves. Look what the Indians have done for themselves. The Japanese, after Pearl Harbor, you know what they suffered in this country? But look where the Japanese are today. They've all risen above the problems.
What problems?
Why are we not united?
What problems did they rise above? What problem did they rise above?
Everything.
There was no problem when
let me answer. You asked me a question. So if you want me to answer, let me answer you.
I didn't ask you a question. I was making submission. You said you wanted to come in.
No, you said what problems? And I was going to ask, didn't you ask me that?
Yeah, what problems?
Everything stacked against the black man was stacked against the Indians and the Chinese also.
That's not true. Come on, man. Stop it.
Two different scenarios.
That's not true, man. When you have to look at it. Look, Baba, when did the Chinese start coming to the United States? When?
Tell me.
No, you are the one making submission. You tell us when. You say they came, they overcome.
Again, the Chinese were even treated worse in this country until their country started doing good.
They cannot be treated worse. There was no time. Listen, there was no time when the Chinese were separated.
Oh
my God.
Look, even Nigeria, the Chinese were treated like trash until they started doing good. What are we talking about? Every race. Hold on now. Let me just talk. Let me just say something. See, my thing is just this. I asked my African American friends. I said, "What are we known for? What are we known for? Who are those speaking for us? Black in the United States. You have the rappers. Those ones that will come and tell you that education does not matter. I take my time to, when I get into any school, I take my time to go to those new intakes, those people we call October, whatever in Nigeria, the new intakes. And I go and I ask them questions. Blacks, what are you studying? What are you coming in to do? Business administration. Why business administration? Because I want to own my own business. You see, let me tell you something. There is a clear case of leadership issue amongst the black community. So we must take it. Any person that makes money amongst the black community, all of a sudden turns into a human rights activist. Now they turn into the exploitation. That is what I was talking about. Mental slavery. Immediately you go up, the next thing is, oh, it is slavery. It is a racism. But you that got up there, you know. Like you're talking about someone like LeBron James, for instance. You will know that he put in the work to get to where he is. But the reality is this. When you want to sell the NBA to the black community, also understand that there's a cap on the amount of players that you can have in the NBA. There's a cap. So most of those players that you see there are special people. So what is it that we are known for in the United States? That is going to be hold on, let me finish.
Hold on. Finish it, Joel, and then round off your session, Akim, and then we hear from Dewale.
Yeah. So what is it that we're going to do to be that's going to take all of us? Are we good in education? No. Are we good in trade? No. So what is it that we are doing? Yeah, we are good in basketball. What is the percentage of basketball players compared to the population of African Americans? So we need to start telling ourselves the truth. Even in our schools today, we hardly pass maths, English, sciences, mostly below 40%. And what are they doing here? One man. Push. You cannot fail. In Nigeria, you fail a class. You repeat, then you move forward. Over here, no, push. Then when you push these students, when they get to the university, they go to pick up all these courses that makes no sense. And when they come out, they are unemployable.
Sir, I'm gonna cut you off.
So
Please, let's
that
jump
is
to
the thing.
African American. Let's stop. Sir,
Let
I
me just finish.
respect your
I'm just telling you.
ideology, but if you're not an African American, if you haven't taken their history personally, if you haven't lived in America, I believe you
Forget
should
about
stop
the
this
history.
this
Forget about the
unless you
history
have
now.
studied
The
their
issue is,
history,
what are we
sir.
doing about it? Nothing is, what are you doing about it? You cannot continue crying
listening.
about racism.
You're
You
not
cannot
listening.
continue crying about racism. At some point, you have to say, what is the problem?
All right, thank you. All right.
One man.
All right, hold on.
Lastly, one man.
You are not in their
Lastly.
shoe. You have not been in 400 years of slavery. You haven't been around sleeping
Lastly, one man.
You have
hold
born
on,
and raised in a slave
hold on, Joe.
space. They're weird. You are behind the enemy all day, every day. So you know they know their enemy. But you speaking, you don't even know who your enemy is. You don't even understand that the president is taking command.
Just hold on, everybody. Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir.
Hold on. I think we get the drift of what you're saying as well. But Titi, what Joel is saying is that they cannot continue to hide behind that narrative. And it's hold on. It's a legitimate narrative, but there's been sufficient enough of a time that has passed for that narrative not to still be the first go-to excuse away an underachievement. And new incoming influx of especially black migrants has shown that there's the window for black success is available in America. So if that window of black success is available in America, why are the foundational black population, the FBAs, the foundational black Africans, why are they not going through that portal? Why is it that a black Nigerian...
That's what I just explained to you. When everyone else was having that opportunity to get ahead, it is being taken away from them. I just explained to you countless times regarding the cities, the towns, and that is just half of it. That is not everything. I'm telling you this because I also went to the school. The school is built from school, is a pipeline. Basically, it's like going from school straight to prison. That's what they built for the black boys. That is what they, even me, I have to sit down and think about it like, wait, I teach in the schools. I go to the schools. If I go to the school, let me tell you, a public school system, you being a Nigerian, you don't get that. You get this opportunity as a Nigerian because you are, like I keep saying, a safe space. But when you go to an American school, do you know what they do? They respect me. Do you know why these African Americans respect me? Because I see their perspective. I was talking to a kid. A kid was telling me, Miss K, they already seen me as a terrorist, as dangerous, as a person, as a prisoner. Why do I have to strive?
Is that not a victim mindset? Is that not a victim mindset?
That is what they see him as. When you
what does Titi? What does he see himself as? Hold on.
Let me speak. If you don't let me speak,
hold on. You're still Titi Nisuru. Yeah. Anybody that is not speaking, please keep yourself muted because your background noise is coming into the stream. Titi, carry on.
Okay. Thank you. When a black boy is telling you this as a black boy, telling you that this is how they see me, what will motivate that black boy to want to even do better? And that is the truth. Because me working in school, I see this every day with these black children. As soon as these black kids, they put you on a category when a child is coming into school, okay? Because this is also affecting our people that have their kids in American school that think your kids can escape is a lie. Your kid is completely different. If you're Nigerian, your kid is different in school. I'm telling you now. When they go to school, they put you in. We have something called IEPs. This IEPs is what they categorize your kids are like. They give it to us teacher. We sit down with the parents. we put them in this category, like, oh, your child is having learning disability. It could be your child is having ADHD. Your child is having etc. etc. They're basically trying to categorize your child into something, okay? And once they categorize these children, this follows them. It's a record that follows them over time, unless that parent is intelligent enough to make sure that they come in and fight for their children with the social services and get their children away from that type of IEPs. Okay, so when they categorize your children, they put them in certain classes. These classes, it may just be that your children just doesn't understand it, or they don't understand the subject and they need more help. Okay, they categorize them into this class. They put them in these classes that's called special need classes. And when they put them in special need classes, it doesn't help that kid. All right, because instead of teaching them things that can actually help develop their knowledge, they're not teaching them something that is developing their knowledge. They're going to be teaching them like little, I'm telling you, like 6th grade. 10th grade, you're teaching me 6th grade work. Or 12th grade, you're telling me to be learning something in 5th grade. Okay? And if you're saying this is the parent fault, this is the same, it's called generational curse, whether we want to say it or not. This is the same thing that has been passed on from generation to generation to generation.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
In all white schools. Is a man in black.
Pause for a moment. Let Rational Mind come in. Rational Mind come in.
Yeah, I think I've heard our sister here called Titi. You see, the situation with the African Americans here in America here, it's a very complex situation. It's more complex than just trying to paint it the way you just said it. There's a host of issues that revolves around it. I think everybody has a point. You have a point, Titi. Baba has a point, and other people that spoke has a point. I know the slavery is one of those things that has contributed to the attitude, the toxicness you see in the African Americans here in America. But let me quote one of such African American guy here who once said that it's a choice to remain in slavery mentally. It's a choice. That's Kanye West said that.
Kanye West. I thought you were going to speak about somebody. Kanye West. Okay,
we know that he sometimes bipolar about it, but we know, but he has a point. Yeah, it's a choice. Slavery is a choice. I mean,
is it Kanye West or Kanye Ye West?
Let's leave that part. Slavery ended about over how many years ago? But then some people choose to want to remain mentally in that. We know the system still kind of like work against the blacks. I would admit to that. There's this stereotyping of the black people, the black men. But what you just described about dysfunctionality in the lives of some black kids, you can call it generational curse, but I don't believe in that crap. Yoruba people say afawafa. In some ways, it's both systemic, and in some ways, it's okay. Let me give you an example. A black kid that grew up with only his mom, and maybe his father was incarcerated, and maybe some other siblings of his also were all incarcerated, and maybe the mom is just an addict, or maybe just a hooker or whatever it is. And how do you expect that kind of a child to have an upbringing that is balanced? How do you expect that child not to have traumas if he has to come from such? And that's the issue of almost every African American family here. There's always somebody who is in jail. Either the father is in jail, either the mom is a druggie, either the siblings are all messed up in some ways. No child will grow up in such a dysfunctional home that will not have issues, educationally speaking. We know it could be systemic. It could be maybe due to the absence of their father not in their lives. Maybe the father maybe got involved because he could not get a job. He went robbing the store, and then they grabbed him and then they threw him in jail. And maybe that from there, the whole thing went downhill. So it's a host of, we cannot just paint this whole picture with, who is that person talking now? We cannot paint this whole thing with just one brush. Oh my goodness. Is that you, Wappies? We can't hear you. I can't hear you, Wappies. You sound robotic.
It's Dewale, but I think it's driving and the connection is not good.
Okay. So Dewale Jokpala, we cannot hear you. Go maybe sign back, sign out, sign back in. So my point is, you see, our sister Titi, it's not just the way you're just saying it. We understand that, like when Baba was talking about, it could be that the lady in question we were talking about that pointed that thing at Baba. Could be some kind of trauma, maybe, you know, African Americans here, most of them they have, I would say most of them they have a messed up family life, if not 80% of them. It's only you find one African American family that one of their kids have never gone to jail, even not the father or the mom, somebody in their family has gone to jail. That in itself is a trauma in itself. And he grew up in the hood whereby he only sees his people selling that thing, and then he's introduced into it. He hears gunshot every day in his neighborhood. How do you expect that kind of a child not to have trauma and come to school and be able to read? I mean, it's both systemic. I agree that at some point the segregation and all of that has a role to play, and the stereotyping of Black people also, the African American people, that as well must have bastardized their mental psyche to make them to think that, oh, they're not good for anything. It's always going to be the same thing. I can't hold down a job. I'm always a hungry person. I come to job. I am not fit for this job. Don't look like people we want here. Those kind of, we know what, I'll go back to what Kanye West said. It's a choice. If you choose to want to remain in that mental frame of mind, you always remain a slave. But if you say no,
Kanye West was not talking about mental slavery. He was talking about physical aggression. Why did they not resist their
dude. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't go on. If you go, dude.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Yeah. Let me be current with you. Take for instance, what happened between something too? No, let me finish. Right. What happened now? The current topic. No, rational mind. The current topic between the actors and Black producers. Have you listened to them in the last 1 week? The back and front with Taraji, with
I heard about
it with Perry and all of them.
Yeah, it's you see the African Americans. Okay, let me say this real quick because I know our sister wants to come back in. You know, I was having this conversation with I went for, I don't know, I mentioned that some days ago. I went for a job. There was this building we're trying to inspect and all of that, trying to make sure that everything is up to code and all of that. And the guy who happens to be the superintendent, who was under him, they were whites, they were Latinos. I mean, he's the only Black. I mean, well, there was one other mixed guy there. He's partly African, partly white or whatever. This guy is the superintendent of that project. So it was so surprised when they saw me, another Black guy. I mean, doing inspection, which is not my trade. My kind of trade is not. You don't find Black people in that kind of trade. It's always a white-dominated field. So, and I was like, whoa. And then started chatting me up. Started talking about this same issue we're talking about here. That our African American brothers, they need to work on themselves. We know the system in the past must have worked against them. I admit that, and I know that's a fact. We talk about the segregation. There are videos of how they treated the Blacks during the segregation, how they will beat them. They'll we talk about the Black Wall Street. But the point is this: it is choice. If you want to, look at that guy I'm talking about. This guy had to rise among. He's a superintendent of that project. He was leading the whole thing, the whole crew. Other than they were all men. Apart from the mixed race guy, was when you look at it, it looks like a full-blown white. You could tell maybe his father must have been the white, or the stronger gene in him must have been the white domination there. So, but the point I'm trying to say is that this guy's a Black guy like myself. So we got talking. So he rose. I mean, look at the way this guy, the way he just coordinates these guys. He's a Black guy. Normally, you look at the guy like you, a Black man. How can you be telling him what to do? Because this guy, he chose not to let that mental defeatist mentality of, oh, they always not give me that job, they will not make me rise in that workplace, they always beat me down. No, this guy rose. I mean, in the midst of so many other capable white guys who are capable to do the same job, but he rose. He had a good attitude. It's not about attitude. It's not about what you decide to say. No, I will break whatever you call maybe with generational cost. I will break this circle of always remain under. No, I will rise. And this guy rose and he coordinates a huge team of people of a construction. So my point is that I understand it's not as easy as we are saying it here. There's a host of problems attached to it, but the point is, it's a choice for them. If you choose to remain in that mental frame of mind that, oh, they will not let me move because I'm this, I've been subjected to this kind of life, they will question my, it's a choice. So I think we should all look at it from that perspective.
All right, let me do this. I think everybody is quite keen to speak on this topic, so I'm going to whiz it round to give people like a 5-6 minute monologue to the topic, because I think everybody wants to speak on it. I was going to go to Diwali boy.
National man, please, can I just come in briefly? I have just a limited time.
All right, let's start it off with you. Let's start it off with you then, sis, if you're pushed for time.
Okay, Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year, Princess.
Yeah, and Titi, welcome to the platform. I'm just hearing your voice for the first time. I know I've been out for a while. And I just want to say a little, just something about this topic. Titi, I understand your point of view, where you're coming from, but like I know, and just like Rational Mind said it, sometimes you have to make up your mind if you want to move. If you want to get out of any adversity you face. From my little experience, I've mixed with them, I work with them, I've gone to their neighborhood. When I started my career, I used to go to the black neighborhood. One thing I have noticed is that most of them don't want to break that circle of poverty. They don't want to do anything about it. They have this victim attitude. Oh, I'm treated bad. Oh, they are not treating me right. Oh, they don't want to give me this. So they don't strive to come out of that situation. Sometimes I go to some neighborhood like Houston now. In Houston, you have University of Houston. You have University of two universities within the black neighborhood. To me, when you have people living close to the university, I think that should even inspire most of them to want to go to the university. They have grants, they have student loans, they have scholarship, they have all these opportunities that they can use to get into the university. But you find that most of the people in that neighborhood, they don't do anything. They're waiting for food stamp. And once they get the food stamp, they get the money, they change it, you see them putting these necklaces like dog chain on their neck. You see them putting on these tennis shoes. They don't mind spending $1,000 to get one tennis shoe and be roaming around. So sometimes they don't want to come out of the situation they find themselves. Some of them want easy money. They want to do things to make them get easy money. But it's few of them that would find out that, you know what, I am in this situation, I'm going to come out of it. And once they put in a lot of effort, you see them coming out and being very successful. But most of them have this victim attitude. Oh, slavery, slavery, slavery. Okay, look at some of us that came from, am I being heard?
Yeah, go ahead, Princess.
We are listening.
Okay. Yeah. Look at some of us that came from Africa, from Nigeria. Some of us had worse situations. But when we come out here, we go out of our way to struggle and struggle. You see some people doing 2-3 jobs to go to college, to better their lot, and eventually they become successful. These people have all these opportunities. Some of them don't want to make use of it. It pains me a lot because, like at my place of job, you see most of them, where are they? They're in the kitchen. Either they're in the kitchen cooking or they are the janitors. They don't want anything to make them further their education. Sometimes they're not even serious about job. Okay, initially once there is time for employment, you see them they rushing to come get the job. after their first paycheck, they're gone. They have to be begging them to want to come to work. So sometimes many of them don't want to improve their situation. I know they had, I mean, the slavery was there and they have all these things, but there are sometimes we can turn adversity around and become successful if we make up our mind to do that. Okay, you see, like the women now, most of them, they want to have baby, they want to just become baby mamas to many guys. They want to have kids for every guy, like maybe three, four guys, so that they could be having child support to fix their nails. They don't mind spending $200 on their nails, using a piece of $500. After a month, they're tossing it out. So I mean, that's where their money go. All the money they get from this child support, they're not using it well. And at the end of the day, they claim to be victims. So that's what I'm saying. I know they have sometimes they have some background, but if they strive to come out of it, they would be successful. We've heard stories of people, some of them that were living in their car. They were homeless. There was one girl that was homeless. She got admission to one of these Ivy League schools out of poverty. There are some that you don't expect to come, I mean, for them to come out with, but they strive, they work hard, and they come out successful. And I know in America today, although we keep saying there is racism in some areas, but if you strive and you work hard, sometimes you might have to work harder than this palm, what did Titi call them?
Palm
Palm
colored
tree,
people.
palm color. Sometimes as blacks, we might have to work harder. Maybe they will put 5%. Sometimes we might have to go ahead and put 20, 30% to strive to really shine out and they will be recognized. So I believe if we work very hard, definitely one day it will pay off. It will. But some of these are people, they are not ready. You see some girls, they are still in high school. They have not gone anywhere. They have lashes like as long as broomstick. They are fixing nails. They are not sorry. They are not serious about studying. They want to be running around. And how do you expect them to be successful in time? So that's my take in this. So let's not just think, oh, it's
Hey, oh,
slavery, slavery,
Princess, before
slavery.
you run away, I
Yeah.
know you have to go. Just quick question. So I don't know if you put up a solution yet. So the African American problem. So are you saying it's spiritual, physical, or psychological?
It's not
If you want to tell.
Or environmental even.
Okay, it's not
and,
spiritual.
and also, okay, well, you can, and also,
Yeah.
in a society where they promote equality, why
Yeah.
should you have to think from the psychic of this people, if I say call them these people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In a country where they promote equal opportunity, why should one group of people have to work harder than the other in order to make it?
But if you want to be successful in life, sometimes you have to go out of your way to be successful. That's why I'm saying that if you strive well and you become very good at what you are doing, you'll be recognized. But we shouldn't have this victim attitude that, oh, after all, I'm black. There's nothing I'll do that will make me successful. So let me just, stay back and relax. No. Okay, well, some of us that came from Africa, why are we doing so well here? Didn't we have worse situations? But we came out and said we want to be successful. And that's why we became successful. But some of us that came here and just want to go with the flow, they hang out, they become worse off. So to me, it's not spiritual. I don't
Princess,
believe, yeah.
Princess,
Well, yeah, okay, I hear you. So, quick follow up, quick follow up.
But
So,
Rosie, you don't want to consider why you that came from Nigeria are doing better here. The
uh-huh.
factor of
yes.
parental care, parental upbringing, that
Family.
Family.
yeah, that family, upbringing
Structure, unit, whatever.
structure that you have,
Can I-
value that average
Uh,
black children does not have as
okay, but
a
They don't
major
have family. They don't have
but
family.
no, hold
Jale,
on one man,
Okay.
hold on one man, hold on, let me make this point. Many in the black community are raised by their mothers. Many of them fathers are in jail. So you see a mother raising like 3 children that is facing the pressure of the, economic pressure and the pressure of the, to work hard, put food on the table, have to leave these children to go and work 2 jobs in order to make life better. While she's away, a lot of things going on in the
But
society that
in Nigeria too, you have some single mothers raising kids.
Hold on. In Nigeria, you don't see it. When you are growing up, you grew up with your father and your mother.
Yeah.
And your father was there as the man that can put things in control, can make things work in the family. A lot of black children lack that.
But that's
They don't
not so
have
in every
their
home
father
in
around them.
Nigeria. That's not so in every home in Nigeria.
When we don't want to, face the reality of, this psychological pressure that black people have lived with from one generation to the other, then we are not getting it right. You don't live with their
But the thing is that some of them have the support, but they don't want to get out of it.
Can I say something?
And hold on, let me down. A lot of you doesn't have them as friends. You don't live close to them.
You don't
know them.
You didn't went to school with them.
I am talking that I have friends. I have friends. I live close. I have friends with.
You don't go to their community. You don't go to the community and see what the black people are going through.
I work
right from the elementary school.
in their community. I work in their community.
You're working in the community.
If you don't know what the black people going through in their community,
she works in their community. Ajane Koko, she said she works there.
In the elementary school,
Mr. One, let me tell you something. It's like
so tough for black men, black children. Very tough.
Mr. Aja, hold on. Mr. Aja, it's like let me tell you something. If you are working, it's like me now. I go to school, I work with these students. I know I'm done for the day. They go to their parents. I'm done. That's it. Working into community is different than just saying, even if you have a friend that you know that you don't.
But what I'm saying is that some of them have all this support. They still don't want to come out of it.
Different. It's different.
Okay, then the question again, is it psychological, spiritual, or physical?
I believe it is spiritual. I believe there's a lot going on with it.
Because you can have all the resources around you and not being able to take advantage of it.
Just like Nigerians that, okay, let's say, what about Nigerians in Nigeria right now? Half the youth in Nigerians don't even want to work. Half of them want to jackpot. Literally every Nigerians I've spoke to, I want to help me. I want to jackpot. You want to?
That's a different beat. They want to come work now. They want to come work. What do you mean?
So let's talk.
There's no work.
Nigerians that want to jackpot. Nigerians that are doing fraud.
They want to come work now. They want to come and work.
Let's talk about Nigeria now. Nigerians are doing fraud. And then all they want to do is music and rap.
Music now. They can address it.
What is going on with them?
Let's not address it. Let me address it.
About Nigerians in Nigeria. What about Nigerians in America?
Hold on now, City. Can we allow
everybody to talk on
this?
this?
All right, thank you. No, don't hold that question in abeyance. Let's go on to Ogbeni. And when Ogbeni makes his submission, give him the window to land a point before interjections. Ogbeni.
Thank you, Wama.
But Wama, people that don't even live in America should not be talking now. People are
we're talking about a black experience,
but
isn't it?
Where is the black experience?
Rational mind. Hold your fire. Hold your fire, rational mind.
Local government. Somebody from what's the name?
Edinburgh.
That is not bigger than the local government. We're talking about America. Where we live.
That's a valid point. That's a valid point for one man.
Somebody that's a professor in the law school, what does he know about black life?
Look at that. It's the elite of the elite.
He does not live among black people. He lives among the white European there.
And it's not even the white
elite. He lives among the white elite.
His perspective also is useful. So let him contribute.
Yes, I want to about them, bro. Yeah, they are whiter than white. So,
Ogbeni
did you not
can
play?
only talk about law. He doesn't know anything about black people in America.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni sọ Yorùbá láwọ̀ dúdú o.
All right, Ogbeni, come in.
Madam Princess Odarale Koko, rational.
Did you not do Adura Latako in the crossover? Carry on.
So happy New Year to you all, and I wish us all a fulfilled year ahead. I want to contribute on this issue, and I think you can just give me 2-3 minutes to have my monologue.
Let me just mute people. People that are not speaking, please be muted. Carry on. Sorry,
free of unnecessary interruption. You see, this is my take on this issue. Let me say, by the way, what makes me have interest in this issue is because my area of specialization is jurisprudence and is historical. I studied how slave masters settle their disputes during the transatlantic slavery. And while doing my research in that area, I looked into the impact of the Quakers and others on the slavery in America and the fight, the crusade and the movement of the civil rights movement, particularly to liberate blacks in in America. And that makes me to have a little understanding of what an average black person, not a Nigerian, that traveled to America, but those ones that you can say they are indigenous American but black, their experience. First and foremost, I learned everybody saying, or many people saying, oh, they are putting on victim attitude. I don't think so. When you're a victim, you're a victim. If you're a victim and you're claiming to be a victim, you are not putting on victim attitude. You are simply a victim. When somebody come and say you are putting on victim attitude, the person does not really understand your situation. An average Black American is not the same or does not share the same experience with a Nigerian or an African that is just coming into the shore. Because you have a good parental background, you have a good family structure, you are well educated before you come into that space. Many Nigerians that travel to Americans are, at least you have your first degree, many, before you're traveling to that space. So there is a level from which you're starting from. Even if you're going back to ground zero, there is a prospect, there's a potential you have ahead of you. But you don't compare yourself to somebody whose psyche has been battered over years, who has no good parental background, who have no good family background. Don't compare yourself to that kind of person at all. As a matter of fact, you can't put yourself in their shoes. In 1 minute, let me tell you the kind of problem these guys have been having for almost 400 years if you go back to history. And that's why, for me, you need to study people's history before you can actually analyze what is happening to them. 1495, Christopher Columbus discovered that place, or discovered them. They were already there. He discovered the place with his voyage, and ever since then, the life of a Black man has never remained the same, right? And over 60 to 200 years
Black
after
man, when Christopher Columbus came to America, in
1492. Go and read your history, please.
So he came there, then there were black men here in America.
Interruption. Let me land on my.
Oh, God. You see why we're saying that we should not allow people that are not here to
interruption. Talk. Wait now. Let me land. I've said it before. Before I even spoke at all, you started spinning your things. But let me just land so that we all learn. It's not, we listen to learn. So it's not a platform to we just talk. No, let's learn. 1492, go and read your history. Christopher Columbus got to America. That was the first time he got there by his voyage to America, right? And after that, what has been happening to that land? They discover that they needed human labors. And then you flew down to India and you realize that the Indians could not work as much as the Africans. Then you came to West Africa, right? And see, I've never seen any race in the entire world. And that is why when people compare the black guys in America to the Indians, you compare them to the Chinese, you compare them to the Malaysians and co. It means you don't have a deep understanding of their history. That's why you're talking like that. I've never seen any race in the entire world that was as balkanized like the black race, particularly those ones in America. They were not just colonized. Those ones you're talking about, they were colonized by one or two races, right? But the black in America, some were colonized by the Spanish. When you go back to the history of the Texas, 1690s, they were colonized by the Spanish, enslaved by the Spanish. Some were colonized by the English, King Phillips and others who founded New England. Some were colonized by the Swedish, some by the Quakers, even the French. As at 1793, the British colonialists and the French, they fought a war. And eventually the British won. And that was when they found the Northern America, which include Florida, in that same space. And they kept balkanizing this race from 1492 until 1770s, when you had what you call U.S. Declaration of Independence, 1776. And even after that independence, we all know what still continued to happen in that space. It wasn't as if, oh, we've ended the war, we had our independence declaration, therefore the blacks can have their way. No. Over time, they kept struggling and struggling one way or the other. To date, they kept struggling. The black race kept struggling in America to date. When you go back, when did they segregation in the public schools? When did they stop that? 1954? 1954, just less than how many years ago? As at 1948, they were still segregating them in the civil service. You hardly can you get any employment in the civil service as at 1948 to 1954 until they have this case they call Brown against Board of Education. That was even after that, segregation in public schools in America continued, right? 1955, the Montgomery bus boycotts. We all knew what happened there. And so many examples I can give you. Even as I was discussing something with someone recently, even as at 2009, when Obama came out, because we all say, oh, they should come out from their deed, they shouldn't play this victim attitude, they should all come out and fight and try to be best in life and everything. Let me tell you, there's a limit to which you can fight, to which a large population can fight if you don't have support of the society. You may have one or two ones that will be fighting and they will be just raising their head and be getting to the top, but you can't have a collective breakthrough. Because when you find yourself in a system that is overwhelming, it's always very difficult. Even as at 2009, when Barack Obama was contesting, we all saw the racial discrimination against Barack Obama, despite all his ties with the Queen of England. And by the way, the person who said he had a tie with the Windsor family was right. There are about 2 books I've read on that.
The books are wrong. I will interject on that. Carry on, please.
Okay, with the Windsor family. He has connection with the Windsor family. He has connection with the Swedish, and he has connection also in Ireland. All right. So, and Kenya too. So, and all those things work for him. But in all these, we all saw what they did against Obama. You could imagine American president that was not even invited to the wedding of, was it Williams, in England. That alone should tell you what was even happening under. He wasn't allowed to come. He was not even invited to be there. You remember his birth certificate conspiracy theory, a lot of racist caricature everywhere in America, images showing all because this guy was black. Tea Party protest. And what do you call this guy? That representative, Joe Wilson, that attacked Obama, and a lot of racial discrimination against this guy. You go to social media back then, a lot in 2009. But yes, out of all these, yes, he emerged, he became a president, first black man and everything. But how many black guys do you think can even fight that kind of, fight the guy fought? So my submission is this: see, the black Americans are fighting this. They are fighting a system that has been woven against them. So in fighting this, if you think it's an individual fight because you think each person should fight for their own, they shouldn't put this victim attitude, then they're not going to get anything out. So for me, I think for them, it should be the society first, trying to find a way to get them out of this trouble. Yes, we know how it's pro-white system. So, but for me, I think the blacks who are captains of industries, the black who are, and that was what Martin Luther Jr. wanted to do. You get those ones that have gotten to the top to be able to conscientize people, to get people together, to get these guys out of this trouble. But we can never blame them for where they find themselves. That's just my submission.
Ogbeni, what about what Princess was saying earlier on, that she goes into these communities, there's a lot of facilitation in terms of grants towards education, employment opportunities, but they want to subsist on the welfarist state because they've just traditionally been within that space. It's not as though there's not a pathway out of where they are that society provides, but they don't avail themselves of it.
Oma, this is my answer to that. And I will use an analogy to answer that question. When you go to Nigerian space, they will tell you opportunity is for everybody in Nigeria. Education is for everybody. After all, primary schools are there, secondary schools are there. So if you don't find anybody going to school, then it's the person's problem. But when you now look at it deeply, when you pick a 10 Fulani men, you find maybe an average of 1 that is educated. If you flip it to the Yoruba race or Igbo race, when you pick 10 Igbo or Yoruba men, you find at least 7 or 8 that are educated. And you now be wondering, what is the issue? It's historical. Go back to their history. Who are there to encourage them? Somebody gave an example. Is it Baba Jale Kuku that said most of the American or many of the American kids were raised by their mothers. No father there, the father already imprisoned, and you find these women struggling that don't even have quality education, that don't have quality education, that is living in a system that has been skewed in such a way that is against the black women already. Don't forget that apart from issues you have with black race, there's an issue even against the black women also. Because there are so many civil society that are fighting for these guys' rights. So what else do I need from them? So I won't blame them. Even if you have school around you, you won't even have the encouragement to go there because there's a problem with your psyche already. So we may be sermonizing and think, oh, because but we are not the same. Nigerians traveling to America or anywhere abroad, you're not the same with those Akatas that are there. You are not just the same. You're not experiencing the same thing.
Thank you for the explanation. I think the Nigerians are not that far different, and it's just that they don't seem to picture it the same way. If you look at the reasons why Nigerians are leaving Nigeria today, is because they don't see prospects in Nigeria, and African Americans don't have anywhere to run to. And the dominant culture simply does what the dominant culture does. They keep the ones that are not dominant in check. And African Americans have fought, struggled, innovated, developed, and they've been brought back down. And there's a reason why you have so many drugs in the community there when they don't grow any of those drugs. And this is something that was systematically done. And just to keep them in check, it's not, and even with all that, some of them are actually doing well. It's not like everybody is just doing badly. And if you compare that to the population of Nigerians that are doing worse, Nigerians are struggling too. And it's just that what we experience within our own community is that we don't see the dominant community within Nigeria. The dominant community is European community still, even in Nigeria.
I want to clap for you. Thank you, sir. I'm clapping.
Don't do that. You'll encourage him. We like to keep him in chains. No, don't do that. We like to keep him in chains.
Yes.
No, we like to
I
keep him
agree
in
with you.
chains. Yeah, you know.
Chima,
Now to Nigeria was think it's clever now.
Yeah, you see that?
Why would you allow people that are not living here to be talking about politics? What is actually? I don't get it.
It's quite unfair. Unfair.
I've spoken to African Americans. I've spoken to a lot of African Americans.
You are not here on ground to
What
live.
you just said now
I just went to Nigeria for a visit.
Somebody just came up and gave us a lecture about Columbus coming to America and they met black people. I was like, what are these
black people? You know, I mean,
you hear all this story of the story. You read the book about telling you
because
Let me tell you something. If you don't know the history, if you don't know the history of African America,
you can't tell the way
because you have cherished America so much, you will not understand what is going on in Nigeria. That is so prevalent. Even can you tell me all the company in Nigeria right now that is big? I'm talking about from even all the food that is provided to you guys, not the food that is grown.
Let's not go to Nigeria right now. We're talking about America. Let's leave that one. We're talking about
even rational mind. Let's talk about Nigeria. Leave them. Let us compare the education system or how the Northerners has been held back in Nigeria. What do the Southern people say? We say it is their fault, isn't it?
Exactly.
Would any Southerner want to blame the system that is hinged against the Northerners? We blame them, don't we?
Baba, you are generalizing. Not all Southerner. I married a Northerner, and let me tell you, I lived among them. Not all Southerners will look at the North and you just say, "Oh, the reason why they are like that is because it's their fault." No, I will tell you a lot of dynamics that plays in the North that is causing issues in the North. So don't just, if you go back to history, you realize
the same way you marry, the same way we live among them too. So you cannot come here and telling us one sided story you always do here.
I'm just trying to tell you the angle I'm coming from. So
okay, let's hear your angle now. Let's hear your angle.
Don't pick offense because somebody is telling you his background. that will sound
too
Wale. I mean, you know, the man batter, there's no hard feeling. You know how I come at you. So please always understand that. Go on, please.
What I'm trying to say here is why have we looked at why the Northerners are not catching up with the Southerners?
Yeah, Baba, before we take the conversation to Nigeria, let's loop around the African American thing. So
no. I'm just looking because somebody mentioned about what's happening in Nigeria. That's why I brought that in. Actually, I want us to stay with the American space. Really.
Yes.
I wish I have time one day to analyze that.
No, we'll open it up as a conversational space because we cannot continue Peter or Tinubu every single day. But people have accused our commentaries of not coming from America. So Prince Daddy is in America. You don't get more American than Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, why are the Black Americans so backward?
Okay, hello, one man. Can you hear me?
Yes. Happy New Year. I don't think we've seen you. Have we seen you this year?
No, I haven't been on the platform. No.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you and everyone on the platform. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of stuff. I've been trying to interject, and a lot of things said. Quite frankly, good stuff though. And I mean, I can say everyone has spoken so far from their own prism. They are right. I mean, they made valid points. But the issue of the African Americans, somebody said it earlier, it is complex, absolutely complex. We can't just say, paint it with one brush stroke and say, Nigerians, they came here, Africans came to America, they're doing very well, they went to school and all this sort of stuff. that would be very simplistic to put it, okay? Because they have, they have other challenges that they faced over so many years. And the person that got on the plane, okay, and came to America has a totally different perspective on life, okay? If you're going to invest, we know about a lot of people that sell their properties, sell everything they have, and came to America or went to Europe. They have a mission. They have a mission. Then somebody that's been here, that's been beat down for such a long time, and they can't really seem to get things going. But I'll tell you one thing, one man. I don't make no excuse for the African Americans. I think Titi was saying earlier. She made a great submission, especially when it came to the school system, the educational system. Right? They have a lot of challenges. Somebody talked about that family orientation, one single mother household, and all these things. All these things are valid. But at the end of the day, I tell you that a victim bears the onus to restore himself. As harsh as it may sound, that's the truth. At the end of the day, we can blame the white people or Asians and all the other groups around us or around the African American people, but they have to. At the end of the day, they have to put themselves up, put the strap up, the strap of their boots up, and do what they have to do. They, in the beginning, say the East. I'm going to give a history of somewhat of the African Americans, but right after slavery, I'm not an historian to be talking on this, but I have a skeletal view of the whole thing. Somewhat, I'm not lost entirely, but I tell you, right after slavery, the African American community, they did very well, excellently. To the point. So I think it was Joel that said it earlier. To the point of building their own Wall Street in Oklahoma, right in Tulsa, Oklahoma, I believe. They did a lot of exploit, great exploit. They were successful people. They did a lot of stuff, but somehow, somewhere along the line, they, that term, what you call it, systematic challenges came about. Okay, and when they introduced, I don't know, welfareism into the space to incentivize the women, single women rather, to be alone and be without a man or their husband, right? Then came the educational challenges also in getting admission. But all these challenges that African Americans have faced, believe it or not, other groups also have, be it the Jewish group or the Italian or the Irish to a certain degree. Maybe not as bad as the African Americans because they were enslaved. But again, the point here is that right after slavery, they did very well. They did excellently. In fact, back in the maybe late 50s or so, maybe a little bit earlier, the African Americans, their family orientation as a single unit, a mother and a father and one or two kids, rivaled that of the white population or any other group in America. They were solid American family. They were all American in every respect. Yes, they were. Of course, they still experienced racism and some other challenges, Jim Crow, segregation, all these things were there. Those were just natural resistance that occurred in the society. We too, from Nigeria or wherever we come from, we have natural resistance that we have to deal with. Maybe not so much as they faced, but I've also made the point that look, racism is terrible, but if you ask me, the outcome or the effect of racism in America is equally as bad as tribalism in Nigeria or in Africa. They all portend the same negative effects that disenfranchises people. So, and when I was asking Princess earlier, what is the problem? If she can pinpoint the problem of the African American people. Now, if Dutsu was here, she probably would have invoked the word trauma, which is quite apt, frankly. But again, the African Americans, they have challenges Is it spiritual? She said no. Is it physical? Is it psychological? What is it? It's not enough for somebody to have a lot of resources around you and be successful. No, you have to be taught.
Prince, let me ask you this. Do you think they rest too comfortably in victimhood? Because they have a ready excuse to go to, and they seem to readily just almost lazily park behind that excuse.
And my answer to that question is absolutely. That is true. See, again, it goes back to my quote. See, the onus falls on the victim to make themselves whole. Really, see, it's really, really bad and terrible. I mean, I have some I've had an interaction with school system also, but this young African American children, absolutely, they carry this victim mentality. And do I blame them? They are children after all, right? But their parents are the problem. See, when their parents will not correct these children when they do wrong, and they're quick to point a finger at the white man or the Asians, it's a big problem. It's a big problem. See, at the end of the day, if you ask me, the African Americans, they are their own biggest challenge or problem in trying to free themselves or restore themselves in the American society.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. See, this.
You mean like Nigerians do?
You mean like Nigerians are Nigerians' problem in Nigeria as well?
I've said also. I've made this point, and
it's true.
I've made this point also on a show one man that if we were to group the African Americans as a tribe, like an African tribe or ethnic group, right? African Americans, Nigerians, whatever. If we were to group them, all black tribes in the Caribbean, in Europe, and everywhere around the world, if we were to, I'll tell you comfortably that the African Americans are the most successful black tribe or ethnic group in the world. Yes, they have the most accomplishment. Well, now they may not be the most people that go to Harvard or Yale, but in terms of global accomplishment, they are the single most successful black ethnic group or race in the world, regardless of all these other things all these other challenges that they have. Come on, there are more wealthy millionaires, African Americans in the world than any other black damn race. It's every day, pretty much every damn person in the NFL, NBA, they're all millionaires. Well, sure. I mean, it's millionaire aspect. They get paid. They didn't really create the wealth themselves, so to speak, but they have the talent. So they have wealth amongst themselves. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the richest black persons in African American, I mean, they're well accomplished in a lot of ways. And by the way, in academia also, see, that's the challenge with liberalism when it comes to black people. See, in trying to use DEI or this affirmative action to
are you talking about Elon Musk? Are you talking about Elon Musk as being an African American? Team Daddy.
Well, if you want to go that route, why not? Why not?
Is neither African. Is neither African nor American. Because is neither African nor American. It's a German guy.
Let's not claim him.
Well, he said he's an African American. Why not? I mean, why do we have to limit the definition of it?
Look at Elon Musk now. He's not an African. He's one of those from the Second World War into South Africa, and he's not an American because he's neither African nor American. None of the two. But carry on, Prince.
Can we just say something, Stab?
But he is white.
Can we just say one thing, please? If you guys are going to talk about the African American in the chat or even in the post, please do not insult them, okay? Because we're trying to liberate ourselves and come together.
I agree with that.
So insulting them is kind of separating us. So don't let us insult
Are you new to YouTube, Titi? You're asking people not to insult on.
I'm begging. We're trying to liberate now.
Those was I even see you insulting them there, but carry on, please.
Sorry.
That's all
Yeah.
right.
So yeah. Yeah. Again, they have a lot of challenges, but it's not as easy as we put it. You know, America has a lot of resources. Let them go get a job. Let them do this and that. Let them go to school. Yeah, you know, easy said than done, but nonetheless, they you know, they lack. See, you know, they are human beings just like everybody else. No, their leadership is also greedy. See, their leadership are also they've sold out. Let's not kid ourselves. If, for example, if you want to trace the formation, the origin of the NAACP, for example, what that and I always talk about it when an institution changes, meaning that they digress from their core mission or vision, right? We have to recognize that and call it into question. And a good example of that is the NAACP. Gone are the days where they actually try to push for the betterment of African Americans. Now they just are part of this corporatocracy in trying to siphon money from the white corporate world in order to pad their own pockets. They don't care about the African Americans.
They're part of the exploitation.
Exactly. Exploitation is the right word.
Exactly. Do we
And
have to mention names here?
Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition push, that's a joke also. They exploit their own people. They exploit the African Americans. And this person that I despise, I'm not the one to despise anyone. Al Sharpton is the worst of the worst. Is the worst of the kind. Is the worst black leadership out there. These people, they sell out their own people. They don't have the interest of the African Americans. They don't. But they like to point the finger at the white man as being the problem. Not at all. See, in life, we all face challenges. The Jews also, they face a lot of challenges. Are you kidding me? From Spain? From Spain to all around Europe? Do you want to go to Nazi Germany? Come on.
In fact, if we want to be honest, it's a flip of a coin, Prince Daddy. Who is the most persecuted person on the planet? The Jews or the blacks? They've suffered persecution. I don't know if it's as much as blacks, but they
thousands of years.
Oh, see, I know you don't want to go into. We don't have to go into the Bible to give an account of their suffering, but all we have to do is just stick to the modern times. Let's stick.
Who suffered? Are we talking about many black? Don't talk about them.
You cannot compare.
We can talk about them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let's remove them from topic completely.
You see, when you go back to the history, you can never compare how the black race in the world has been balkanized to the Jews. You cannot. Let me give you an instance. After Holocaust and the Jews were coming out from the whole issue, almost the entire world rose up to hate them. They were getting hate back and forth. There were reparation. There were resettlements. Did we get that at all? The black race? None. We did not get any to date. Even
how do we go about that?
Few African leaders that have come out to ask for reparation for Africans have been killed mysteriously. Go back to history and check them. So please, you can't
leave that reparation out.
Well, yeah, I see your point of Benny, but at the same time,
if they pay you reparation, you still
it's an unworkable thing.
You still continue it. It was please forget that reparation thing, please.
You see the U is black. The Jews got it. Why? Because
the Jews got it now.
Because they are united and they know what they're doing.
They actually work for it. They actually work for it.
Yes, they work for it. They asked for it. They were outspoken. They defied.
Who worked for what?
They compile records.
Yes, but look at
evidences.
Even by the time one black man is raising it, another black man is telling you, forget about it.
That's the point.
Black race.
That's the problem with black people then, you know?
Can I ask a question? So, do you guys believe that African continent doesn't deserve reparation too?
It does, and there is a push for it, but their voice is not loud enough for
Okay.
yes.
So
I don't know all about one man. One man. Look, our problem is that if you give Africa $1 trillion as reparation, in the next 10 years, we'll continue to cry the way they're crying.
It might not necessarily be monetary reparation. It can be infrastructural or technological. It doesn't necessarily have to be money.
One man, it's still the same thing. You were talking about the budget yesterday. You saw how the party was going on. They will still steal the money. One man, let's all do what is right amongst us.
No,
if we can do what is right.
The government will want to steal the money. Let's exclude the mentality of government because that's Nigerian mentality. Do you believe that as a black race, I'm talking about every single black race, okay? Do you believe, because if we go to Australia, if we go to India and there are black people there, if we go all the way to all the islands, as a black race, including Africa, the major black race, and African Americans, the main people, do they or do they not deserve some form of reparation?
Yeah, but what form? What form would that reparation take?
That is the question now. What form should we be repaid?
Yeah, but it's impractical.
I believe we deserve some type of repayment.
Let me tell you what
we have gone through.
You see, Titi, you asked this question, right? And I will tell you this. You see, you see, one thing the Democratic Party have done in the United States is they believe in bringing out rhetorics. And when you ask them rhetorics, and when you ask them, how are you going to go about it? They don't know nothing about it. It's not just about the headline. Look, see, the issue of reparations, if you want to, like one man said, maybe in terms of infrastructure and all that, man, fine. But what I'm saying is this: we have more than enough. We have more than enough to do something for ourselves. Secondly, my dad will always say, garbage in, garbage out. If you pour $1 trillion on the black race today, and we still maintain the same structure that we still have today in terms of politics, and even in terms of the United States, in terms of black Americans, in terms of family, we are still going to start crying in the next 10 years to cry for more reparations. So that is my point.
Okay, so what you are saying is that we shouldn't be getting this reparation because we have more than enough. What are you saying that we have more than enough? If you can expand on that, please.
We have more than let me just round up. We have the human resources to do it. We can turn around our political leadership. I see no reason why we should be Japan if we have the right structure in Nigeria. That is my point. Our biggest problem in Africa is leadership. If we have leadership right, most of us will be Japan, and most of us will stay back and develop our place. That's where I'm looking at it.
No, Titi, hold on. Hold on, Titi. I think it's trying to guide you to a Peter Obi narrative. So try and avoid that space.
One man. See, we are talking about Africa in general. We're talking about the black race.
One man. Can I interject for just 1 second?
Hold on. Let me make this point. See, one man. If you go to every black place, Jamaica, is it the islands? Is it in Africa? Wherever we find ourselves,
Australia,
even in the United States, we are not doing well. We have an issue. As a black race, we have issues concerning leadership. Whether we like it or not, we do not have leaders that caters for us. And we have mediocre leaders that are representing us. So we get mediocre outcomes. And that is it. Thank you.
I want to ask only one question, one man. It may be relevant or irrelevant, but I want everybody to take it to bed. Please, let me ask this question.
You will ask. Let Titi have a little interjection, And then Baba asked that question, and then Prince Daddy picks it up so that he can carry on. Titi, come in, and then after you, Baba.
I was just going to say that there's a black race. You said everywhere that there's a black race, we are not doing great. And then you said that we need some form of leaders. We have black race in India that actually there that look just like you and me. Okay, we have black race, not black race that travel to India. I'm excluding the Africans that travel to India. I'm talking about actual black people that look like us, Nigerians, literally. We have black race that are also on the islands, Europe, everywhere. Mention it, Australia, that were also massacred. We have black race there. And I was asking that, do they deserve reparation? You said we need some form of leader. So whom is going to be that leader for that black race as a whole? Because right now, it seems like we are dispersed everywhere around the world. All right. We don't see each other. And we as Nigerians, I always say I'm grateful enough to be in a safe space. I will always say safe space in Nigeria. We don't see each other, we don't understand each other. And you're saying that we don't deserve a reparation because we have the manpower. So what is separating us in coming together as a whole group of people and being able to trump down
tribalism?
People that is, the tribalism, the people that are separating us in general, and being able to have our power back. Because you're saying government. You have to understand Nigerian government's only rule for Nigeria. What about all of these black people that are everywhere else? So what leader are we going to look for? What leader do we, how can leader come out? Where would it come from to lead us, to bring us back together as a whole group of people?
All right, we'll leave that rhetorical. Baba asked the question, and then Prince Daddy.
Thank you, one man. Gentlemen, gentlewomen of the panel. It's a rhetoric question.
Does Titi sound like a gentlewoman? I'm not sure.
We put that up front. We put that up front.
All right.
It's just a question I've been asking myself for a very long time, and I've answered it in my head, though I will not answer it, but I want to put it on the floor. Let's go to bed with it. Or those who have the answers, let them answer right now. I'm not in a hurry to get the answer, but I just want to drop it because there is what we called alternative facts, alternative history, and there is also reverse psychology or reverse history. Folks, if it were the black race that took the whites as slaves, where would they be right now? That's it. Take it to bed. Some other time we can talk about it. Except you want to answer now, which I think will be on a whim, not something deeply thought out.
All right, brilliant. So, do you want to have a stab at that as you take the floor back, Prince?
Can I just have
my quick response to Robert's question would be, by this time, the white race would have enslaved the black people, but yeah. So
sorry. Baba was asking if the black race had enslaved the white race, where would the white race be now? And your response is that the white race would have enslaved the black people. So that is to say that they would have found a way to reverse that situation.
Exactly. Yeah. That's
actually, that's inaccurate. Hold on, tonight. Why do you say that?
Well, given that what we know, if all things remain the same, given what we know about black people, the way we do things, absolutely, they would have reversed that slavery and would have enslaved black people. I have no doubt about that. Given the approach
sorry, are you conceding that black people are fundamentally inferior to white people?
No, what I'm considering is that it's like your physical attributes. For example, you are who you are. It doesn't necessarily make you less of a human being. Like, for example, they say white men can't jump, okay, quote unquote. But black people naturally have this what they call a high twitch muscle, they're more likely to be able to jump higher because of the way they are, their structure, their genetic makeup. Our skin, it is what it is. So is theirs also. So my point is that the way white people are, how more practical, systematic they are to approach in everything that they do. By now, from day one when they were enslaved, they would have been planning to eventually displace or dislodge the black people and enslave them. No doubt.
Can I say something to that? Can I say that is like a saying that I get what you're saying. I actually understand exactly what you're saying. Like someone was saying that while the blacks African were fighting among each other, white people were already taking all of their lands. The point is white people, palm color people don't like each other, but they will come together for one cause and one cause only, getting ready to either fight for themselves to free themselves or getting ready to either destroy and work as a group. That's the only thing that will come together. But they don't like each other, and you will never know this. That's what we black people need to work on, because we though sometimes we don't like each other, we put each other out there. We put each other businesses so much out there that the whole universe knows. And now they know how to come after us. What?
I think that the black people did take some white slaves during the period of the Songhai Empire when they used to travel to the Middle East and some parts of Europe. And remember, the Moors that were composed of quite a significant population of black people also went into Europe and ruled Europe for about 800 years. And that is not without slavery. And so sometimes we forget that black people have done things.
But you just made the point that Prince Daddy said.
We went, and it's not making the point. It's just that history happens.
No, you just made this point. Baba's question was that if black people enslaved white people, what would happen? Prince Daddy said that situation will quickly reverse, and you've just cited an instance of where exactly that happened.
I wouldn't say it happened because it happened for let me finish my point. It happened for 800 years. While ours is just about 400 years.
Let's get my question in its true form and perspective.
One man,
at the time, Jekim just explained my question well, so we can get it right. We shouldn't even be in a hurry to answer. I just want us to look in the mirror. As of the time they took us as slaves, we were the one that took them as slaves. Where would they be right now, today? That's the question.
They may be the ones complaining about reparations and all the rest. And about the reparation talk, I don't think we should be focusing on reparation. African Americans can, because they are relatively smaller population compared to the entire continental population, because we are, see, let me just finish my point. We are one of the great races of the world. You cannot expect them to be able to compensate you. They will die if they try to do that. And in the context of the African American, the total Jewish population in the world is about 15 million even today. The African American population is heading to 50 to 60 million. How are they supposed to compensate all of them? It's going to be very, very difficult. But I think America can do it. Hold on, let me finish my point. America can do it because there is a technical legal issue that America as a state actually didn't fulfill for the African Americans, because after the Civil War, there was a promise that they were supposed to fulfill certain things for African Americans, which they reneged on, which they didn't fulfill. That is a legal thing that the state owes the African American community that they can use to get their reparation. But nobody will give you reparation while you are still weak. Even the Jewish people didn't get most of the stuff they got because they were weak. Please, because they were very, very strong too.
Hold on. Let him land. When to Niger lands, let Ajanle Koko come in. We've not heard Ajanle Koko today.
I don't know. For me, this is very, very simple. To me, this is very, very simple. You have to put yourself in a position whereby you are worthy. And the funny thing about it is that by the time you become worthy, you don't even care about the reparation, because you know you're already powerful and you have a lot of resources at your disposal. They didn't compensate China. They didn't compensate India because they can't. If they did, they will be done for. We are a giant, and we are acting as if we are 1.3 to 5 billion people in the world. How can we just act as if we are babies that expect to be compensated? We are one of the great races, and we have to take our place and impose ourselves too. We can't just expect people to redeem us. We have to redeem ourselves. That's how I see it.
Can I ask a question for someone that say that real quick? Oh, sorry.
No, hold on. Let Ajale Koko come in. Ajale Koko.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Ajale Koko.
No, that's fine. Ajale Koko. All right. Ask the question. I think Ajale Koko may be tied up.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you believe that Black Africans should also come together and claim back all of their people that are abroad? I'm talking about the African Americans, everyone that was exiled.
Are you asking me or?
I'm asking you, Elijah.
No. Can you hear me?
No. I think Ajale Koko is back, so everybody just hold and let him speak. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Prince Daddy answer to Baba's question, I think, is contradictory to the point he made at the beginning of his submission. He said earlier that the psychological torture that Black people went through has brought them to where they are today. So that psychological problem, is it telling us without his answer that is not applied to white people?
Are you
saying the psychological problem does not apply to white people? So if white people have been taken as slaves for so long and denied all the economic opportunity, and they'll be beaten down, segregated, and taken through all this, the worst part that human being can be taken through in life. So you are saying they will have turned the table against the Black people?
Well, I'll say I believe that things affect people differently, and given the nature of white people, the way we know them to be, I think they would have been able to overcome this psychological thing, though it may affect them.
These are hypothetical.
Well, of course it is. But again, it's based on what we know about that. If you look at the society, if you look at what they've accomplished over so many years, it's not strange. It's not far off for me to have drawn such a conclusion to that matter. It's not that far off.
What are they?
Hold on, Titi. Hold on, Titi.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let Prince Daddy land, and then after Prince Daddy lands, I want to bring Chuku into the conversation. Prince Daddy, carry on.
Is Chuku not Pansat?
No, Chuku is not Pansat. Chuku is an intelligent young man. Pansat is a psychiatric patient.
Anyway, so I think somebody kind of said it earlier. At the end of the day, again, no matter what somebody does to you, as horrible as it may sound, you, the victim, really has that that the onus falls on you to make yourself whole or well. It's tough thing to do, and really at the end of the day, you look at your society, you look at things, and you try to make sense of it. And I've said, look, the challenges for African Americans, really in American society, as bad as they may appear to be, it's just what I call a resistance. And we can't just fold our hands and sit back and say, oh, no, now let the white man fix us. Now, that's a joke. And if they ever did, you would never be whole or be a true, full person, human being. You have to, you and your community and your leaders have to come together and fix the problem. Okay? There's no doubt that there's so much machination, if you want to put it that way, against the Black people in this country. But again, I'm taking you back to the 50s, right after slavery. Somebody said earlier that the freed perhaps wealthy Black people had 6 horses in their carriage, while the white man had only 2. So at one point in time, we started to get better. They started to get better as a people. And in the 50s, 60s, they had great community. They have great family. They had a lot of things going for them. What happened is the question. See, that's the question that the Black intellectuals, like, if you ask me, Thomas Sowell, and I think in so many ways in his writings has provided some answers to this problem. Is a foremost African American that doesn't believe in this, what you call this DEI society. It believes that black people are capable, and so do I. I think black people, again, I'm telling you that I strongly believe that the black race, the African American, they are the best, absolutely the best black tribe or ethnic group in the world. And they've proven that. They've absolutely proven that. Okay, and they can do much more, but somehow, some way, the leadership is not percolating in every aspect of their lives. It's not. They have greedy leaders. You see, their leaders are equally as greedy and bad as our leaders back in Nigeria or Africa. I'm telling you. And this reparation thing we're talking about, see, I can understand the issue of the Jewish people. They only have one country. It's called Israel. One little tiny country. But we Africans, we have what? If you want to remove the Arab nations or countries in Africa, we have about 50 or so countries, black nations, we call black nations. What are we doing? If we genuinely care about the suffering of black African Americans in America and elsewhere around the world, then we should have done something about it. Why should we have to always wait for the white man to come and do things for us? I mean, the notion that one man thinks that reparations should come in form of infrastructure development, I don't buy into that. Why do we have to wait for them? After all, we have the resources.
Hold on to this.
After all, we have the resources. We claim to have the intellectual capacity and ability. How come we can't do things for ourselves? How come? See, if we were a serious people, we could have so much connection with the African American. I know they're trying to do right now in Ghana and some other places, but it's such a crude and crass way. That's how they're trying to do it. But I'm talking about real development, trying to tap into the talent of the African Americans here in America to bring them to Africa to help us. Yes, they are. I mean, you'll be surprised. We'll look down, and I'm not one of them. And I don't like to talk down on any group for that matter, but especially the African Americans. See, it's easy for us to come from, to carry our bags or whatever from Africa and come here and start looking down on them or go work, go do this and that. No, I don't do that. To me, unlike many Africans, and I know you Africans, I say you African, I'm assuming everyone here is African. You African, including myself.
No, I'm not
Tend
African.
to look down.
I'm not African.
I know you are something else.
Yes, it's not even of this world. Never mind being African.
we tend to look down on African Americans. We do that. We're so condescending towards them, and it annoys me. And when I tell my African people, why don't you just pack your damn bag and go back to Africa? I mean, if you claim you came from a great place, you live with kings and queens and all this garbage, why don't you go back to where you came from? So if you come to America, America belongs to African Americans as equally as the white Americans, because you know what? They are Americans, and you have to respect them, regardless of how you feel about them. You have to respect African Americans because they are Americans. Okay, they paved the way in so many ways for you people, But people, there's so much lack of knowledge amongst ourselves, lack of knowledge, and the wrong information to the African American community. I'm telling you, these people are a great people. They've gone through a lot. Remember, they did a kind of a selection process in breeding the slaves.
Prince Daddy.
No. Let Prince land. I want to hear from Chuku next, so that every voice is
documented. Give me a couple more minutes. Yeah. They breed as African people. So the survival of the fittest, of the best was somehow brought together to create this community of African Americans. Really. But at the end of the day, people don't want to talk about psychological problems or rather spiritual problems. I believe, from my perspective, it's part of the problem. Maybe I should end with this. There's a great American football player, Ray Lewis, right? If you know about him, successful guy, made a lot of money, played football for many years, where the average year of a football player is like 3 years. He spent I think a decade or so playing football. But my point here is that this man, Ray Lewis, was narrating a story about himself or about his family, how his father abandoned the whole family. Okay, and for what reason he could not pinpoint it. The man just packed his bag and just abandoned the family, the whole family. And Ray Lewis, it was painful for him, of course, growing up. And he said, "Oh, he doesn't want that to repeat in his family. He doesn't want to do he doesn't want to do the same thing his dad did, abandon his family." And when I heard that story and thinking about it, I was trying to think, why would somebody just pack the bag and abandon the family for no reason? And this seems to be a common theme a lot among the African Americans. And that's why I'm saying that sometimes people do things that they are unable to articulate or explain because it's beyond the physical or the material aspect of life. It transcends into the spiritual and some other things people don't want to talk about. We face a lot of challenges. We face they as a people they face a lot of challenges. And by the way, one man, the challenge of the African Americans is not really isolated or unique to the African Americans. There are also white people that have the same challenge as African Americans do. Believe it or not, you'll be surprised. There are white people here in America that have the same challenges as do the African Americans. We don't tend to talk about it. Why? Because they are the dominant race in this country. But at the end of the day, we have to be compassionate. In our attempt to be compassionate, we have to put the onus on the African American leadership, okay, to teach their children the right ways and encourage them and not to always play this victim mentality. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So Chooks, you're up next. So you've been listening to the conversation. There's a concern that the African American, in spite of all of this affirmative action, the opportunities that the United States present, they kind of seem to grasp hold of opportunity and leave themselves. Are they subsisting for too long in that victim mentality? That's the question, Chooks.
Well, first and foremost, Happy New Year to everyone, and thank you for having me up on the platform. African Americans, Black Americans are one of the greatest, if not the greatest group of people on the planet. We just have to say it plainly. The civil rights movement in the United States was one of the great moral movements, and they really expanded the concept of democracy and made freedom an absolute. They have made this country a really great nation and have helped put into place policies that we all benefit from. So we have to give them their due. Now, no group is above criticism. When it comes to disparities in the Black community in the United States, there is a bias narrative and then there is a development narrative. The bias narrative says that all disparities in Black society relative to the dominant society are due to broad societal discrimination. So if you ever see anything that is, when it comes to incarceration, education, all of the things that negatively impact Black community, it's to do with racism, systematic racism. But there is another narrative, is the development narrative. This narrative says that the disparities that we see in the Black community is due to a lack of development in the Black community. And this lack of development has at least two factors. The first factor is that in slavery, Black people were not free. Slavery was a type of incarceration where you didn't have any freedom. You were owned by somebody else, and you had no freedom. You had no, you couldn't move about the way you saw fit. You had to do what you were told. And then after the period of enslavement, there was segregation or Jim Crow, where you had freedom, but you couldn't use your freedom for anything more than just subsistence. You were relegated to certain places. You couldn't move about freely. So you really didn't have freedom. But it wasn't until after the 1960s that Black people had full freedom, full rights and privileges of all citizens. Now, this development narrative says that Black people have not developed the character traits or the what is needed to thrive in freedom. So when freedom comes, it means that you are responsible for yourself. No matter what happens, it doesn't matter what happened before. Now it's on you. If you
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I think nobody can hear Chuck anymore.
No,
I can hear you. We can hear you, woman.
All right. I think it may be interrupted by something. Let's go on to tonight. To Tunaja then. Tunaja, the conversation, your contribution. We've not. Yes. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. This is One Man, and thank you for having me. Greetings, everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, this topic is quite interesting because to hear Nigerians talking about this, I'm just going to start to give my own opinion about this. And sometimes we come across as if we are patronizing African Americans, and I've always considered that African Americans are going to they could play a significant role in moving the community into a different posture. In other words, because of their proximity to power, that by default means that they pack a lot of punch. It doesn't make them anything special in terms of being African or Black or anything. I think we are all unique and special in our own ways. But when we talk about them, we have to take that into account. That's why I always try to remember some of the things that goes on within our own community too. We as Nigerians, and some of the things we go through, and they've been through a lot of traumatic stuff. And within our own community in Nigeria, we've been through it too, but it's imposed by our own people because we don't see the greater dominant cultures, which are the European and the Arabic culture that governs our societies on the continent. And so from that point of view, I like to think that African Americans, they are doing the best they can, given the circumstances they find themselves. And we as Africans, and both sides need to wake up. I think both sides have questions to answer. Because African leaders, they travel to the UN General Assembly every single year. I've never heard that they are coming together to meet the African American community to discuss how to work together. Why not? There's no reason why you shouldn't be meeting them, because the Jews do that all the time. I'm not trying to, it's a good thing. You have to meet your own and discuss how you guys can work together and strategize to better yourselves, because clearly we are not doing exceptionally well. Whenever I speak to my African American brothers and sisters, I always remind them that, including South Africans, by the way, that they have to remember that when you are in societies like this, you want to put yourself in a situation whereby you start controlling strategic aspects of that society. And so far, the only space they have been allowed in the US tend to be within the music and entertainment or sports area. And that is not good enough, because clearly there are consequences to these things. If you go by the history, you saw the people that were put in the gas chamber. Those guys used to buy slaves. They used to buy slaves. They used to own ships, and they ended up in gas chamber. It tells you that there's no substitute for power but power. And we have to recognize that and start working with each other. And I believe that if Africa starts getting its act together and collaborating with the greater diaspora, I believe that our potential has no limits.
What gas chamber are you talking about? What are you talking about?
There are only a few people that have been to gas chamber, so I don't need to. Elaborate.
They used to own slaves. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they used to. And because
where did you read this from?
It's a fact.
They are the original slave traders now.
Yeah,
even in the
West Coast,
yes,
and then they sell them for what we call this molasses.
Are you saying even the good book didn't go against it?
They were the molasses. They buy molasses, then trade it for one of us, and then after they trade it for one of us, they use the molasses and sell it back to us for an
Are you saying the J also they were also involved in slave trade? The J people?
Yeah, they were very much involved in it, and they owned it.
Even in the trans-Saharan slave trade, they were there as
Please,
well.
can I ask a question? Can I ask Tunaja a question?
Yeah, carry on.
This is new to me.
So, okay, Tunaja, I've listened to your understanding of the African leaders and their relationship with the Black American guys. I want to ask you a question. Have you read about Gaddafi's efforts to or connection with the Black American guys before you make that statement that African leaders don't go to even have any close relationship or anything with them?
Well, sorry, Benny, but that was to the Nation of Islam, and that was radical.
Can I say something, guys?
Hold on, Titi. When was saying something?
No, I'm not saying anything big. Just one thing. I want you guys to look up something called a Memorandum 46. Look it up. It is how the whole thing was played out, what American did. So you guys should look up Memorandum 46 and read about it. So we did have relationship with them, but they kind of messed it up. I actually have it here too. So if you guys want,
please include the link. I would like to check that out.
Hey, no, carry on. I'll bring that up whilst take care.
Let me tell you, and somebody just dropped it now. Farrakhan and Gaddafi, they were very close in terms of relationship. Gaddafi really tried. So don't make a general statement that African leaders don't go to that space. No, they do. Gaddafi, there was a party called Black Panther Party. I don't know if you're aware of that party. That party was established in the 60s until it gone to extinct in the sometimes around 1980, maybe 2 or 83. And that particular party was this African.
I thought it's a movement, it's a radical movement for blacks.
Yes.
Yeah, the Black Panthers. Yeah,
it was founded by this.
We really need to be having those.
Okay. I think your point about Gaddafi. Can I just?
No, let me just land. Whenever you see Gaddafi in America, go and watch him very well and read about Gaddafi. Gaddafi would always go to that space. You find Gaddafi most time in Jamaica to talk to them about why they must come back to Africa. So don't make general statement that African leaders don't go to them. No.
But Ogbeni, have you thought about the 6 millions of us the Arabs took, and we never saw them till today, except
Baba,
a very few?
If you are talking about the 6 million, how about the 10 million that King Leopold?
No, we know that. That's what we are talking about, because you're talking about the Arabs now, and I'm telling you that these people are hypocrites. I don't even like talking about them at all. But they took 6 million people, and I can't find anyone today.
Somebody killed 10
Focusing
million.
on past is
and
not
you're talking about 6 million Holocaust. You see, those are the things we should be talking about as Africans. Seriously.
All right. I think Chuku is back, but Prince Tunaja rather has the floor. So Tunaja, continue with your submission, and then after that we hear from Chuku to pick it up from where he was.
Thank you. Yeah, I take your point about Gaddafi, but that is equivalent to being trying to be saved by somebody that is not even of your race. After we've got how many 40 something to 50 something countries on the continent, you are referencing somebody that is technically within their country. They are selling black people right now, and so if they were so pro-black, the legacy he should have left behind would be different. And so you have to use your teeth to count your tongue to count the number of teeth in your mouth. You have to look for your own, and our own are not doing it. You don't see this in Buhari or Abacha or any of our leaders. Very, very rarely. See, Gaddafi is African. When I refer to African leaders, I'm talking about black African leaders. That's what I mean.
No.
Okay.
Is African only about the people who are dark in color or brown?
No, they are African, but the family the African Americans come from is not from North Africa, clearly.
No, getting it wrong. You see. Well, yes, many of the black guys, when they trace their this thing, they trace it to West Africa, right? But you have the trace of Africa. For instance, the same you mentioned Shongai. Shongai was Mali, was at the Mali area, the Upper Sahel. So if you are citing them as an example of the black race, why would you now exempt Gaddafi from being an African leader? I've never seen,
because Gaddafi is from
maybe the
Libya.
likes of Kwame Nkrumah and all those guys. I've never seen a leader that you could actually pick as an example in African soil like Gaddafi.
No, I'm not saying he's not. He didn't.
Gaddafi out of African leadership.
Hold on, I'm not taking him out of African leadership. Even if you try to say, oh, Gaddafi is African leadership and he went to the African American, it's just one amongst many. And
so many. Let me give you another example. You see, that's why I said try to go. Lumumba is another example. You see, go back a bit to history, right, and study these guys. You may say, okay, maybe the guys of the 90s down, right?
Okay.
And when you go to the 90s down, there were trouble in Africa already. Military intervention came in and all those sort of things came in. So you don't expect guys at that time, when they were even still fighting for the soul of their own country.
I think what you are saying doesn't even touch the point that I'm trying to make. You're saying, can you let me talk?
Okay, that's fine.
Let me talk. See, if you make contact with somebody once or twice amongst possible 50-something times or 60 times, would you consider that contact? We're talking about contact that has to be continuous, collaboration that has to be continuous over time. That is not what we've had. And we are talking about 50-something countries on the continent. You mentioned a few leaders within decades of each other. So that is not contact that I'm referring to here. I'm not saying that we are completely isolated from this thing. I'm sure even the Nigerian leader has met the African American community. Ghanaian president has met the African American community. I'm sure they have. But that is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a massive, continuous collaboration that involves, if you look at other communities, the way they cooperate continuously. They sign agreements. They are always reorganizing themselves. If I go online now and pull the page of agreements that Europeans are signing, it's as if they've not had enough agreement. These people are in NATO, they are in the EU, they are in Schengen, they are still signing agreement every year. How many times do you see that within African American community and the African continent or not? They barely even do that with the Brazilians or any other group. Look at this situation that Haiti is facing right now. Our community is completely in tatters. There's no structure to it, and I take that I recognize the fact that there are some African leaders that are trying to do some things, like the Kenyan president and even the South Africans are trying. They are trying to reach out to the CARICOM organization, which is the Caribbean nations, and they are looking to work with them, but not that much more. We are not doing enough to collaborate within even within our own diaspora, not to mention the greater diaspora. We need to collaborate a lot more, because those ones that are in the diaspora have access that we do not necessarily have. They have insights that we do not necessarily have, because most of our people on the continent, the way we perceive Europeans is very different from the way African Americans perceive Europeans. They see through the kind of language that they use. They can call out certain things that we cannot necessarily see because they are used to them. That is the point I'm making. And if we are to get out of the mess we are in, we have to tap into any possible advantage we have all over the world, not only on the continent. And if we do that, I believe that we're going to get somewhere. My point is that African Americans are going to play a significant role, but we on the continent have to do the heaviest lifting, because that is where the number is. That is where the mass of our wealth is, and that is where most of our heritage belongs. And if we get our act together, like I said earlier on, the sky is the limit, because we are one of the great races in the world, one of the few races that number about 1 billion. But we have refused to stand.
Let him land. Then
let me conclude with this.
Yeah,
we are one of the legs of the false stools of the great races in the world that numbers over 1 billion. We are the only one that refuse to stand, and because of our inability to stand, we are even destabilizing the world. because of our weak community. For our size, we should be responsible and strengthen ourselves to actually lead to a level of stability in the world. That's what I believe, and that is what is playing out. And all this chaos that you see going on in the world is because we are not where we are supposed to be. If we are where we are supposed to be, we are going to be helping to balance this. If you look at the work that South Africa is doing right now, they are punching above their weight. They are not supposed to be doing all that themselves. They are taking Israel to UN court. They are going through BRICS. They are doing everything. Where is Nigeria in all this? Nigeria is sitting back. Where are all the African countries in all this? They are all sitting back, sitting it out. Where are they trying to reach out to the other communities? Because the South Africans don't have that much access, but Nigerians do. Nigerians are almost in every country, but we don't reach out to each other. If anything, we are talking down to them. As if we don't reach out to them enough. If anything, we talk down to them. Most of us do. Instead of us to understand, we just think that we know something that they don't. If anything, they know something most of us don't. I believe that that's the greatest gift they can give the continent, the insight to truly understand that there is a race structure out there, racial structure out there, that most Africans don't see until they come to the West.
All right,
Can I speak, please?
One man, please.
Let Chuku carry on. It's been too scattered. Yeah, it's been too. Yeah, Chooks.
Okay.
Yeah. Carry
on. Okay. A group is no stronger than its individual. So social responsibility begins with individual responsibility. And just to make one point about Nigeria, I was born in Nigeria. I was raised here. I really don't have faith in Nigeria because of the way it was formed and its leadership. I think the way Nigeria is constructed now, I don't see what the future is going to be as beneficial. But regarding Black Americans, the issue that Black Americans are facing is a developmental issue. There, in the United States now, there's more opportunities now than has ever been in the past. But the problem is that Black people aren't a significant percentage of Black people aren't able to take advantage of these opportunities because 75% of us are raised in single parent led households. And
are you going again, Chuku?
Oh dear.
Yeah. You're there. Carry on.
Sorry, yeah. So you when this 75% single motherhood rate occurs, you will face higher rates of teenage pregnancy, incarceration rates. Your graduation rate from high school decreases. A lot of the problems that Black Americans are facing is directly proportional to the situation that they were raised in. So I think we have to somehow fix this social condition that children are being raised in order for us to move forward. And I'll just leave it at that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let's go from.
Well, one man, can I quickly ask him a question?
Yeah, go on.
So fixing the social issues that we're talking about, and if it's not fixed, do we just have to throw our hands in the air and just give up and say, okay, yeah, we're doomed to this? I mean, the African Americans are doomed to this. They just have to live with it for the rest of their life. Is that what we're saying here?
No, I'm saying that we are in a situation of competition. Okay. Those of us who can form strong families and keep our families together will move ahead. The others will, fall into like a permanent underclass and will be outcompeted by the immigrants that are rushing into the country. This is a competition. If you don't compete, you lose. Not everybody's going to win, but we have to figure out, if we don't figure this thing out, then those of us who can't are going to be the permanent underclass. That's what I'm
okay. Shuku, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, Baba. Actually, go before me. Yeah. Ask the question, Baba, and then Titi ask a question as well.
Okay, Shuku, what are the Indian communities and the Chinese communities doing right that is advancing their causes the Blacks are not doing? Can you tell us?
Well, not only do they have higher marriage rates and higher rates in terms of education, they focus on education a lot. They also I think it's the family unit. Like their children are raised with a father in the household, they're raised with discipline, and they have a structured life, and they have a religious life. Like the atheism and a lack of any kind of moral grounding is another big problem in the United States. So a lot of people have fallen away from religion, and they've fallen away from religious community, and I think it's to do with a lack of family, strong families, and a
Then
lack.
how is that difficult for us to emulate if we can't fashion that out on our own?
How is it difficult for
How is
us?
it difficult for us to emulate, to be like that?
Ultimately, it comes down to the individual. We each have to put our own household in order. I can't put anybody else's household in order. I can only control what goes on in my
That's
house.
exactly what we're saying here. That's that's how I look at it.
Exactly.
Because in the same system we are complaining about, other communities are doing well.
Yes. It's a competition. If we don't compete, we lose. So
exactly.
We have no other choice.
That's a simple thing.
All right.
Woman, can I just say
hold
something?
on. Let Titi come in. Let Titi come in. She wanted to come in now. Titi.
I see from Tubaba's point of views, right? Is it two? Sorry, I'm saying two Niger. Sorry.
Tupac. Call him Tupac.
I see what you're saying. I actually agree because I believe, like I was mentioning before, like we need what we call, like I always said this word, safe space, and as an African, we need, as an Africans, okay, I'm including every blacks, because we are the natives, we are all blacks around the world, African American, etc., Jamaicans, whatever. I think, like Tubaba was saying, we need to reach out to them because basically they're not reaching out, but we cannot give up on reaching out to them. That is number one. And two, we need to find what works for us. We need to get our brothers and sisters out of the land of the enemy. Because if you keep staying with your enemy and expecting to grow, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry to say it, whether you like it or not, it's not gonna happen.
Titi, are you familiar? Are you familiar with the phrase "gone native"? When they say somebody has gone native, do you know what that means?
No, I don't know what that means.
Right. Let's say, for instance, let's say you have like a China man. Let's not use an Oyibo. Let's just use somebody fall into a culture that they've lived within that culture for so long. Then they start to adapt and adopt to the ways of that culture. So, like an Oyibo man that suddenly starts to wear danshiki and whatnot. So they say that sort of person have gone native. Do you think you've gone native for reasons of your close association with that Black American space, and then that seems to color your outlook? Because you don't seem to have like a dispassionate look at their circumstances.
That is interesting because I would not say that I've gone native. I would think because I would not fit into the African American community, though I'm around them. And also the Nigerian community, I'm kind of like a middle belter. That's what I call myself, middle delta. I'm kind of in the middle. So I see from the perspective of the African American because I grew up with them. And I see from the perspective of the Nigerian because I'm surrounded by my people. Because I'm sure, Chuku, you're probably aware of this if you're like me that grew up in America. We Nigerians, we are like a clique in America. You get what I'm saying? We're like I would call us a different subgroups of Nigerians sometimes because we think differently. Does that make sense to you what I'm saying?
The biggest difference is that, I grew up with a father in the household, and a lot of my Blacks don't. I think that's the biggest.
Me too.
Thank you so much.
I grew up with my dad. I grew up with my mom, and just like you, Shuku, he helped me a lot. And I see the differences because we are safe. Like Shuku, like you get what I'm saying? Like we are safe. And I grew up in a community of Black people, so I'm able to see from their point of view when they come to school and talking to me. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So that really put us in the middle belt. I didn't go native. It's just that I'm in that middle belt where I'm able to see from that Nigerian perspective, and then I'm able to see from that African American perspective. And then studying their history and everything give me more insight and understanding of who they are. And I believe that like I said, we need to reach out to them, as I would say, particularly Nigerians. We need to reach out to them because whether we like to say it or not, Nigeria is a giant. I'm not trying to disregard any other African countries, but
Please, can I
with
say
just
something?
like the Sahel
But
matters,
Fansat is making a point here. Bill Clinton did not grow up with a father.
What did
that's
you
a
say?
different
Can I
topic, please.
Can I just say something, please? I've been
Yeah,
wanting
come in, Joel, and then after Joel, Ogweni. So yeah, I think Joel wanted to come in first. Yeah.
Yeah. So one man, you see, probably because of my culture, right? So I do not like beating around the bush. When I came into this country, I wrote it. I had the opportunity of writing a paper on the divorce in the United States, but I also wanted to write on the what they call them, the projects where we call the ghettos. I was of the belief that if you can give Section 8 voucher for people to go live amongst, other people, the ghetto should go down. Because I say that because I have seen what Ajegule is in Nigeria. Ajegule is a ghetto. The ecosystem there can only give you certain outcomes. Yeah, there might be exceptions, but the majority of people in that ecosystem, it's very, very hard for them to get on that system. So I am not one of those people that will come into a place to talk down on people. But again, I will not marinate over the issue. I have told you what the problem is in the United States. Lack of responsibility and lack of family. Lack of personal responsibility. You can listen to Titi. That is the way that is classic. They never take responsibility. Everything is about the one. Even some of them that never experienced slavery. Yes, I understand the effect of it. But for how long shall we continue? Most of us don't have that easy. We didn't have it that easy. But when we came into this country, we just took a route. If you do not take that route, it is not that simple. In the United States,
Your
it's not
audio
really
is
helping.
shaky.
You're breaking off quite heavily.
Hello.
Yeah. All right.
Because somebody is calling me as I'm talking.
All right. Yeah, I think we got the thrust.
People like Titi and the rest of, they're all woke people here. So
yeah, Titi is very woke. I think
very woke.
I
mean, just continue victimizing these people. Let them figure things out themselves.
One man.
Yes,
one man. Let me round up with this. Let me round up with this. At work, one man, this we are talking about has gotten so bad that you know that even at work, you will know that somebody, you're not doing your job. But because a white person pointed that thing out, you are not looking at you not doing your job. You are saying that, oh, it is because of your skin color. It has gotten that bad. It has gotten that bad. Let us tell ourselves the truth. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. Garbage in, garbage out. Whether we like it or not,
Are you going to say the same about Nigerians too?
It is the same thing about Nigeria too. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Exactly. So let's all take responsibility.
When you come in,
Woma, first and foremost, the person who has the question what Indians are doing right and the African Americans are not getting right.
The Indians and the Chinese, I said.
Yeah, that was Baba. Yeah,
it's a misplaced question. With due respect, first and foremost, we're talking of African Americans who are a product of slavery in America. How many Indians do you find in that space? How many Indians? The Indian American you find in America are not even up to 5 million. And check your statistics. And African American, you're talking about almost 15 million people. So what are you comparing here? So, but if you're saying what is it that Indian is doing in their country back home and African in their country or continent are not doing right, yeah, I will agree. But not to be comparing Indians in America with the African Americans who are product of slavery.
Okay, this is why I said that, Benny. Let me put it in the proper perspective. We've all talked about we cannot reinvent the wheel here. So let's pick it maybe from the 50s or the 60s up to this moment. Let's bracket it that way. The Indians, the Chinese, and the blacks. So look at it from that angle. Forget slavery. This slavery thing is suffocating people like me. So look at it from that they all have come with equal status at that point.
Baba, there is no way you can tell us to forget slavery. You see, and that is why it's a social phenomenon that we can never forget. It's affecting them. The effect is there. But that's just by the way for me. You see the way I see, like the question you asked and said, but before I go to that question, let me just do 1 minute to talk about the Clinton and Obama that somebody asked. My answer to that is very simple. Clinton was not raised by his dad, but Clinton was raised in a home that has a dad and mom.
The mom was a drunkard.
The mom went to
and
marry
same thing the stepfather.
Yeah, Roger Clinton. So Clinton was raised by his first stepdad. That is one. Same with Obama.
Obama was okay.
See, hold on. Those are just anecdotal cases. But when you look at the spread, it does help that if you have 2-parent homes or a father in the house, but it doesn't mean a single mother cannot raise a perfectly high achieving child.
Plenty.
So you don't have to defend it. You don't have to defend it.
No, tonight. No. But I have to answer it. Somebody gave an example, and I'm saying it doesn't fit into the situation they're talking about here. The situation they're talking about here is people being raised by single parent. That's
okay, Ogbeni, let me ask you a common one. Can you drive and continuously look at your driving mirror, looking at the back?
No, somebody brought in.
There you have an accident.
No, somebody brought in Clinton as if Clinton was raised by a single parent. And my point is, Clinton was not raised by a single parent.
Nobody was even there for Clinton because Mary was drunk all the time. The stepfather was not there.
Clinton's no. Clinton had a relation. In fact, the Clinton he bears today, that is his stepfather's name, Roger Clinton. So if we go back to history, Clinton history, he wrote his own history. If we go back to Clinton history, Clinton had
I read it over and over. He's a man I love till tomorrow.
Many Nigerian presidents grew up in single parent home. If I'm not mistaken, Obasanjo and maybe even Buhari.
Let's not take it on a tangent. Let him actually progress it and land it. And then
thank you. Let me just land on this. So where my rebuttal on that is that they were raised by family. Obama, when his own dad returned to Kenya, his mom also married the Indonesian stepdad. He was with that man to a certain age when he returned to his grandmom and his granddad. So he was actually raised in a home. So it's different from the typical example that are giving here.
No, Obama, no, yeah. Obama, the grandparents actually raised him.
He was first taken to his Indonesian stepdad. He lived with him in they call that place maybe Jakarta or something like that.
Indonesia. He was even attending Madras.
Yes, before they took him back to the grandmom and granddad. So there was never a time when Obama was raised by a single parent. So
Madrasas,
the typical example they are giving here. And that is for them. By the way, like Titi said, Madam Titi said, Obama doesn't fall in the bracket of the African Americans we're talking about here.
I don't calculate. Look at Obama as a black man. Honestly,
Baba, give him a moment.
Yeah,
his own dad came from America. His own dad was like me and you. He migrated to America. He had a very good education in Kenya. He came to America. He had a good education. So there's an average life he lived, and then married a white woman. So he doesn't fall in that category of the African American I'm talking about. But let me quickly talk about that aspect that you have a question that if we spill it to the other side or reverse the situation, and it happened to be African that colonized or enslaved the Americans or the whites. Now let's say the whites. Then what would we be talking about today? See, with my little understanding of history, Africans are colonized before, and I think Nigeria also made that point. You see, different nations colonized, but the problem I have with the African home is that we happen to be the last on the ladder, and I think that is where our problem actually comes from. We happen to be the last on the ladder. We never, for instance, when you look back to history, yes, England was colonized by Roman. The Roman left them. When they left them, the entire place scattered and battered. But England or the English society find succor in colonizing another country. They came to West Africa. They colonized us. They enslaved us, and blah blah blah. Then when you talk about the slave masters in Europe, like Portugal, the Spanish, and even these Romans, they were also colonized by some people. For instance, the Portuguese were colonized by those guys there was a reign of Moorish rule. Those Moorish are the Muslim of North African origin. They colonized
were they the Persians, now known as Iranians?
The Moors were like Persians,
yes,
like
no, they are Moroccans.
Yes, they were
Berber.
They are Berbers, yeah.
Yes, Rationama, you're right.
So I'm black.
Yes, they are black. They are the North Africans. They colonized the Portuguese before they gave them. The same with Spain. They also colonized Spain until sometimes around 1460 something, when they allowed them to go with the Roman. Look at France, for instance. The French society also was colonized by Roman Empire. But what happened? After they let them go, they also fed on us. They came to Africa and started dissipating our space too. Then when you go to India, for instance, I tell people, India oppressed Pakistan and Bangladesh for some long time before they allowed them also to go. Look at China. After they released China, China has never left Hong Kong and Taiwan and all these guys alone to date. But when you now come back to, and I'm not making any excuse for Africa here. I'm just trying to look at trajectory. I'm looking at history. United States of America today, I know Babajale will go after me on this. After they let United States go in 1776, they also had some countries to feed on. Apart from the African Americans within the space, which they kept feeding on, they also fed on Philistines. They got the Philippines. They got the Philippines from Spain. They got the Haiti, Puerto Rico, and all those guys in the South America. They were dominating them and dissipating their things and bringing it to America, even despite the fact that they are forced slavery and all these things. So my point is just, they came to balkanize us. There is no race in the world that ever been balkanized like Africa. 10 million people killed, 10 million blacks killed in Congo by a king from Belgium, and nobody is talking about it again today in history. But we keep talking about 6 million that died in Holocaust. So are they saying the life of 6 million is more than the life of 10 million? So these are the questions I like as a Pan-African person to be asking most times.
Don't you think you are contradicting yourself? Because all the people or all the civilizations you said were enslaved, what is their story today compared to ours?
Those ones that were enslaved. So my point
is, the British look at the British today, look at the French today, look at the Spanish people today, and look at we blacks today.
Baba, get my point. When they let the British go, when the Roman, the Spanish, the Danish, all those guys let them go, they came to feed on us in Africa to build their own society. When they let the Portuguese to go under the Moorish, they came to us, they fed on Africa. When they let the French to go, they came to us and fed on us. But when they let us go, who did we feed on? I'm not making an excuse.
They didn't let us go, by the way. I don't know where you got that.
Trajectory in history. These are history we should look at. They used our society, they plundered our resources, both human and material resources, to build their own society.
Ogbeni, let me point you to a modern time story. At the height of the apartheid system in South Africa, the ratio was 5 black to 1 white.
Okay.
Why? And even when we became exasperated, people like Obasanjo was questioning them. Why are they not fighting back? Why did we not fight back?
That's during our the slavery or colonialism.
The slavery.
Oh, we did. We fought too. We fought.
It's skirmishes. The Igbo landing, I think, in Carolina, where the Igbo slaves jumped out of the ships and all committed suicide. It was a big loss to the slave buyers.
Yes.
Apart from that incident, or there's skirmishes here and there, but we were in our millions.
I think we actually fought them. The Benin Empire had guns. They fought, and there were some riverine areas in the south that
We
actually
sabotaged
defeated.
ourselves.
No, they actually defeated some European company, and they went and ate them. But they did conquer some Europeans. But eventually, we were fighting amongst ourselves that they conquered. But one point I want to make is that we shouldn't be too downhearted. In history, the black race has never been conquered. This is just the only time in history we have been by outsiders from Africa. So let's keep that in mind. And it's just
hold on.
Okay, you can. Okay, please go ahead and tell me when we are conquered.
All right. As you are listening to him, have a look in the private chat. Yes.
You mean me?
No. Tonight.
One man, we are talking about racism, but you did it to me and Akin just now in this platform. Throw two of us at the backstage for hours.
Can I say something? Please.
Go ahead and say what you're saying.
All right. So, you said what's going on here now? I'm hearing myself. All right. So, to Nigeria, you were saying that the black race has never been conquered. What are you talking about?
Okay, please tell us.
Hold on. The Arabs have always made incursion down south, and that's even before the Europeans came. They've been selling blacks that they catch from the Sahel down to Sudan, down to modern-day Nigeria, and they take them to the North Africa to go sell them, and they make them ship them to
6 million.
They were mostly buying them. They were not capturing them. They were buying them.
Wow.
So there's a big difference there.
Ajay Crowder was captured by Fulani.
Tonight, have a look in the private chat.
I've taken that. Okay, I will send that now. I think they were selling them. They were not captured. They were not conquering the nations.
They conquered some. Okay, if you know about Swahili, you know how Swahili came about. You know, it's the Arabification of some languages, some local languages. Hold on. So we talk about in North Africa today. Talk about Arabification. The Berbers are not really Arabs. Because when they move, let me not bore with all the stories. So the Arabs have always made incursion into Africa, conquered them, subjected them, turned them into a new religion, a kind of new religion.
Wow.
And hold on. Oh my goodness.
Hold on. What please use a headset or something, or because we're hearing ourselves back from you.
So
hold on. Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
It's for me?
Yeah, you can hear it as well.
I cannot hear it. It's not me.
Yeah.
It's not me.
What piece is from you?
What piece is from you?
You sure?
Can you just mute, please? Just mute for us, please. Thank you. So if you go to like Ethiopia, Sudan, those areas, I mean, you talk about modern day. Let's just talk about Sudan today. Does it surprise you that if Sudan were to be one like it used to be before they went on their separate ways, the Arab part of Sudan were the ones that were leading. They were part of those people that were selling those Negroes from the southern part of Sudan and selling them to the Arabs. So all this you're talking about, hold on. If you're talking about even in the scriptures in the Bible, one of the oldest books, Sudan was mentioned, Ethiopia was mentioned, Egypt was mentioned, Libya was mentioned. These are countries that were mentioned in one of those older writings. So if these people can be this land as we know them today are known back then, and slaves were sold. You're not talking about conquering here. I don't know what you're talking. Maybe you're not talking about. You're talking about the sub-Saharan Africa, perhaps. But
let me explain what I was saying. See, the sub-Saharan Africans, for one, were not conquered, and even the Ethiopians and the others you were referring to, they had their own empires, the Aksum, and so they were not necessarily conquered by Arabs. As a matter of fact, Ethiopia was not conquered by Arabs. And hold on, now Ethiopia is not even an Arab nation, and they are not Muslims, so. That is a fact. The Kush Kingdom. Let me finish what I'm saying. The Kush Kingdom, while the British were being enslaved and colonized by the Romans, the Kush Kingdom, as a matter of fact, recently I saw the story of Boudica of the UK, And we also know the story of Cleopatra, how she lost Egypt, and Boudica was defeated by the Romans in the UK. But a Cushite queen actually fought the Romans to a standstill and got everything she wanted for the Romans. That's how hard Africa was to defeat. And don't say that they didn't know how to get into Africa. They knew where Africa was. They were not able to defeat us. So that should tell you the scale and the strength that the continent had at that time. What I'm telling you just now, if you listen to what I'm telling you, it's a fact.
What you just said now,
Your story is not fact. Can I speak?
Sorry, please let me speak, please. What you're saying they don't know is far ahead of them, but they will get there. Queen Sheba fought with 2,000 elephants, defeated the Romans. Go check it out. But you guys are not yet there. The Muslim, hold on, please now. The Romans, the Muslims didn't conquer. They couldn't win any war in Africa, but they penetrated Africa through Islam trade. It was an agreement, partnership to allow the people to come trade and all that. That's how they spread most of their Islamic whatever. Let's keep that aside. But what I came to
Africans are the ones that spread Islam for them in Africa. They hardly conquered in Africa itself.
Yeah, what I came to say is this. Columbus was not the first to arrive in America. Russian man, you do your studies well. Actually, there were people were there one, and there's a reason it's called America. The first guy that arrived in America he arrived in the areas of Panama, Guatemala.
America Vespucci.
Yeah, he took that name from the blacks in Guatemala. Americos, I think Ameri means in Latin means black, something like that. He was the first to arrive that area, but on document, because the Spanish have to clear authority over that area, they make it Columbus. And again, you didn't even know Columbus was once arrested in the oasis of Mauritania and Ghana, which is called Ashanti. One of the Ashanti arrested him in one of his voyage. The only time they could sail to America is when they discovered the equatorial whatever in Africa, where they could sail through Africa and go to America. So are the things you need to know. And the Jewish were heavily on slave trade. Actually, they were the aristocrat. They were the ones building the ship. They have nothing to do because they were being persecuted all over the world. There was not accepted in Rome. So all they need to do is to sail. They were building ships for the Portuguese and every Spanish. They were sailing. They were actually selling slaves. They owned the ship for slaves. During the British height of slavery, it was controlled. The economy was controlled by the Jewish. The Jewish, go and check it out. It's all archived, but they're hiding it, so you don't read about it. You the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think people don't understand that our history is quite unique, and we are one of the only groups in the world that never really traveled the world.
What history is unique? I mean,
can you please listen before you just start getting? Why are you getting triggered? I barely said anything.
Hold on. When was Africa ever united as one? When we have smaller empires here, and then you're talking about unite. You're talking about they never conquered us. And I just give you an example of.
But they didn't.
They did. Some tribes in Africa. I'm giving you one of the major empires. Sudan.
They were not conquered. It was more recently.
No. Older history. Ethiopia was under the Persians at some point. Then the Romans came, they conquered, and they took some part of Ethiopia. Even Egypt came under their control, even up to Libya. So what are you talking about? If you talk about
where are you reading that from?
Okay, yeah, that's it. So you go and do your research.
Just go to hold on. It's being said it's everywhere. Wait, hold on. Abyssinia is the only country being not conquered and not colonized in Africa.
What?
Right from time of
Egypt was conquered.
I'm not saying Egypt. Listen, I said Abyssinia.
Black Africa.
I'm talking about Ethiopia. Abyssinia was the former name.
Black African from
older
Africa.
Ethiopia was the older Ethiopia, not the
Abyssinia was taken by Rome.
No. Where Rome took Abyssinia was the world by this guy. What's this guy that came in the Second World War? What's his name? That during this guy's time, Rastafari, what's his name? The last of the emperor. Selassie. They couldn't even win. We're
talking about contemporary history. We're not talking about history. We're talking about older history.
I'm telling you about older history. That older history, I'm very vast in it. I'll tell you how. See, I'll tell you. Hold on now. I'll tell you how the Muslim. Hold on. Don't be shouting now. I'll tell you how the Muslim got to. Hold on now. I'll tell you how the Muslim got to that area. And again, but and in Libya, the Benghazi people are Arabs. That's the problem in Libya. The Gaddafi people are Batu. The Baghdadi people are the originals. The Benghazi are the Arab slave holder that conquered or get to that area through Islamic whatever.
Apologies, War Peace. I'm going to end this stream on my YouTube, and then I'll restart another one. But carry on. But everybody stay in the studio. That doesn't disturb you. But yeah, carry on. Okay.
The Benghazi actually have is it Ayatollah or whatever, which Gaddafi took power from. The Benghazi people were the Arabs selling slaves.
It's King Idris.
King Idris,
Gaddafi took over from.
Yeah, Italians actually fought with them. If you don't know rational mind, go back and take a step. I know you know your history, but you're missing it up. You're just missing it up. I don't know why.
We're talking motor. You talk shit. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Some area was not conquered by. See. Hold on.
So no. You've been talking now. Let me talk now, Abi. It's dialogue. It's not a monologue. So now you're talking about Idris and whatever. These are contemporary. These are histories of like in 19th century, and we're talking about history like we're talking about 1 BC. We're talking about 2 BC, before Christ era. We're talking about even CE, Christ era, which is even during the Romans, when Augustus Caesar came in the Carthage area, the Carthage time, when they make incursion into North Africa, part of Libya and all the Algeria, Tunisia were under the control of the Roman.
When I'm talking about conquest, I'm talking about sub-Saharan Africa. North Africa is different. I'm not talking about North Africa. I was talking about
that we're not talking about one united Africa. There were kingdoms that were conquered. There were empires that were conquered.
That is not our group. I'm talking about the Niger Congo group and this Kushite group in the eastern part of Africa. They never came south. That's what I'm telling you.
So
it just happened. 14th century was the first time. The Kush
to Niger, listen, Russia, what you have to understand, every kingdom was not existing at the same time. Some were created later. So you cannot just say Libya. First of all, if you want to say history, let's all know when Libya was founded. When Benghazi people actually came to Libya, then you would start arguing history. When you say 2 BC, 3 BC, are you sure Libya was resistant in 2 BC?
There were writings. You see where you're going. So you don't.
No. Hold on now. Hold on now. Wait. You said there were writings.
All right, go on.
Hold on. The first of the 3 people in the Axis in the beginning of the Christ time was Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia, which are Abyssinia. Then later on, at the time of the Greek time, we have Carthage. Somebody help me out. It was Carthage, is their country. Carthage, yeah. The fall of Carthage led to opening of other kingdom there in Africa. So let's put it on the right perspective. Don't just tell me this. Yeah, different time, different time, different era. Egypt came, Libya came later. Libya was not there by the time Sudan, Egypt, and Abyssinia were there at the time of pharaohs. So let's not get it wrong, get it twisted.
And the Kushite kingdom fell.
Apologies to Nigeria. Let me bail and hand over to you. So I'll bail and hand over to you, and then I'll substitute myself with Mike. So thank you everyone, and especially thank you for Czech in effect, who was our guest for today.
Well, man, before you leave, that Czech of a guy is the name Czech. Does that mean that I don't know. Is it Czech as in Czech, or like Czech as a country?
No, it's Czech as a country, but I think it's just a
name. Yeah, that was a big guy, he has a big channel.
He has nearly 400,000 followers.
Yeah.
His videos get on average 100,000 hits. It's a big guy.
Yeah,
He's a big guy.
man, you are really going up in the world.
What do you mean? I'm going? When was I never up in the world? But our next guest will be you.
Oh man.
All right. Okay. All right. Let me.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Yeah,
so
thank you.
yeah.
This
See,
this
let's
is our
agree
time now.
that the Black African continent was not conquered till the 14th century. That's when the Kushite kingdom fell for the Arabs. So that my point is that our history is not without honor. That is not that simple. We didn't just roll over overnight. Something that when they came into West Africa, that was around 15th or so century. That's when the first time we encountered them. And yes, we were not conversant with the world outside before that time because we were being protected. But we fell. The Songhai Empire fell. The Nubian, that which is the Kushite kingdom, fell before we fell, and we never left the continent. Before then, we never really left the continent. So when we start thinking that these people have been conquering us forever and all that, I don't think it's necessarily accurate because the history suggests that we held out for a long time, even more than most of the North Africans did. So even when they encountered us, they lost.
That's not even true that we never left the continent, because all the continent were one before everything started to split apart. So even the history you're talking about is not so much legit. The whole continent was
I'm
one.
sorry, I was just referring to our
Listen,
genetic lineage, our group.
no. Listen, even
Okay.
the astrophysicists, this guy, what is his name? Neil, is it
deGrasse
deGrasse?
Tyson.
Yeah, he even spoke about it. So that's why you will see like some dark people, they're on different type of continent. So like if you look Australia, for example, even there was even a claim that because especially the black men, we like to walk around a lot to go different places. You can even say like they were saying even part of America, it looks like the blacks were settled there before, and when continents started to split apart, that's when you start having like the Americans, you start having the Africa. And if you look at the African map today as well, it's already starting to split into two. So meaning maybe by the time maybe in the next 50 years, now currently we have like 7 continents. We're probably gonna have like 8 continents.
Oh my
So
God, are you serious? That's not going to happen in the next 1 million years. Jesus Christ. You see, this is why I don't like that documentary. People are getting it wrong.
No, look at your map. Just look at your map. It's already splitting into.
Are you talking about seismically?
Yeah,
Or?
he's talking about seismic shifts.
Yes, it might take a million years, but it's already taking place. There are some places in Kenya, straight down to.
But the same thing is true in America. I don't know why they were publishing this
I
stuff.
know. They are publishing it, but because we are not advanced then, probably because we have technology and we are taking record. But that's not my question. Ogbeni, are you there, Mr. Ogbeni?
Yes, I'm there. What, please?
Please, please. Do you know more about Obama? Barack Obama.
Yes.
Have you read his book?
Yeah, I've read some of his books.
Yeah, I put it here before that Barack Obama is related to the Bush, is related to the Buckingham Palace.
I've confirmed it.
Okay.
Confirmed it. Yeah.
Then again,
he would have put it to say that he has a lineage connection with the Windsor family. You see, the royal family you have now in the British family, they are originally called Windsor. So there's a connection he has with Windsor family through his maternal part.
Yeah. Then again, I want to go.
Let me say this. I mean,
hold on.
Obama's mom is Jewish now. What are you people talking about?
Is she Jewish? I didn't know that one. Where did he get that? The mom was Jewish.
Hold on.
The thing is, Jewish is not ethnicity. You guys should understand.
Oh God.
Jewish is not ethnicity.
What are you?
Wait, hold on. We are just mangling the conversation now. Let's not make this about.
Wait, not about Jews.
I mean, sometimes we just confuse ourselves.
I know that would be on that topic. I'm for you because I've said it before. this kind of. But let me go to the point again. I don't know if you
What
have
does
read
that have
about.
to do if it's related to the king? It has nothing to do. Even if
Wait, hold
Obama,
on. So
they don't
please,
see
before
him
I forget.
as they don't see him. He's still a black man. So nobody recognizes. Even if you read the book and it says he has a part of white lineage, he has nothing to do with that. He's still a black man. So I don't understand how that has to do with this topic.
That is
Break that one.
background. That
It's
is
actually
background.
mixed race.
Yes.
Actually helped
What
him.
background? What does that make him?
His connection actually helped him among the elites in America.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Obama was never raised a poor kid. Sure, you guys know
Never.
all those
You
all those things they put.
need to read
Those
some
things
books
that
on that.
Yeah. Nobody said he was raised a poor kid. Nobody said that. But I'm just saying that just because his lineage is related to the king of British United Kingdom has something with the way he get ahead in life. It has nothing to do with that.
It
It
helps
really
him.
does. See,
Informed,
if you're
informed
mixed,
his
see
background.
that's the thing. See, that's what the lady was trying to tell you guys, and I think we spoke about this. See, the bottom of the chain is the black flag. So if you're mixed, they still see you as black, but you're above us that we're 100% black. So if he was able to get ahead in life and become the president, that's because they're not so much scared of him compared to me as a black guy. They're not as scared of him compared like that. The thing is that the lady was trying to say, or the thing is, it's hard for us to understand because first of all, if you're born African, you're already blinded with two things: slavery, you know nothing about it, and second, colonization. So you have two problems dealing with us already, and a lot of us, we have we especially if you grew up there, you have no idea. Like everything you will be saying, because I listened to everything everybody was saying. It was more like you're already blind. You're blind. Like you can't get it, and it's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. But the kid that you have, because you're so blind, is actually
and
affecting
dude,
the kid as
you're
well.
not right. You're not blind, right? You
Yeah,
are the
because
only one that sees, right?
well, and I who said
Obama's mother is
and
not Jewish. I don't know
all
where
right.
people got that one from too.
Let
I
me
think
tell
I heard
you
it from somewhere. I mean, I
how
saw it
I'm
somewhere
not
that
blind.
it's not Jewish.
He's not.
Let me tell you why I'm not blind. I'm not blind to the fact that I see. I'm not
Oriolato
blind.
blind. You want to go look
Yeah,
blind?
see,
You're so funny.
Just listen. Okay, yeah, I'm funny, but I can hear how you will say someone is trying to give you a different perspective, but you're not seeing that perspective. I can see, I can be in those people's shoe. I can fit in their shoe because I've seen the other side. I've read about it. I've lived the life, so I know what's going on. You don't see the other side. When they're trying to explain it to you, you don't get it. Why do you think most of Africans ran here? The only difference between me and most of you guys will be the fact that I didn't come here by myself. They have to bring me here. If I was brought here when I was adult, I'll probably be saying the same thing as you guys. I didn't see it like you guys because I wasn't. And it was more like I had to learn, I have to fit in, I have to see things in different perspective. That's the only difference. And when people were telling you this is how someone feel, you shouldn't challenge it. Every one of us that came from Africa, it's just because they needed us. It's just because they need you to do the job that other people, their people won't do. That's the only reason why a lot of us were here. You think they really wanted you? You really think they really wanted you? No, they don't. That's why the people that are coming in, they will let them come in because they know a lot of people already that were living here. They won't do the job that those people want to do. Like it's just like another type of slavery that we guys don't know. Like they did the what's the thing that makes people come from our not just Africa, other countries, the lottery. You think that lottery is just that's another type of slavery for you guys. We just didn't know. That's why a lot of us cannot sit in our country and fix it. And when we talk about it, that, okay, let's go back and do this thing. A lot of you guys just thought you would talk. But when you go back there, you can't do anything. We don't learn about ourselves. All we learn is memorize, and it has nothing to do with life. We can't create anything. And now we're blaming people that they already. I mean, why would you want them? People that were forcefully brought here. We should be the people that actually tell them that we want them back. But your king, they don't know the history, and a lot of us, we're already blind. We don't know our history either. So it's more like we just follow. Like we have a lot. Man, you always
please,
because we fail to listen.
please let me come in. I know I'm not on this part. I know this part is very touchy, but there's a thing I want to talk about since that one kept me at the back. This thing about this Bush and Columbus stuff. Again, I hope Agbani is still there. If you have read Columbus archives or memo or journey to America, you would understand Africa route play a lot of a great role. Without the discovery of the equatorial whatever in Africa, there was no way they would have found America. The French and the British was controlling the I think the Red Sea to Indian, while the Arabs were controlling the Mediterranean Sea. Because the Portuguese has no choice of trade routes because of the heavy tax. That led the first guy. What's his name? This guy, I don't know. The first guy that made that sail around Africa. Because anytime they get to the equatorial section, it's very hot. They always go back. And when the guy made the sail route, he now found out that you can actually sail around the world if you can sail around Africa. That's how they found the route to America. There's 3 current waves to the world from Africa. That West African coast. One to South America, second one to the Caribbean, and the third one to the Mediterranean. When in Columbus' book, he wrote the first time Columbus got lost because East African navigators were not with him. He founded himself in India. On his book, he wrote it there. Then when he sailed again with his navigators, when he landed, first time he landed in South America, not America, US, South America, where the Incan people, he met the Incan people, or something like the people of Mexican. That's why he was calling them Red Indian. He thought he was in Indian again. He got Red Indian. Meanwhile, people already arrived before in Panama Azes and Guatemala Azes. Then when he made on that say the third time, he arrived in West Indies. He met black people. Why is it called West Indies?
But Indians.
Huh?
Because he thought they were Indians.
Yes, because they were black. He called them West Indians. When he met the Red Indians, he called them, because the Inca people, they use this, if you watch Inca movies, they rub themselves with white and red or whatever, Jaritra, whatever. He called them, and their skin, they're brown or whatever. He called them Red Indians. But when he arrived in West Indies, he called them West Indies.
Yes, there are dark people in that area that are not necessarily us, like the Melanesians and all those other groups. So that's why you call them black, but not necessarily the Nigerian blacks.
Yeah, just like the Aboriginal Australians, the black over there. How did they get there? The British met them there. And Columbus, what they will never tell you, that Columbus was detained, he was in jail in Ashanti. They will never tell you, but they will tell you when he got back to Spain, the king of Spain arrested him, he was in jail for 5 years. No, he was in jail in Ashanti. Because when they are shipping them, when they are selling them, they used to stop and fix their ship, maybe because they don't just say in all the weather, because there are times the sea is not good. So they have to bet and wait for the tide to go down or for a good tide for them to sail. It's like the islands of Mauritania and Ghana. And the Ashanti king, they detained him for a cost of whatever, I don't know. He took them years to build him. But you will never find this on their book, except you go into their archives. So some of the stories we are hearing, if you don't do a lot of research, you just fall into their stories and would make them look superior than us. It was not really true. Let me use the floor. Huh?
Columbus was not the only ship captain that was arrested in African coast. There were a lot
thank
of
you.
them.
Thank you,
I've read about a lot of European captains. There was one that was even executed and killed somewhere in Ghana in the Gold
Thank
Coast.
you. Ghana was very
because they were buying slaves from the hinterland and they were cashing slaves. And that's why I have you with what Tunaja is saying. Not all the slaves were bought. They were cashing slaves from the coastal region, but they did not initially enter into the hinterland. So they were buying slaves from traditional rulers from the hinterland, particularly the Fulanese. You see, most of those slaves, they were sold by the Fulanese to these guys. So they will catch those slaves, particularly the Igbo parts. They caught a lot of slaves, the Fulani from the Igbo side. They will bring it to the coastal land. So there were some captains who, instead of buying slaves from those traditional rulers, will simply catch slave in the coastal land. And if you're caught, they take you to the native authorities back then, and those guys do their own justice with you. So in history, some historical book actually showed that there were European captains that were even executed somewhere in the Gold Coast because they were catching slaves that were not supposed to catch. Meanwhile, there were some more slaves also that they were princes. So this particular captain caught someone who actually was a prince in that area, but probably was walking, around that side around that time, and then he caught the guy. But on getting to the ship, they realized that it was a prince, and the captain was executed somewhere in that Gold Coast.
When you said they're cashing people, they're not cashing slaves because those people are not they're not slaves. They're actually invading they invade our land and took people, and we are fighting back. We fought back. And so if you're saying they catch some of their people too, that's because while we are fighting back, we're taking them. But at the end of the day, they had to do a deal with the kings to be able to sell them people anyways. Yeah, no. Yeah, but because at first you were saying they're cashing slaves. Those people are not slaves. So
I think that there is a way you are saying it that makes it look like, oh, we are just sitting down and people are just kidnapping us. I think the idea is that during those days, people, when you are vulnerable, they take you, and they were taking Europeans as slaves, even when Europeans were taking Africans as slaves to America. People from North Africa. People from North Africa were still invading and going to Europe and kidnapping people as slaves.
Wait, that's not the same. You guys said it too. See, Africans are enslaving themselves. Europeans are enslaving themselves. That was being done before they realized that they can see another continent, which is black people, and they start invading and taking people away. That's different. Enslaving within ourselves is not the same thing as going and enslaving other tribe or other ethnicity. It's two different things, because the way we were treated after they caught us and enslaved us is not the same way we were treating the people that we enslaved among ourselves, or the people they enslaved among themselves. It's not the same way. We have to understand this. It's not the same.
I think it can be quite cruel too, the way they enslaved each other, like the way the Vikings enslaved other groups in Europe.
Okay, so didn't African enslave Africans too? We didn't enslave ourselves.
No, Africans enslaved Africans, and Africans were all very happy to sell Africans.
Tunaja, that's a very wrong narrative.
Some Africans. Okay, fair point. Let me correct myself. Some Africans, not all of them.
Okay, but did we lynch ourselves? Because you're saying it's the same way. Did we lynch ourselves?
Yes, actually we did.
We did. Where?
Oh, yeah, you didn't know. Why do you?
I need reference for that, because
see, when Europeans outlawed slavery, many of our leaders still want to sell slaves. See, when Europeans outlawed slavery, many of our leaders still want to carry on selling slaves.
We're not talking. We're not talking about that. We're talking about when it first started, and when it first started in 13th century, and they start catching us before we actually joined. I'm saying to you guys, before then, we were enslaving ourselves. they were enslaving themselves as well. But
True.
what goes into that, like lynching, making they would make people big, so they can use them to work. And what were they doing? They cut, yeah, exactly. They cut off their manhood and make them big so they can work for them. We weren't doing that.
We were doing it.
They're not doing that to themselves.
I don't know what Africans. I don't have any evidence that Africans were literally breeding slaves. I'm not sure. I've never heard of that before.
Doing that.
Wait,
okay, where's the
Does
reference?
anyone have any evidence for this? Because I've never heard that before.
Ogbeni, where's
the
reference
now?
Yeah, give us the reference.
Let me tell you.
And don't tell us the book that white people wrote.
Let me tell you.
They can't write about us. Yeah, because that's the book. Give me a book. Give me a book. You read a book, right? What's the name?
Wait now. Now, 2 books I will refer you to. There's a book of Kingdoms of Yorubas. Please go to eBay and buy it.
No, I don't need to. Go ahead.
There's another book. Yeah, please go and buy it. Then there's another book. I'm coming.
And Kingdom of Yoruba, they said we're castrating ourselves and we're lynching ourselves in Kingdom of Yoruba.
I will tell you how we maltreated.
We weren't even named Yoruba then. We were your empire. Because I'm not sure.
Let Ogbeni talk now. Let him talk.
No, we are conversating. I can ask him a question now.
Nak, why is Nak calling us slave catchers? You see how Nak, you can come on this thing now. We are trying to understand here. We are not slave catchers. Calling us slave catchers is not very helpful. Nak, can you come? If you want to come, you can come in and have your say. Please go ahead.
Okay, so the point. I can't remember. I can't pick the second author now, but I'll check my shelf. Once I stop talking now, I'll go and check my shelf downstairs and find those 2 books. I can even capture them and send it to this platform so that you see.
That Africans were breeding slaves.
No, let's share him. He has the history.
We were castrating our slaves.
Oh, okay. I think that one. I think we probably did.
No. Wait. I have question. Let him land because I have question about. Yeah. We're listening.
We were castrating our slaves. Now, I happen to come from a family of slave owners in Ekiti. One check is Aduloju family.
I came from a family of a warrior too.
Yes,
I came from warrior family as well, and I know.
Aduloju was a great warrior, all right, in the interland.
Who is from Uluode family?
I'm from Oyo Empire, and from Oyo Empire.
Whether Uluode or Faji,
my grandfather is one of the warrior. Go ahead.
Okay, so Aduloju happened to be a great warrior who was in that interland from Ekiti down to the Ondo, all those regions. Okay, now we were made to know in our history that we had people called Eru, we had people called Iwofa, and we have people we call Okun. Now the Okuns are the castrated slaves. I'll repeat again. We had Eru in our compound. We had
We're listening
in our compound. We had Okun in our compound. They were slaves. The Eru are slaves. But the Erus are slaves that can still buy their freedom by hard work.
Nak, because sorry, I want to let somebody on the chat know something. Nak, sorry, I'm really sorry. Nak, I'm trying to get the link to you because I'm hosting from a different platform, but I'll get the link to you. Just be patient. I'll get it to you. Thank you.
Okay, so the Erus, the Eru were the slaves, that when Aduloju went to war and plundered the place, he will come back with the Erus. He will give to the kings around their own and had his own portion. So his compound was full of slaves, and he can pick anyone and sleep with anyone and have children from them. Now, the Erus, they are the one you caught from your your wars and other things. And when you bring them, by hard work, they can still buy their freedom. Now we have the Wofas, right? The Wofa are your servants. We have the Okuns. The Okuns, they are those the slaves that you don't wish them, or you don't want them to have freedom at all. So you castrate them and you send them into the forest to farm for you. Now we now have the second layer of Erus. I've forgotten the name they call them now. If I call my dad tomorrow, I'll get that name for you. Those ones are the children of the direct slaves. Okay, and Adeloju was so powerful that he had traders that were taking his own slaves down to the coast to go and sell in Leko. So to now tell me that
all right, now before you go, put date on what you just said. Put a date on that.
Reigned in the 1811 to 1860 something.
I beg, we're talking about before 13th century. See, that's what I'm saying. The history you just read to me is what they copy from the white people, what they're doing to their people, and so they start doing it.
I did not read it about book.
Listen.
I'm telling you, wait now.
Before the 13th century. If you're talking about before 13th century now, then I'll believe what you're saying. You're telling me.
Oriola.
And one at a time, please. One at a time, please.
Oriola, can I come in, please? Can I come?
Oriola, calm down now, so that someone else can talk.
Please let me come in.
To impress anybody, you need to go.
Please let me.
Allow World Peace to say something. Then Black Mizzy and Pansad, BT, they have not said anything at all. And Ola too.
I don't speak to impress him. I don't speak to impress anybody.
Ogbeni, please, let's allow World Peace to come in.
Sorry, thank you. They say in any great kingdom come great atrocities. The greater the kingdom, the greater the atrocity. Every great kingdom, empire that was existing there had their own fair share of atrocity. Now, I'm not going to go. Yes, African, we were castrating. We have the kind of slavery system we have, but it was not inhuman to humanity. The whites, the Europeans, introduced the monetizing system into our slavery. They showed and taught our leaders that in the 19th century, rather, the monetization of slavery. But as early as 14th century and 15th century, I agree with Ogbeni, they were catching our people that you catch fish. Now, when it comes to castration of slaves, yes, true. Yes, really breaking down, we did. And I'll give you date and when. 1515, the war between the Benin and the Igala. Today, the Igala people you see that's almost gone extinct. If you know what we did with them, at the last batch of people they sent to Benin, it was around 1840. When we won that war, the Portuguese fought war with us, side by side, to defeat the Igalas. They are basically not a law that every year, the Igala will send their able-grown men that is grown to be a manhood, warriorhood men to Benin. Do you know what we did with those people when they come?
Are you even listening?
Can you let him finish now? Can you let him finish?
Hold on now.
Please, he's sharing something now. Please let him finish, because I think I want to understand what he's saying. Please go ahead.
What it comes about castration of slaves, that's what I'm just telling you. They are slaves, but it's not for sell, it's not for, they still have their freedom. They are slaves. In some communities where they conquer you, take you as a slave, we call them Ovien. You will be working them in their farm. You have your life, you can marry your own body, your own self and all that, but you are not in that system. You're not in that community, but you have your life. They're not taking in your freedom from you, not like what they do in the West. Now, when we won that war, we are not in law so that the Ghana will not do a revenge attack, or they should not come back to attack us again. Every able young man that grow in that town, that maybe 18, 20 grow up, will be sent to Benin. And when they get to Benin, we know what we do with them. We castrate them, because we don't want them to marry with us. Those are the people some of the people, hold on. Those are some of the people that dug the Great Benin moat. They were sending batches of people in thousands to Benin Kingdom almost every year at Igwe Festival. I'm not proud of it, but it happens. That's why you see the Igala people today almost went to extinction by the law we enacted. So there are cruel things that happen, but the most cruel one is selling your own self, which the white man introduced to us at the late 18th century. Start selling for money. That was a different topic. Thank you.
So are you saying that the Benin fought with the Portuguese against the Igala?
The Portuguese joined the Benin to fight against Ngala. Yeah. The first time we used firearm was side to side with the Benin.
Okay.
1515, precisely dated record.
Wow, that is tragic.
See, the Oyinbos did not introduce purchase of slaves to us. See, in those days, before we had contact with the Europeans, our people were already selling slaves or exchanging slaves to other neighboring warriors in other towns. You purchase things with your slaves. And they were great warriors in the hinterland, particularly in the southwest, that you can mention the followers, the Ogedengbe's, and others. These guys had slaves, and they were exchanging slaves to other warriors for exchange of commodities and so many things. So the Oyinbo came because they saw all these things and they came with their own mentality of having it. They will stay by the coastal region. Our home people will go and sell to them. And they also started cashing by the coastal region. So that's the way I see this thing. But to now say you exonerate our home people from this heinous crime and only face Oyinbo, that's the only thing I can't really understand.
Thank you.
If you're referring to, can I say something? If you're referring to me, I never said that. I'm just saying that.
Who is talking? I don't even know who.
No, this is
okay. So Oriola.
My name is Ola.
I never said.
It's not Oriola. My name is Ola. Two different.
I'm speaking as well.
My Ola is original warrior, not
easy fake one, eh?
Sure. What me I'm saying is this. I don't disagree
the warrior.
Oriola. Also, the thing is this, right?
Well.
I've listened to Ross
no.
the beginning today.
We like.
I think we have to allow other people speak. Ola, please go ahead so that Nakmizi can come in. BT can say something too. Because the reason why I want Nakmizi to talk because he's African Americans and he likes to say that we sold people and stuff like that. So I want to hear his take on it.
Don't set me up. Are you banning me?
I'm not trying to set you up. I'm just saying. Ola, please go ahead. Let Ola say something, then you can go. Ola, you wanted to say something. We can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
You can't hear me.
Now we can hear you now.
I said one thing about us is this. Okay, one thing about us is that we like absorbing ourselves and try to blame some other guys as if we did nothing wrong. Like when he was saying the other time, see, Oyinbos, they may have their own interior motive of coming here to maybe capture us to do things. Huh?
Well, please go ahead.
A great point. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when they got to when they got here, understand, they made this slavery thing in place so that we were nice to ourselves. That's not really true. What kind of you were so nice to the point that you buy a slave and you made some kind of tribal mark with hot metal on their body. You so much treat them very well that you push in that you change them. And you see, one thing is that for us to solve our problem, we must first of all accept our own fault. It's only when we accept our own fault, we are able to rectify our own fault. Then we now channel the way forward. That is when we are ready to grow. So I was listening to how people were blaming the colonial masters. That even I know that Ogbeni Su even contributed that, just because many people
let's just call them Europeans instead of masters. We can just call them Europeans. That master thing
is sorry. You are putting in the wrong perspective. It's not the way you are putting it. Yes, we have slaves. We didn't just wake up and start catching slaves. We are a strong warrior. Most of our slaves come through conquest. When we have a war with you, defeat your village, we seize some of the people as a tribute back to the king. That's how we are having slaves. And we will not really hold on now. Wait now, I'll take you back.
What piece? Let him finish so that other people can be able to speak. Don't worry,
I know,
to
I
come
have
back
to
to
drop
you.
this so that you can wrap up. See, go back to time of.
Why would I wrap up? I'm just jumping in to contribute. I don't need to wrap up.
I know. Say, take it back to time of King, what do you call it? That youngest king, or take time of the Romans.
Wait now. We were going to this territory for opportunity. We captured them. We used them to do our.
That is wrong. No, that is wrong. You don't know history then. You don't know your history. To say you don't know your history. You don't know your history then.
You are not the only person in the entire world that has access to history books. So don't tell me that when you say no.
You are saying it wrongly. I'm not saying you don't. You are saying it wrongly.
Sorry, guys. Hold on. Well, tonight, War Peace. Please, everybody, let Tunaija direct the conversation. Otherwise, it just gets rowdy. I'm not quite sure if you're listening, but it's just it's getting somewhat too jumbled up. So let him direct it and then follow his lead. Back to you, Tunaija.
Thank you. Yeah, well, please take it easier so that the others can have their say too. All right. So, Ola, please round up so that we can hear from His Majesty and Nakmizi.
to round up when I've not even started speaking,
You've not started. Okay, please go ahead.
By the way, who approved Tunaija to host the show? Did it go to the board members?
I went and kind of snuck in behind the scenes.
Okay, don't worry. We'll talk later. We'll deal with you behind the scenes. Don't worry.
Welcome. Please, Ola, please go ahead.
So, like I said, you understand. So, we all read this book. We're not alive then. So, saying that I am the right person, another person is wrong. I don't know where we are drawing that conclusion. Why you are so sure that your own version is so right? So, the thing is this: it was in our nature then to conquer, to expand our territory, and to enslave others to our own benefit. Alaafin Oyo was in fact, Alaafin Oyo then was a typical example that it conquers so much, from to Dahomey to, in fact, when you are talking of one of the largest empire in Africa, or let me say sub-Saharan Africa, you trace that to Alaafin. So what we are saying here is this: these people, they came here, they made this thing within our system, and they came to the system. It's just like a slave master trying to overpower another slave master. Okay, the other slave master look, okay, why should I even be wasting my energy when I can negotiate? So they now try to negotiate with the slave masters they met on ground. And that's how the international slave trade, when I say international slave trade, let me just say, can I call it transatlantic or whatever you want to call that, right? So, but now to now come and say, oh, we didn't do anything. We were peace-loving people. We were doing everything right. We so much love ourselves, and these people just came and that's not true. That's not true. And anybody that really want to move forward, you must first of all accept your fault. Like I said the other time, before you can move forward, not to start blaming everybody except yourself. So we can't continue this way. You understand? The European, they destroyed the Chinese economy within 100 years. They are now here now giving the same the European serious problem. Then look at the Indians. Look at what they are doing now. So as we speak today, not every European country, I don't think every European country is developed as we like to say it too. Some of them do suffer. So to me, we Africans, we just have to be very serious for once. Let's stop blaming people. So
thank you.
I
think that's
Father,
a valid point.
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
Father Christmas has spoken.
Yeah, and Nak, please go ahead. What do you think about what you've had so far? As you can see, nobody's exactly crowing that they did what happened. Many people recognize that it's not a nice thing for us to do to each other. Please, Nak, go ahead.
You say not a nice thing. I think the choice of words that you just used are highly insensitive to what people
oh
are.
my God! We British we understated.
Let me finish, brother. So when you say not nice, do you realize what my ancestors who were part of some of these kingdoms went through? And you're calling that not nice? Brother,
Oh,
a lot of
not
the smoke.
man.
Wait, hold on, but I'm not really asking a question. I'm really just making a statement. And when the other brothers spoke, you didn't cut them off. So this is part of the smoke that I have for some Nigerians who deny what is now known as Nigeria's involvement in the selling of enslaved Africans, enslaved Nigerians, or people from these nations. And you too, Niger, while I really, you know what I'm saying, I like you, but you've been at the forefront of this denial. You've been knowing everything about, every aspect of Horner, um, uh, tribal politics. But then when I asked you about whether King Papel and his ilk sold slaves to the Europeans, you said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't have any. I don't have any evidence." I'm like, how can you
I
know
did
about
not
everything?
know. What am I supposed to
Even,
do?
but hold
I
on.
did not
How
know.
could you know? How could you know about everything in Africa, but then be shy on speaking about your own people? I get it. It's not something to be proud of. But what I'm glad that I've heard on this panel is that there's been people who just kept it real. And once you keep it real, that is a starting point. That is a starting point for us to start talking. But when you have deniers or people that use words that really don't um, describe what happened to my people, then you're going to get smoked. There's one brother who's always on the panel with us. He doesn't speak a lot, but he always super chats. He comes from a line of people that sold other Nigerians. I have no smoke for him because he admits it. Once we realize that Africans, and I don't like to say Africans, I want to keep it to the region where most of my DNA comes from, right? That what is now known as Nigeria fought with each other. That is a human trait. They fought with each other for resources and other issues, little beefs and spats, and the loser got taken in as slaves. Okay, we get it. Did they treat them nice? They treated them differently, but there's some places where they were castrated, where they were buried alive with their former masters, where they were treated as a permanent caste, permanent slave caste, and their progeny was also treated as a permanent slave caste. So it's not nice. But what's different is that the chattel aspect, they weren't breeding them for the purpose of creating more slaves. It was easier to just sell them to the European partners. Okay, so much that the English said, "Hey guys, this ain't right." For whatever reason, in 1808, they decided to stop it. And then some leaders wanted to continue with it. So I think once you guys start speaking the honest truth that yes, Nigerians sold other Nigerians, it was not nice, and we start using the words that really describe what was going on. Like, can you imagine being marched from the hinterland to the coast in chains, then put on a boat, a smelly boat, not a boat like today where you're peeing, pooing, menstruating, throwing up, sweating, getting bit by mosquitoes, going on a boat in rough seas. Many of these boats sank. Imagine sinking in a boat, being chained up. Some people are claustrophobic. That's a horrible thing. So when we say not nice, that's disrespectful to my people. That's disrespectful to the ancestors of some of the Nigerians on here that were sold themselves. So when we talk about it, I think we have to speak about it honestly and not with kid gloves, but with respect to the ancestors of the Nigerians who lost their people and to the Nigerians or what are now Black Americans that were sold off to Europeans with collusion by Nigerian leadership.
Yeah, I think thank you for that.
Wait, can I say something? I actually like the response as well.
Tunaja, please, can you give me this microseconds? Let me say something. Probably I'm not articulating myself very well, but in my own, from where I'm from, we all have history, tradition, everybody's well known, but we allow our elders to tell us the story so that we don't mislead people. But fortunately, it's not like I cannot say that for other people. Slavery, what we use slavery today is a white man term. What we have was not slavery, but we now paint everything as slavery. Let me take it back. Even the time of Egypt, of Alexander, We never talk about Alexander the Great again. Alexander have, I think Alexander have the most slaves in the world. Every 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 city Alexander conquered, he took slaves. True or false to Niger?
Yeah.
Okay, there have been a form of slavery in the world, not because they just wake up to buy, catch them and sell them, but through war conquest, they take them for military purpose, working and all that. Now, in my own times, we call them Ovie. When my kingdom captured gold, they didn't just go to your kingdom and capture you. Probably there's a problem between my kingdom and your kingdom, and we conquer them. Sometimes we take their warriors, so they're not to be able to fight back. Now we bring it back to our town. They live a good life. They live their life. They don't treat them badly.
World peace.
But
There is a bit of a
hold on.
noise in your background.
Yeah, it's my daughter. It's like quiet. So now, yeah, what I'm trying to say, right from day one, from the onset, there have been kind of people moving people by people. Even Saladin, when he took over when he took over Jerusalem, the Third Crusade, he didn't touch one slave. But at the Second Crusade, when the British when the Europeans took over, what did they do? They massacred so much that the blood pile was up to their knees. Right from day one, the Muslim, when they win or conquer a kingdom or a tribe, those that convert to Islam, they leave them. Those that don't convert, they take them as slaves. They can do whatever they want to do. It's in their book. They can do whatever they want to do with it, or they can sell it to other people. It has been there right from day one. But what was not there is the monetizing. And they taught us, the European taught us that, which is very bad. And before they taught us that, it was not from the 14th century. Hold on. Yeah, okay, come in.
Yeah.
No, I have to go after him. I asked. I actually asked if I could go.
Please give me a brief. You have already spoken and you are taking too much time.
Let me finish. The problem is that you are putting the cart before the horse. We just mix everything up. We just talk slavery. Oh, we did this, we did it. Then we now become the victim. No. As earlier 14th century, we are not selling slaves. They were capturing slaves. The Portuguese were the first to come down there. They were stationed in Saturn Principe. They were catching as way of described. They were catching people around the coast. They brought about Arochuku. Go and check about the Arochuku Confederacy. The Arochuku were not capturing people. They were capturing people. And again, people they brought to the shrine like he has an offense. They said go to the shrine, but they didn't know the shrine have two on that bust out. On that is a two-way shrine. At the end of the shrine, there has a boat that would take them to the Portuguese. They were capturing people. And 14th century, Ekiti was not in existence. As 14th century, Oyo was not an empire. We must set the record straight.
No, that's not true.
Hold on. Ariola, hold on. Everybody is here. You can confirm what I'm saying. Ekiti was founded. Hold on. Ekiti was founded 15th century. Everything led. The war in Dahomey led to the founding of Egba, so many other places in the 15th century. We must know all these things. They were in the 14th century to the 15th century downward, was slave capturing. But from the 18th century downwards, the British now taught the colonial masters, they now taught us military slavery. Then
British or Europeans, there's no need to call them colonial masters, please.
The Europeans.
Yeah.
The Europeans, they don't start saying, they start bringing different people to our shore. When they conquer, most of our kings fought against it. When they conquer your kingdom, they install somebody else that's a grand chief. They direct him to start catching slaves for them. When they come, they buy wine, they buy whatever they want to buy. Like Badagry is an example. So I read about Badagry. So we don't be mixing all this thing up. Thank you. I use the floor.
I think I will ask you next time. I think you are very passionate about this world peace, but I will because you have spoken at length. Others have to speak. So, but I will definitely like to know why you are so passionate about it. Oriola, I'm really, really sorry. There are a lot of people that haven't spoken at all. We have to consider them.
I just want to respond to the other guy.
Okay, 15 seconds. Respond, then some other person speaks. 15
right,
seconds. I'm sorry. Just say condense it.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So whatever is being said here it would be good for us to actually go back and try to make sure that every single thing that's being said is correct, not just like take everybody's word. Because I listened to the other guy spoke, and he was saying because you didn't accept that we were selling them. And here's the thing: there's
Thank
no
you, thank
difference
you. Time is
between me
up.
and you.
15,
No,
15
let me
seconds
say
is up.
this. I,
I'm sorry,
I just
Oriola.
want him to make
You
sure
get your
that
chance to say that.
Let him make his point so I could cook him.
Oh God,
You
we
can't
are not
cook
here
me.
to cook people.
I just want
Because there's
to make
Pansat
sure.
and BT hasn't said anything. Come on, let's
I
be
know,
considerate of other people's
know.
time.
Just let me say this.
Naija, let me give my time to Ade to use. Okay, so let me give him my time to speak. Okay, go ahead, Ade.
Oh, okay, perfect. Oh my God, that's so gentlemanly.
I won't even take much. I won't even take much.
No. Take your time. No, take your time, please. Yeah, my
no, it's not your turn yet. Now, BT.
Emilio, come.
Okay, please,
So
Oriola, just say what you want to say.
I just want I want him to I just want to make sure it's this. You're saying how our people or my people. See, there's no difference between me and you. People that was actually selling or people that took us away without our knowledge before they joined the league and start selling. Those people, they probably just feel the top. So here's the thing: you saying the horse or damn, no, there's no difference between me and you. My grandfather or my great could be part of those people that they took away as well. So so I just want you, every single thing that you're hearing here, you have to make sure that you also fast check everything. So because I'm listening to you, I see where you're coming from, and I don't think you should. I don't like the way you're sounding about it. Like it's us against them. No, we're all the same. We are all in the same problem. We all like, if you go anywhere, even if I don't speak like you or you don't speak like me, we're all saying the same. Or even if I don't look like you, as long as you're black, we're all being treated the same way. So I just want to make sure that you don't
Oh my
take that
God, this
away
is
from me.
awesome.
Don't take that away.
Brother, let me respond, and I'm gonna super chat after I get off in about 30 minutes so I can pay for my words. Now listen.
Oh God.
I always leave with my wallet when it comes to these panels. We were never the same. That's why if you change the topic to this conversation to Nigerian politics, it's going to be more confusing than a Nigerian wet market as soon as it opens. Everyone's going to be all over each other. We were never the same, and we are still not
He
the
was
same.
saying that we are the same at a certain level.
No,
Of course, we are
but
not
I'm
the same
saying,
at
but
all
I
levels.
totally reject that as well. I totally. Hold on, let me land. Thank you.
I'm listening to you. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate
There's
it.
no need to
And
say
you
it
see,
like that.
every time
There's
I
no need to
speak,
say it like
Tunai
that.
just
I'm
starts cutting
listening
me
to you.
off. Thank you for listening, but Tunai just starts cutting me off every time I speak. Second time. So we were not the same on the continent, which is why we had wars with each other between different ethnic groups. 400 years later, mixed with West, Central, European, and Native American, we are definitely not the same culturally. So I don't play that we're the same nonsense. While if
It
I
doesn't
didn't have
matter it doesn't
wait,
matter how
brother, let
you
me
say
finish.
it. So here's the
You
thing.
just asked me. You just asked me to let me land my
Here's the thing.
plane. So let
We
me
all
land it.
need to
Let me land
Oriola,
the
you give him
plane.
time. Let him. Because
Let
you
me
have not
land
used
the
BT's
plane.
time completely. So just let him land,
Let me land my
and
plane.
then
I'm
so that
very
Pascal
concise
can
with
speak.
how I speak. So I'd like anyone to refute that we were the same in Nigeria. We've never been the same. That's why Nigeria's, some people will say this, falling apart now because these ethnic groups don't deal with each other like that. We weren't the same then. We're not the same now. We have different issues in America as Black Americans, as Igbo or Yoruba or somebody from Benin. We've always been different. But now it's not a you versus them. What we're talking about now is acknowledging the tragedies that happened to people that were part of these kingdoms back in the day. So if you can tell me what kingdom my people come from, then maybe you can say we're the same. But even then, I'd say we've been separated for 400 years and are different culturally, phenotypically, and genetically at this point. While we're all black, black means nothing on a continent full of black people.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I think he was referring to at a certain level. It's like saying human beings are human beings. Yes, we are all not the same. We're not even the same as the same human beings on this panel. It doesn't mean that we are still not human beings. When he says we are the same on a certain level, yes, we are. You might you may not agree with it, but it's just
You
nature
don't.
life.
Actually,
Who said
let me use
African
this
Americans are
analogy.
backwards?
Wait,
Who
listen.
said that?
Hey, tonight,
Let me
when
use
is
I
my
don't think they
let me
said
turn?
it.
use
Too.
this
Nobody said
analogy.
that.
See, let
Who
me.
is asking? When is your turn? Oh, is that
Let me.
Prince?
Yeah, it's going to be your turn, Prince. Sorry. Let
No,
me
no, no.
use this.
I think it's Pansat next. It's Pansat next, then Prince. Prince, you have been
Okay.
quiet. Sorry, it's a bit unfair that we've not called on you. But after Pansat, then you can go. And Benny can come next. Yeah. Ajani Gogo hasn't even said anything. He's just been very, calm about everything. Please go ahead.
All right. Hello,
You know, you are
everybody.
the commander in chief on all media.
Can I say something very quickly? I really I must say I do admire the way most Westerners in Nigeria. I don't know whether you guys are just exceptionally and this thing you knowledgeable about your history. The way you remember the dates when specific parts of the Yoruba areas were created, and do the details that you have. As a matter of fact, one of the first time I heard about Nigerians losing family members to slavery was from somebody in the southwest. So you guys tend to have more details. I don't know whether because the other side of Nigeria we don't talk about it enough, that we don't. It's not because we don't know the details, we don't talk about it enough. I'm saying it because we have Pansat here, so maybe you can come with timelines and stuff if you have them, because that would be useful. Because I do get the impression that the South Westerners seem to be more in touch with that aspect of history. So please, Pansat, go ahead.
All right. How's everybody doing on this panel?
Yeah, we're good.
Happy New Year, Pansat.
Yeah. So, how you doing, buddy? Prince. Now it looks like those who have asked questions here. Some people say when I go all the way to the beginning, there's two topics that you've been talking about that have been interesting all night. So I'm gonna deal with the last one, which is slavery. Is what you're talking about now. Slavery has been there from the first civilization, goes all the way back to Mesopotamia. We're talking 3500 BC with the code of Hammurabi. So we'll move it forward. I'm going to link it up to what we were talking about before when some people are praising Indians. Obviously, those who are talking about that don't know that the Indians have what they call a caste system in India. So I'll conclude with that. But let's look at slavery today. What I mean today is contemporary times, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, right? And then we're going to also talk about slavery as it's in the Constitution. Oh, yeah, by the way, we also talked about the differences between us and Black Americans, and that is particularly a conversation that we should be very careful about. Times have changed. There was a time that we didn't know Black Americans very well, that they are our people, and they didn't know us very well. So these people went through a lot. We also went through a lot in Africa up to today. Now the Blacks have managed to emancipate themselves, and we're enjoying all that stuff that they did. So I know that a lot of you are young, and you have competitive spirits and chromosomes and all that stuff. So when you go to chat room, you're competing with Black Americans. So that affects what you say when you're discussing academic issues, right? So you want to best them, you want to be better than they are, but we are the same. So every conversation that we have these days, there's really no difference between us and African Americans, because the enemy is Europeans, white people, Arabs, people who are different from us. So they win when we really get back to 60 years ago, 2 generations ago, when we talk like that, right? So that's not fair. When somebody was here trying to praise Asians, particularly Chinese or Indians, and what they do here in the United States, they're looking at it universal. Anybody who's from China, no matter even if they were born here in the United States, if they're doing very well academically, the credit is given to Chinese. or if they are immigrants from China to the United States, they all come as Chinese. It's the same way you have to measure the African Americans. You have to measure us as blacks, those from Nigeria. And we hold our own here in the United States when it comes to academia. So if you give all that credit to Black Americans, unless you're going to pass the Chinese ones and say, okay, indigenous Chinese are doing blah, 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 compare them to Black Americans, and there's no comparison. Even right now, as we speak, like I said, the achievement of Black Americans in the legislature, for example, federal legislature, you have a lot of blacks in the Congress. You have a black as vice president. You have a black as defense chief. Now, when you hear that somebody is defense chief in United States, it's bigger than the King of England. Okay, that particular defense chief is a big deal. It's bigger than most presidents. For example, if the defense chief comes to Nigeria, he's bigger than Tinubu. He could remove Tinubu from office. A defense chief in the United States is a big deal. Now, it's not the first time blacks have held that position, right? You could go back to even Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, and so many other Secretary of States. Blacks are governors, blacks been president. So in that, you chalk that one under Black Americans 1-0. You can say Obama is not black, Obama is this. It's all nonsense. Obama is classified as a Black American because the votes that got him in there is what counts. It's Black American vote. He couldn't win with any other vote. Couldn't win with African votes. Couldn't win with Asian votes. So you have to give it to Black Americans. But when we say Black Americans, I mean all of us. Nigerians who are Americans now. But now let's go back to
when you say Black Americans, though, and you refer to Obama and the ones that came before,
yeah,
we are not necessarily part of that group, are they? You can't compare us to the ones that were, that were sold as slaves. It's not necessarily
hold
the
on.
same.
You can, because when you're talking about slavery, right? When you talk about slavery, let's start from defining slavery. Slavery is a condition in which one human being is owned by another, right? That's a simple definition of slavery. Then you could go to the United Nations definition of slavery, right? You could go to psychological slavery. Nigerians were slaves, right? We may not be chattel slaves, but it's the same condition that we all are suffering as blacks all over the world. Now, hold on.
But it's not the same conditions, though. We are not being bred. We are not being brutalized in the same format.
I understand. Listen to this. To Niger, there are 4 types of slavery. You have debt slavery, slavery as punishment, indentured servitude, and chattel slavery. The worst one, which is where you're not considered as a human being. Right?
Yeah.
So you have those kind of things going on psychologically. Even people who work, where somebody could tell you when to come in, when to leave, and all that. So it depends on what you're talking about. Slavery right now is outlawed all over the world. So you really don't have that kind of slavery so there's no need talking about that. That's passé. But it's an interesting discussion. It's an academic discussion. And now, when I know that Ajan Lekoko makes fun of me when I talk about anthropology, right? So when you're mixing it up with anthropology, where different cultures come from, what they're doing, okay, that's a separate whole discipline, right? Discussion on where we come from. Like the last speaker there said about the tribes. I think Nakmizi talking about the tribes in our place.
But Pansa, though, how about the history of slavery in the southeastern? Do you know more about it? And even in the south, do you know more about that history? Because I really do enjoy the way some of our southwestern brothers have shed some light on things that I never knew about.
Yeah, it depends on the Southwest, the platform you're on. On this platform, maybe you have people who know more about that. Now, you cannot be using anecdotal evidence like you used that word a minute ago. This platform probably has more people who speak about the Southwestern
issues.
Issues. But all our people, they know.
Well, you do speak about Southeastern issues, though.
You mean me?
Yeah, you do speak about South Sudan issues a lot.
Sorry to interject, Tunaja. I'm not from Southwest, and I think when it comes to history in this platform just today, I think I'm the only one that put time and date and figure to what I'm saying.
That is
And
true.
Yeah, that was
and
good.
I said Arochukwu, the only slave trade that was going on in the 14th century is in the book, is in the fact, is the Arochukwu
Not only you now,
conspiracy.
what is
I know. I'll cut to your Benny. I was coming to you. Know I will not leave here. Sorry, but
World peace. You know, it's only fair that we say that you go and take care of your family, because there's a lot of noise coming from the background, and it's not fair that we are taking you away from your family.
Yeah, he's interrupting me. That is the most important reason. Why interrupt me? I give him credit because he does talk about that and he knows a little bit about that. The people from his side, they participated in capturing their brothers and sisters and selling them into
that's
slavery.
wrong again, Pasad.
Yeah, let me
Benin
laugh
never sold the
now.
slave. No,
Let
you
me laugh.
sold yours. You sold your total extension. You sold the EB bills. You sold yourself. I'll tell you date when and where.
Let me land. All right. So we'll deal with
World peace. Let him say his side of the story. Then you can give us more. World peace. I really appreciate the way you are coming across. You know, you seem to know a lot about these histories. Please, Pastor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, like I said, we're all over the map on this, but these are the kind of topics that I really don't make too much differentiation when it comes to the tribes. Right? There are issues that are universal for us as Africans. And when we say Africans, what do we mean? We mean everybody who's black. We know our people and our people know us. If you captured somebody from Benin or Ibadan and sold them into slavery, you sold my people into slavery. And the emancipation, it's important to me. So if you go to Haiti, you see a lot of people from the Southeast who were sold into slavery over there. Historians will be more, equipped to tell you those kind of things.
Who sold those people in Haiti to slavery? Who sold them?
I mean the Southeasterners?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like somebody mentioned earlier, there were wars, right? And some of those of our Ezes and chiefs were complicit in that to a lesser degree. But you also have Arabs. Like I said, they're the master of this. They've been doing this for a very, very, very long time. They actually started this slavery stuff. So they participated. Everybody is guilty of doing that. There are some of our people.
I learned that, like you mentioned, some Ezes, they sold some of the Easterners via the according to what do you call it, Asari Dokubo, sold them to his ancestors.
Yeah, one thing you must avoid is to quote Asari Dokubo. He's a buffoon, right?
Because they are closer to
and he's not somebody you should quote.
No, but hold on. What is Ajaneko saying? Are you saying that Asari Dokubo is saying that his forefathers were sold to the South or something? I didn't catch that.
He said his own forefathers are traders in that business, that the Igbos will sell themselves to his own ancestors, and they will onwardly pass it on to the Europeans.
Yeah, but he's lying there. But there are incidences in the past where people fought wars.
So who are the Ezes selling these slaves to? Who do you think?
Don't get me wrong, right? I am not giving you any anecdotes like this is a sword. What happened in those days was a mixed bag, right? If you're in one clan, even if you're Igbo, doesn't mean that you consider somebody you're fighting a war against as okay, brotherhood, were Igbos. In those days, people were divided according to all kinds of chiefdoms. Do you understand what I'm saying? Clans and stuff like that. But
right.
The Igbos are a welcoming tribe. It's a big tribe. So people who come from Ejo, we consider them as part of us. But a lot of them were coming and capturing people and selling them into slaves at that time. They were doing that. I know that as a matter of fact, right? Because when it used to rain a little bit, even in my day, they would come invade, and people from Benin, people from Ejo, they were involved in that kind of activity. So there were bad actors. Now, are there corrupt people in office? Yes. You look at human development and human behavior, it's the same thing as human beings. You have bad leaders who can be corrupt. So if somebody comes in with goods and cash, they're able to get slaves.
Yeah,
You know,
but what seems to be clear, because I think I've heard some other lady testify to this, that have parents for grandfather was like a trader of slaves, that they capture slaves in the southeast, take them to the south, sell them there, just like somebody, I think Ajay Koko just testified a moment ago, that they will sell them in the south, and the southerners will sell them to Europeans. So that's how the relationship seems to work.
Look, to Niger, I'm not going into the mud, right? In essence, Nigeria is a stratified society that you have a lot of jingoism. People telling those kind of stories, normally a small minds talking about superiority of their tribe or something like that, right? So those stories, they're widespread, but it's pedestrian, it's stupidity, right? That's not what I'm here for. The point about a continental problem. Hold on.
Let me
1 minute.
make this point. You will continue. It seems that you are getting Asari Dokubo wrong. Asari Dokubo was not saying that they came to conquer Igbo and took them as slaves. He didn't say that. What he said was that Igbos were selling themselves to his own ancestors, who then will now sell.
I heard what he said.
So he didn't.
Yeah, but he is not an authority.
Are you saying that it was?
Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying.
Or what are you really
Here's
saying?
what I'm saying.
Asari
Dokubo, okay, is a buffoon. There's nothing he says that you could go elaborating or talking about.
There's another case that just said the same
on.
thing. So I don't know why you're saying it's a buffoon.
Look, I heard what he said. If you go further back, you're gonna hear him say that he's an Igbo man, right? If you go further back, you're gonna hear him say something else. A few months ago, he's a Tinubu guy. He goes to Asorok. He comes out.
It's about what
we should leave Tinubu out of this. Tunaja, please let me quickly apologize to Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you there? Sorry, before you go, I know it's a late time in your time.
Yes,
Ogbeni. Sorry. When I was correcting to the correction to that, I said south. I was coming to southwest. I know you're another person that know history with time and date, but just that I stayed too long to portray my point. But I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to undermine your knowledge.
All right, okay. All right, thank you. So like what I'm saying, let's not degenerate, okay? You just keep calm. Let me finish my statement unless you have something important to say. I'm not here to push Asari Dokubo. You like Asari Dokubo, that's your business. But what he said,
try to run so that Benny can go. Yeah, don't worry, I'll let you go.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that when if you have an academic discussion, then you're gonna have to keep it pure, right? You're not going to invoke characters such as that, right? It's not important. So now, one of the key points I said I was gonna make is that those who are praising the Indians, you have to know that they have a caste system over there. I just have to have you Google it and check it out. There's a segmented society they have in groups over there, right? Determined by birth. It's a hierarchical system where I guess the head of that hierarchy is what they call the Brahmins, Brahmins, and it goes all the way down. So probably up to 5 segments, and blacks are at the lowest level. Black Indians. Somebody described earlier that these Indians look just like you, and I thought it was a lady when you were having that discussion. Yeah. I don't know if you recall that. Yeah. So how could you be praising people like that? You know. So you juxtapose the slavery where people actually owned people, right, with the modern day definition of slavery, which is totally different from that particular slavery. So the 13th Amendment here in the United States dealt with slavery and that issue legally.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will ask you this question, please. When you complete, then we can move. I think it's Prince Daddy or Benny that is next. It's regarding what do you think will be do you what would be the best way for like we Nigerians, Africans to a kind of build bridges with the African American, Caribbean. That's last I always call them the greater diaspora, the ones that were sold into slavery. Would you suggest would be a good way to bridge that gap? Now, I take it that our current conversation is helping, but in terms of on a greater scale, like on a national and continental level, what would you suggest?
Look, that is the most important question anybody can ask when we're on a platform like this, right? It's in Kuwait. That's INCHOATE. It's rudimentary, but it started. If you should see us a generation ago, okay? So, but there's a lot of headway. So we have to be good ambassadors, no matter what's happening on this particular topic. Linking up, being one people, even maybe 3 or 4 years ago, there was a fever for Black Americans to go and find out exactly what part of Africa they come from. And they were doing so by going to a website, ancestry.com, and they were excited and they're trying to find out where they come from. We're one. They're Afrocentric now. African American, replaced Black Americans. It's actually not, what do you call it, in vogue now to say Black Americans. They call themselves African Americans. And how wonderful. Do you know how much you dash this people? Let's say they sneak in here and they're listening to the conversation we had earlier. Except to say they are savvy enough to know these are our idiots. Those are the people talking like that, right? We are one. So the question you ask is important. We carry ourselves in the spirit of oneness. We have to know who's holding us down. How do we even get to punish them for what they did? Because we hint there were vestiges of participation by our people, our bad actors in those days in slavery, but the bulk of it, 99% is still Europeans, Arabs, Muslims coming down and enslaving our people.
But I don't necessarily subscribe 99% of it. I don't subscribe to that. Our people were very, very eager.
No. I've heard you say that before. It wasn't like that. Like I said to you today, right? We have bad leadership in the continent. It's a continental problem. We haven't solved the leadership problem in Nigeria. So leaders, somebody like, let's say, president of a country, can do a lot of damage to you. So selecting a proper leader is very, very important. The character of the leader is very important because without that, that's why it's not like we don't know. Okay, it's even here like the United States. The American people are savvy, generous, good people, but they get bad administrations, but nothing like we ever had. Over here in the United States, the trash gets picked up. At least they have some class. But in those days, when you have uneducated people, we still have the same problem today. They're not educated. So they did a lot of damage to us, but no, were they faring? Did they go across to the Atlantic? No, these people came down to us, right? Okay, then how many, if they participated in slave trade, they would have bought some Oyibo now. How many do we have in the continent, right? In the marketplace, there's buying and selling. It's not just selling. We would have had people who had money. There's a historical fact that the richest man ever to live is an African man. I forgot his name now.
Mansa Musa.
Mansa Musa. How many did he buy? How many Oyibos do you have?
Yeah, he bought a lot of slaves. European and Arabic slaves. Yeah.
Okay, but so what I'm saying is that the question you ask me is the spirit you have to go by. Ambassadorship is not just somebody that's appointed by the government to go around and promote your culture, promote your people, be a good exemplar. In essence, if Black Americans come here and listen to this show, they should go with the amended heart. Don't try to suck it to them still, because we're here. For example, here in the United States, you have all the hoi polloi. They're imbeciles, they're crazies, they're drug addicts, they're poor, not poor, just destitute ones, right? But if you go to Nigeria, I'm rounding up with this, and I want you have your ears open. Sometimes you have to forget that you are moderating and listen.
Move to the next person now. I'm tired of this guy.
I want him to round up. So he's going to round up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, what you know, people like war, peace. Those are the kind of problems we have in our in that continent. People like this, they averse to progress. If you're making sense, he wants to dump you down, maybe because you're a tribe or something like that. So small. So I'll conclude by telling you the question you asked: what are the good ambassadors, right? Even though we may have some misgivings for some Black Americans who competed, took your girlfriend or whatever, but then when you're talking about a big topic like this, be a good ambassador. Don't isolate yourselves, because like I was saying, you go to Nigeria right now, somebody just dump you in Nigeria, you're going to find out that 99% are destitute, not just poor.
Thank you.
Dirty, uneducated. So when you come out here, you're an elite that probably had a first degree, and you emigrate, you migrate to London or New York, and then you're over here.
Thank you, Pastor. I think your time is up,
Pastor. Where you in your place, you have nothing. You're actually an imbecile. That's the way you should be looked upon when you
Thank you.
So let's do that.
Let's be good ambassadors. I think that's a good simple start, really. I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Prince Daddy or Ogbeni, I think it's one of you to speak. Prince Daddy, are you there?
I eat this floor to Prince Daddy. I can't speak after Pastor.
Okay, thank you, Ogbeni.
To Nigeria, let me quickly put something straight to Pansa. He's listening. These people was very notorious in slave trade in the 14th century, the Arochukus. Now, when it got to the 17th century, that's when the Juku people started coming down through the Benue Axis. Then the British have come to the side.
Who are the people they are selling?
They're just capturing people.
Which people?
They said the Calabar, Igbo. Oh, then now we are calling states. Then there were no states.
You're capturing everybody. Oh my God!
Capturing people.
Hold on. Let me just do one thing. Let me do one thing. Yes, because since we have only one underrepresented African Americans, that his ancestors, which is part of our ancestry, was part of the slave this thing there. So it makes sense that we give him a kind of a veto to be able to speak. And so whenever you want to say something, Pansa, this in Nakmizi, you can just flag it and we'll give you the mic. It just makes sense. We want to hear as much voice from the other side as much as possible. So World Peace, please go ahead. And Prince Adi, so you gave your mic to World Peace. He's not going to hand it back quickly. Oh.
No, I'll yield the floor for him soon. I just want to make correction to Pansa. And again, I make correction to our panelists. Where we are putting this slave matter like we stole it's not so. That's why the Westerners can, or the colonial masters or the Europeans can turn the story around and blame us for it. Now they don't talk about story. They don't talk about the history about kings that were deposed because of fighting resistance slavery. Community that was wiped out because of resistance slavery. The British were very good. They will give arms to the smaller community to fight against the larger community. Then when the community loses, what will be the next thing? Spoils of war. They will take those people as slaves. At the 17th century, they don't talk about these things.
Mention the king that was deposed and
so many.
To prison.
I can use mine, but I don't know about yours. But I know if I call it,
tell us the name.
Hold on. If I talk about yours, I don't say about yours. Anyway, my own was
now the one.
Hold on. I want to say now. My king didn't fight for. Hold on. Listen. My tribe didn't say slave, but when it comes to trade, when it comes to palm trade, when the treaty the British was giving to West Africa today, Obafemi resisted it. He never liked it. Then he was deposed. I just use that as a case study. There were many kings in many tribes. There were heroes. As I said, they will talk about it from east, west, south. They fought against slavery, but they never talk about it. And there were kings that were that sold too, because the British showed them the monetization of slavery. They benefit from it, and that started from the 17th century. slavery actually started for the 14th century. The word slave came from the word Slav, from Slav. Please tell if I'm lying. The word slave came from the word Slav. It's like Czechoslovakia today in Russia. They were sent into slave heavily. Then, it was the 10th century, the 4th century. But Africans are not having slave as crime to humanity. Yes, the Arabs started slavery in the absence of the North Africans. But in the West Africa, the slavery did not start heavily, not up to the 17th century, late 16th century and the early 17th century. Go do your findings so that we don't start blaming ourselves what we did not do. And we don't give credit to our fathers that fought for slavery. If you go to Badagry Museum, you will see chains and nets they used to capture slaves. You will see the money they used to buy slaves. As Abani was saying, you will see nets capturing slaves. If we were selling slaves, they would have shown us money now that this money we used to trade. Now look at recently.
I think there's money though. I saw a video yesterday. I think somebody within the Badagry Museum was showing like tobos and some cash.
You see nets. You see nets. You see nets.
Yeah, but I saw coins. So I saw coins.
Now, then again, recently, just last year here, when the British want to, the German wants to return our artifact, what happened? Some article came out from nowhere that we Benin were buying slaves. But did you read about it? Did you read about it? It was news. I read it was every international news that we were buying slaves with.
I remember.
With caste. And it fell in their face within 1 week because we have a subset structure in Benin. It's not true. It cannot be true. It's not so. Because, yes, the Portuguese were selling caste to us. We don't have caste in our region. We have bronze. The Portuguese introduced caste to us because if you mix caste with the element to make bronze, it makes the liquid more hotter, faster, and make a large quantity. You understand? So it fell in their face.
So when you say cast, what do you mean by cast? I don't catch it. What do you mean?
You know, we have cast, we have bronze, we have gold now.
I see.
The element of
cast. Okay.
Yeah, the element of cast. The British
there's a sound coming through.
I'm driving. Sorry. See, the
One Piece. What is this now? You are supposed to be for world peace. You are trying to cause havoc out there. Can you just go and park your car?
Yeah. Sorry, let me quick say this.
I really admire your passion about this, but you need to be safe and responsible.
My neighborhood. My neighborhood. I quickly said it. See, then we were selling ivory, tobacco, timber. People don't even know. They don't talk about the oil of then was timber. Because every ship were built on timber. Without timber, you cannot build your ship. That's why the Dutch were superpower, as small as they are. The British couldn't defeat them. The British combined with France. Go check it out. We're selling ivory, we're selling palm, we're selling spice, we're selling tobacco and cotton. We had one of the best cotton. They'll buy cotton from us, they go and sell in Japan. The facts are there.
That's really good. I think someday, World Peace, you need to do a proper expose on all you know about these things. Please, listen, when you want to say something, because since Prince Daddy has said that he's going to give up his tongue.
Not really. Except you had that.
Because with all the history you know about the external, from Columbus to everything else, and I would have thought you know a bit more about our own domestic wars.
No, of course. I've told you that first and foremost, I'm from a warrior family, and you can go and check Adeloju out. Adeloju was a very great warrior in the 19th century, in the early 18th something down. They all fought the Ekiti Parappa War. If you've known about that war, that was the war that gained independence for Ekiti, Jesha, and the suburb from Oyo Empire and their victimization and enslavement of the interland. That's the Yoruba part, the Ekiti part of Oyo Empire. It was a war we fought that lasted for about 17 years. And it ended in no victory, no vanquish. It ended in a place in Ekiti called Otun Ekiti. It was the British guys that came and then tried to settle the EU with us. We call
it sorry,
yes.
Are you telling me after the treaty between the Benin and Oyo at Otun, you still went to fighting war that bettered Ado Ekiti?
Yeah, they fought Kiriji War. They
Oh,
call it
really?
Kiriji. Yes, go and find out about it. It
That's
was
a long.
Kiriji
That
War.
is a very,
So it was a long battle. And
yeah.
The Southwest is
my
crazy, man. They were just fighting constantly.
so
You know, not now that you're just all docile and easygoing.
so
Please go ahead.
so my great grandpa involved in that war. In fact, was one of the major leader in that war. Falowo, Ogedengbe, and a lot of them involved in that war. So if I tell you any history that I know about slavery, particularly in the southwest part of Nigeria, I'm telling you from history that handed down directly for people that experience it. So I'm not telling you about history that I read in books. No, I'm telling you about, if you still go to our compound in Ndoado today, you see where they call Akodieru. Those Akodierus, they were where they were keeping the slaves. They were keeping their slaves. Their slaves were not chained. Let me use that. Now, they will be chained from the
So
war
that
front,
that made it
right?
more
when
humane.
you when when
Bernie.
you bring them down, they will be chained. But the moment they get to the compound, they are kodis. Those Baba back then, they had their spiritual way of enslaving even their slaves. So you won't even dare to escape, because as Eru, if you escape, that alone marks death penalty for you. So you won't even try to escape. And don't forget, like somebody mentioned, when you brought your Heru to your place, there are marks they make on their bodies. Those things were not friendly. They brutalized them. You use hot iron to make mark on the human being. And you are saying it's not the same thing. You are saying it's different from what the Europeans did or what the Romans did to
The
the English
Europeans
side.
went a step further, though. They were breeding people, taking children away, separating them from their parents,
Yes,
and walking them
that
to
was
death.
that was towards the tail end of the transatlantic slave trade in America. And then till today, they still try to deny it, although there were relics of history that are coming out every day to show that they were actually breeding slaves. When
Chinaja, can you hear me, or Ben? Can anybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
and
Okay, right.
they refused to allow their ship to move across the Atlantic. So they started breeding human beings. They started potting, mating. They put one man in the same space with maybe about 8 or 7 ladies to have children. They would select those ones that are healthy. They will kill those ones that are not healthy. They will castrate those ones that they believe that are not fertile enough, and all this. These are facts that are coming out from history from that angle, and they are trying to kill that history. But every day there are evidence to show that such slave breeding actually happened. But there is one area I want to touch. There are Igbos, who were slave owners and slave traders too. And history showed, I'll give you history of Moremi. There was Moremi. I don't know if you've read before about Moremi. Moremi reigned in the 12th century in Ile-Ife. Moremi was from somewhere in Ofa, present-day Kwara State, and he traveled down to Ife. He became Ayaba of Oromio. So he was a godmother. He was a wife to Oromio. So there were these Igbos who were coming to um, get to kidnap people and enslave them from Ile-Ife. And Moremi happened to be a very tricky woman, a very wise woman. The story ended by that Moremi surrendered herself to her allowed to be enslaved by those Igbo guys, and then he was able to get their secrets. So what they were doing was, when they traveled down to Ile-Ife, the moment they got to the border, they would put their masquerade mask on, and then the moment the Ile-Ife guys will see masquerade their mask on them, they start running away, and by then they use that trick to pick slaves from their land, and they will take them to the Igbo land to farm. So Moremi actually tricked them he behaved like she behaved like a slave, and they took Moremi down to their town. There were different historians talked about where the present town is today. Some historians said somewhere in Enugu. Some historians said somewhere close to Ugoja, okay, today. But every historian, there is consensus among every historian to show that they were Easterners who were traveling down to Ile-Ife to steal people and make them slaves in Igbo land.
Wow.
And so Moremi realized that it was palm front that they were actually using, and they were wearing as a masquerade. So she sneaked back. She found a way to sneak back to Ile-Ife and then reveal that secret. So it happened that the time they came last was when they came, the Ile-Ife guys confronted them and then set fire on the palm front, and then arrested some of them and executed them. So where I'm going is this. You see, this slave trade thing started within Africa.
But Benny, can I interject you? I think the history you just told us now about the Igbo.
Moremi.
The Moremi and the Igbo people. I don't think it's this present Southeasterner that are the Igbo that they are referring to. Is actually the Olugbo of Igbo that we have.
There were controversies among historians. I also mentioned it over where is that Ugbo. So
I think my own perspective is this, and what I read is that Olugbo of Igbo we have today in the present place they are today. Yes, they were the one that was occupying the throne of the present day Oni, the king of Ile-Ife back then. And Oduduwa, when Oduduwa came from the war front, he sacked them and they left Ile-Ife to where they are presently are. And they were very, very mad that they were sacked. And the king that was reigning then in Ile-Ife was Obamakin Osongogon. So they sacked Obamakin Osongogon. So he moved to their present place where they occupy today, the Igbo, the Olugbo. So, and since they were sacked, they said they will show Ile-Ife and they will teach them lesson that Oduduwa that sacked them will not enjoy his reign in Ile-Ife. And that's why they've been, using those tricks, as you describe it, to come and, to wage war against Ile-Ife and disguise in the way you describe it, and took some people and run away to their homeland. And after some time, they will run back again, to ravage Ile-Ife with war. So it's not the southerner, it's not the southeasterner. It's actually the Olugbo of Igbo land in Ilaje area in Ondo State. So
yes,
he was. He was the one.
I've read that version of.
And why I believe that is that the king of Olugbo actually featured on one TV interview, and he described it exactly like that. That was what happened, because his own father, that was, his own great grandfather, that was the king there, Obamaki and Sogogon, they killed Oduduwa father. Oduduwa father was the king before their own, this Olugbo's great, grandfather. So they toppled Oduduwa father, they killed him while Oduduwa was away. I think Oduduwa, as a warrior, he used to go on, mercenary course to go and fight war. In these present days, they call maybe Libya and some other part of Africa. So it was on his way back from the war front that he had the news that his father as the king has been toppled and been killed, and that was what was responsible for him to launch attack against Ileve and sack Obamaki Osangogon, who was the king then, out of Ileve, and they left to where they are today. So the king of Olugbo of Igbo today featured on a TV program, and he described the history exactly the way I described it now. So that's why I believe that it's so vital. I think is the true.
I also think that maybe there is another physical aspect to this, because World Peace, I don't know, because you probably have your own history straight regarding the practicality of Igbos coming from the southwest, crossing the Bini Kingdom and the Ondo area to go and get to Ile-Ife seems like a tall order to be able to pull off geographically.
Abio,
let me tell you what.
I'm happy. Hold on, just 1 minute. Let me say something about what you said already. Even though I don't like, just hold on now. Wait, hold on 1 minute. Just one. I said 1 minute, and then you continue. 1 minute, 1 minute. Then you continue. It's okay. It's your turn. But let me just say that in the topic of slavery, right? It's really childish to come talking about those kind of things. But if you must look at it forensically, okay, you don't have people in Igbo land, because when somebody's a slave, they normally don't forget their last name or their history. It's not like when you participate in slavery, then you just wipe out their memory. Slaves still maintained their culture. They maintained, some of them, their names. There's an activity where they're stripped of certain things, but slaves do know themselves. So when you look at it forensically, you don't have an Igbo land where you have people with Yoruba names or who trace anything back to the Igbo land. There's nothing like that. So I hate to be the conversation where we're always bickering about Igbo this, Yoruba this. There are some topics that are just not made for that. So everything you just said right there may be anecdotal. There are pieces of that here and there happening, but it's not true. It's a lie. They flat out lie.
Historians claim that Igbos originated from Yoruba land.
Well, look, they say things like that, but once you have to know, in those days, right?
Let Ogbeni respond now, because I want to come to the topic. Ogbeni respond. I don't want us to deviate from.
I'm going to say, in those days, you have Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. So if somebody from a Jod did anything, right? Historically, you're going to say it's an Igbo, even up to today. If you don't have like Hausa,
I think I just step away. If he was there,
I'm here. Okay, Passat. I just see there are many things that I'm not here. Try to
they don't like to hear the he wants to keep lying and talking tribal issues. In those days, you have Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. So anybody who did anything around Port Harcourt, Ejo, even Benin, it's an Igbo.
In those days, there was not. In those days, there's nothing like. There's not days. There's not like Igbo. I'll give you dates and time. The word Igbo started 150 years ago.
That's nonsense.
So you can also argue that there was nothing like Yoruba as a major distinct.
The Westerners were living. See, the Westerners were living. The Westerners were living as Anago people, Lukumi people, I'll give you names. If Bomosho at different time, I'll give you data where.
No, let's debate. I want to debate.
Hold on. You don't. Passat, when it comes to history, when it comes to hold on, Passat. It's not about shouting. Not about shouting. It's not about shouting.
Can we? No, he's getting rowdy now. Let's keep ourselves. He's getting rowdy now. Let's keep Pansat, please.
No, but you can't have a small tiny tribe.
Let's train ourselves in here and try to.
I don't know why Passat always shouting. You cannot give a coherent or tell us history about the Southeast.
Please, you need to take charge of your environment so that
sorry.
Because there are children, YouTube doesn't like children coming on, adult platforms like that. So keep that in check. Prince Daddy, you wanted to say something?
No, it's me. It's still my space.
Yeah, forever. But let Benny finish.
Okay. Benny, please try to.
You have to know, Benny has never.
Otherwise, we're going to be here till next tomorrow.
Benny doesn't know what he's talking about. He's never
don't
left
rush Benny now to Nigeria. Let Benny have not even done that.
He said, "Don't rush him." Prince Daddy has been waiting for more than 1 hour. He has not said one thing.
No, let him say something. I mean, Benny was flowing before I interject. So don't rush. Don't garbage him out like that. You say
I'm not garbaging him out. Okay, Benny, please go ahead and try to be reasonable.
No, I've been, I just, you see, history is history, and you don't bring emotion into history, whether it affects.
But you have to tell the truth. History is history. If you don't tell the truth, like you've been doing all night, every time you talk, you don't tell the truth. You just no, but he's not telling the truth. Why are you doing all that?
Please go ahead, Benny.
You see, history is history. You can't use your horror talk in this 21st century to be nullifying what happened in the 12th century. That's the reality of things. You can't. And if you don't know history, you sit your ass down, buy books, and read. So when people that understand histories are talking, so that you'll be able to.
That's how somebody in Nigeria talks. I mean, what point are you making? You haven't made any point. Make a point. Right? You in Nigeria, you haven't stepped outside. So when you come to a platform like this, you're supposed to be
listening. Mute him now. You have the power.
Benny, please go to the point now. The guy is easy to say something, and you just keep
my space now.
You keep slowing it down.
You won't barrage me. He doesn't know the kind of person he's talking to.
I know, but why all the sense of entitlement?
Railroad me. That's
Nobody, feel sorry for the panelists too. Just try to get to the point.
Pastor, to come to your tongue, I could even yield my own tongue for you. Let Benny.
I know, but Ajelo Koko, he has not laid a foundation. I don't know.
Leave him now. I mean,
what qualification does he have?
You did your own.
I'm trying to mute him, Pastor. Come on, man. Try to be nice now.
Let him flow. Let us enjoy him. It will come to your turn again.
So you see, Moremi is an historical fact that happened. He may not know about it. You go and read. Moremi happened. Now, back to what Baba Jaleko said. While I was giving my own story, I said there were different perspectives from different historians. To date, some people still believe that Oduduwa never had any father. To date, some said Lamurudu, who was Oduduwa's father, was not really Oduduwa's father. He brought Oduduwa. He became like a foster father for Oduduwa. That he came from Mecca.
But Oduduwa fell from the heaven, right? Oduduwa fell from the skies, right? Yeah. No, tell me. Did Oduduwa fall from the skies?
Can you be civil?
No, answer that, though. Answer that.
Did
Oduduwa fall from heaven?
Now. Please go ahead.
You sound too anti-intellectual.
Pansad, come on now. Let him finish.
We should be civil. You can't be interjecting and be interrupting. It's becoming on what kind of...
Please go ahead.
All I asked is a question. Did Oduduwa...
No. Please go ahead.
You don't need to ask questions. I'm still flowing.
Ogbani, please, the topic of today is not Oduduwa. It's slave trade. I know you're making reference. If you're still talking about responding to a person on Oduduwa, we'll change the topic, which I'm not ready for.
Yeah, we're basically having a conversation about African Americans, the slave trade, and all the stuff we did. So
you see, the way this point connects to that point is just that. My point is that we were already enslaving ourselves, which some of our panelists believe that our own slavery some apparently believe that yes, there was slavery already within our own African space, but our own slavery was not as brutal as that of the Europeans and others when they came to us. And the point I'm trying to make was that no, our own also was brutal. And I gave example of why would you use iron to mark a slave and declare that slave to belong to you? Why would you change a slave's name, for instance, to probably the name within your home compound or one derogatory name? Why would you why would you take a slave on to your farm to be working for donkeys of years to buy their freedom? Why would you castrate a slave? So these were also heinous crimes that we also committed against ourselves. And then why would you sell again? So we're selling our slave too. And I gave example of cross-border slavery. That's you coming. Yes, I would have given an example of Benin Kingdom, coming to other neighboring kingdom. But World Peace has already given that example already. So I was giving you history of how some historians believe that the Hugbos who came during Moremi time were actually from somewhere in Enugu who crossed Edo to Hondo, to Ile-Ife, that is Oshun, back then. But some historians pushed back and said, no, it was not that Ugbo. It was another one from Ondo State who was that Obateru's town. But by the way, some other historians recently said, no, it can't be the Obateru guys because their hometown was not in existence as a 12th century because Moremi was 12th century. So they believe their hometown came to being around 14th century. And that their hometown came after Odudua had come and gone. So there were histories, just like history of Benin and Ile-Ife, back and forth, historian coming and up, and everybody giving his own artifact and everything. So it's not an attack against the Igbos, but that's his history. So, but it takes somebody with mature historical mind to really understand history and take it the way it is. You don't when somebody is talking history, he's not attacking you. The person is just telling you.
Well, you're not talking history. Okay, cite one book. Cite a book and an author right now. Cite a book that you're talking from. Cite a book.
Don't come to my space.
No, you cannot make any citation. You laid no foundation, right? No, wait a minute. Look, Niger is only fair,
He's
right?
Almost done. He's almost done. I will allow you to
ask
respond.
him for
I will allow you to respond
book.
briefly, Pansat. Let him just finish.
Okay.
When it comes to your turn, you talk. You are not civil enough to interject or to interrogate with me.
Okay, I'll go after Benny, so that's fine.
Benny, are you done, Benny?
So that's just my point. And you are not even educationally qualified to even engage me.
Benny, you're a troublemaker, Can you let that thing go?
Okay, let me respond. Can I respond before Prince Daddy? Let me respond to
with you. I join you with Abadale Koko. Wait for your own turn. You don't need to respond to me. You are not educationally qualified to respond to me.
Okay, Benny, thank you very much. And we have been joined by two African Americans. This is here. And so, anytime you guys want to say something, you can say something because you are quite underrepresented. But there are a lot of stories that I'm hearing today that I didn't even know. I'm in Nigeria. No wonder Nakmizi is accusing me of of lying and doesn't know the story of the slave trade and stuff like that. So, but I must say, man, I must commend most of the Southeasterners, World Peace. You guys really do, have your history nailed. Pansat, there's something going on in the South and the Southeast. We don't seem to have a clear idea of these things. And I'm glad that Asari Dokubo said a few things. But you didn't have much to say yourself, Pansat. So I'll give you 1 minute to respond, please. If you have any historical facts to share, that would be good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to be respectful of the topic, bring it back to the topic, because now we have others who have joined us, like you say, some from United States. So I will leave Obeni's diatribe and foolishness aside, because normally when you talk on a platform where you have a lot of people listening to you, you have to lay a foundation. You have to cite the work you did yourself, right? If you did a research, it has to be
Guy, I've got to go.
it has to be
we have no chance to speak.
peer reviewed.
Oh,
All
Ola,
them.
Ola, sorry about that. These
Please,
people are too hot. They
please.
don't let people talk.
Please. Stop interrupting me, please. Don't worry. If he's leaving, just leave. So now, if you're not going to cite your own work, or if you're not going to show,
this channel has become a shadow of itself. What I see people doing is the interjection unnecessarily. And even some people speaking off key. This concept of a guy.
That's how you
I think Wale should be able to speak to Ajale Koko has been very brief.
Let me take it to you too, Nigeria. I've been on this show even before you acknowledge these two brothers from
That's true.
And then you never even acknowledge it, and I've been listening to every one of you. It took you forever to ever interject and stop others that are interjecting. It's honestly, I'm kind of disappointed. I was on the show earlier today. It was the same thing happening over and over again. I don't blame Hola for even leaving because you guys just keep talking and interjecting unnecessarily. I mean, this what we're doing here is academic. It's nothing. You are not in government. You are nothing. You bodies have no authority to provide a solution. But at the same time, people fighting and interjecting unnecessary. Even this same Pansat interjecting unnecessary. If one said he won't come back to this show, I don't know why he's even here this night again.
Yeah, it's okay. I get what your frustration because you have been here for a while. I didn't even acknowledge you, and Ajale Koko hasn't even spoken. He does say things a few bits here and there. But Pansat, please try to be reasonable. 30 seconds, just round up what you want to say so that Prince Daddy can have his say.
All right, no problem. So, like I was saying,
30 seconds.
Procedurally, if you're not going to tell us how you arrived at your conclusions, then you should cite a book, a research, something to back you up. You just don't come imposing stories, on an important topic. So based on that, I'm cautioning you as a moderator as well, right? You cannot sit there to enjoy an Igbo versus Yoruba fight. Is that what we're doing here? You already, as a Nigerian, you know that as an Igbo man, as I'm speaking here, that a lot of these charlatans from the Southwest are going to try to insult me. It's your job to push this thing straight to the major point we're talking about. So I'll yield back, but I want you to do your job on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure I'm not trying to trigger any kind of arguments between both sides. It's just we are sharing history here, so it's not about that. Prince Daddy, please go ahead.
Damn. So to Niger finally. Well, I'm just gonna spend like a couple of minutes, and I do can take over actually. And those question I had earlier. So I heard War Peace earlier talking about, and I'm glad Ogbeni did answer that in his last submission, right? Trying to paint the picture that, like, the kind of slavery that was practiced in Nigeria or Africa was like a kindergarten slavery, or what you would call humane slavery. I don't buy into it. Okay, the notion that the Europeans were more brutal towards the black people or towards the African slaves, and when we had slavery, we were more gentle in our approach, and we allowed them to keep their culture and do all kinds of things. I don't believe that. The reason perhaps why well, I guess maybe factually actually why the Europeans may appear to have been more brutal in their approach to slavery was because they had more can we say more responsibility, or their slavery required them to transport their slaves over a long distance, a long journey, right? So, just like and of course to them it was just business as usual, right? They try to maximize the profit, cramp people into the ship in a really animal-like way, to the best of their ability, and the way they did things was no doubt barbaric. in the highest level. But to try to paint the picture that we Africans, no, we had this. Oh yeah, back then we said we didn't call it slavery. Who cares what we called it back then? A lot of things had names changed or codified along the way down the road. So the notion that a certain practice or system was in place and wasn't called that system does not justify or nullify if the system existed or not. Like for example, female genital mutilation has been practiced for many years in Africa. It wasn't called that. It was part of the culture, many cultures, and it was encouraged by different cultures. But in today, it's a barbaric form of practice that is not encouraged, is condemned. Pretty much, you can say worldwide, but some cultures are still practicing such things. So, and I think was Ola that said it earlier. Also, we Africans, we don't take responsibility for a lot of things. You know, it's always trying to point a finger at what the other person, maybe the white man or the Asian people did, but not us. It appears that we do everything so perfectly, which is a joke. That we never did anything wrong. Everything that we ever did was so perfect, and the reason why it went bad was because the white man came or this and that happened. And it's saying that or having such a disposition is like paints us as perfect human beings, and we know that's a farce. That's a big lie. Because today we see how we interact with one another, and just in one country, tribalism and whatnot. It's not like we're united. And then if you want to put it in a larger context with the African Americans or Black people around the world, we're not a really united people. We're not, and that's why it's very easy for other cultures to defeat us, be it in business or other fields. So and I know also I don't see I like history, especially current affairs, world affairs, as when I was young, but history himself, I'm not big into it. Why? Because because of revisionism. Okay, everyone everyone has their own approach or interpretation or how they forge their narrative about what happened in the past. That's why we have two competing two sides talking about one topic, and they seem to be so divergent. And you're like, are these people talking about the same thing? Because everyone wants to paint their own side as the better side or the accurate account of history. Because something was written in the book, because something was passed down orally, doesn't make it true. It doesn't. And in fact, if you ask me today, many of the writers today, today's world, are meant to deceive people. Some people are good at it. In fact, many writers today are commissioned by certain people in order to deceive the public. They deceive the public. They introduce revisionism into history, so people are getting confused in a lot of ways. Okay, I like history and enjoy history when people talk about it, but I know my limitation. I know my limitation because the people talking about it themselves, it wasn't like they lived in that during that time, and even if they did, it's not possible they have and the entire reality accounts for what happened in the past. Everyone reads what happened in the past, so it's being passed down from one side to another. But it comes to a point you just try to use your own judgment somewhat
Thank you.
to see, well, if
I,
something was
I
true
wanted
or
to
not.
ask a question. I wanted to ask a question. This is a bit of a side. I really appreciate the way you today. I'm really surprised how strongly for some
Tunaja,
of
can
our
I come
people
in for a
feel
minute?
about this. Yeah,
Tunaja.
you come in. You come in. I think some of these things he has said is quite important. The way he put it. This is just a bit of a distraction, so please forgive me. When he said something about that female genital mutilation, I was just curious that um, how is it that we also accept male circumcision and but the female one is not acceptable? I'm not so clear about that. Do you have any clear answer, Prince Adi?
Well, I can put my 2 cents in it. Maybe a medical doctor like BT or Simba can speak on that. But when it comes to the male circumcision, it's more of it's accepted in different cultures, readily accepted because it's good, right? It's more for hygiene purpose, right? It's more for other purposes, right? The removal of the foreskin there is to is to make it more. I don't want to use any vulgar word, but it's readily acceptable. But in the practice with the female, it's horrendous. It's more like I can't explain it because I'm not
No,
one.
no. In
But
terms of
when
function, I'm asking what is it? Because if you think about it, from what I know of the male circumcision, they are taking flesh off, and the male
right,
female one they are doing similar. So what is the specific difference
nah,
that makes the
they're
female
not
one
doing similar.
horrendous?
Again, I'm not
So
going to speak on it, but don't do
can I
similar.
tell you,
I'll tell you though.
it's a
I'll tell
big
you,
difference.
they're trying to, from what I understood, okay, from what I understand, the in the African context, they're trying to remove a part of the female genital, whereby the need for sexual sensation is reduced or eliminated when they are young. Is more like is more like to deprive them of um, sexual pleasure. Unlike
Okay,
the men, it's not the case. Unlike the men, it is encouraged by many culture, but for them, is to suppress that desire. Okay,
so
but
but
anyway,
so
somebody should
so
be speaking
so
on
some
that.
can argue that the men do lose a little bit of stuff when
Yeah,
they do
but
that.
there are more actual health benefits for circumcision.
That's what I said. Yeah,
The hygienic part of it. Even if you look at HIV, HPV, you reduce that chance by almost 50% if you're circumcised.
is that right? Okay,
Yes,
yeah,
even there's some studies about UTI low, but it's not that impactful. But in terms of like even cancer rates, uh, that comes down a little bit. Infections rate come down. Cancer dependence, but I know when it comes to acquired infections, you reduce that chance by half if you're circumcised. So the health benefit of it is but I won't say back then they knew about the infections rate. Maybe they knew. I'm not sure. But in modern medicine, it's more beneficial health wise to circumcise
Mm.
Uh,
Okay, thank
Tunaja,
you.
Tunaja,
Let me
sorry.
stop that before we go too deep in that. Let's go
uh,
back to
Like,
the main
Tunaja,
topic.
can I come in?
let me land, and when I land, Dwele comes in.
Okay.
But so
I
let me
wanted
give me
to
a minute. So
I wanted to put something straight for Prince Daddy, but I wanted to reference it to Ogbeni too. But I don't know if I have the permission. Can I just jump into?
I'm sorry. There's been a bit of an intervention that we need to straighten the our act because a lot of people haven't spoken. So, Prince Daddy, please go ahead and close our sorry, world peace. And I think I would like to invite our African American brothers in, so that they can see because they are a bit underrepresented, as we all know. But they don't talk too much. I think Brian and devastating for you. They don't say too much. But it's good that they hear some of the stuff you guys are saying here. I'm really, really impressed. I'm really, really impressed. I didn't know that many of our people even held some of the views you have all shared here today. So, Prince Daddy, please go ahead.
yeah. Thanks, tonight. So Um, yeah. So again, I'm always cautious about the revisionism that goes on in history, right? And how people try to paint a rosy picture. If you can accept that we are all human beings, that is equal, white, black, Asian, or whatever, that we're all equal, then we must also be accepting that we are capable as black people to commit evil also as equal as the white people. So, but we have a way of trying to minimize our participation in a lot of things, especially one that paints us in a bad light. I don't like that, and I don't buy into that. I believe the Africans back in the slave trade era were equally responsible for the things that happened based on their greed and selfishness. Is this selfishness only to the white man or the Asian man? Of course not, unless you're lying to yourselves. Okay, so we brutalize ourselves. Okay, um, and by the way, it's always amazing when I hear people talk about slave trade. If you ask everyone here that's an African or about that lineage, everyone's going to tell you that they came from kings and queens. Nobody ever came on the platform or an African that I met and said, "Oh, I'm a descendant of slaves in Africa." Everybody's always king and queens. It's always amazing. And of course, I don't buy into that. Of course, also many of the African Americans, or some of the African Americans that were sold into slavery, they were descendants of real royalty, because some kings were, or some empires or whatever, were conquered and defeated, and they were sold into slavery. A good example of that would be in the book of Daniel, when Daniel and the three evil boys, they came from royalty and they were sold into slavery, and they became slaves, or somewhat promoted in Babylon when it came to Babylon. The same thing happens to the Africans. Not all Africans that sold into slavery were just commoners. Some of them were royalty, and of course means that many African Americans in today America were from the royal blood. Thanks.
I think that is an original sin of our forefathers that
I
think this generation. Yes.
The way we are putting slavery is like we are putting that it started in Africa, it ended in Africa. Most especially started in West Africa, ended in West Africa.
No, sorry. I don't think that's what they are doing. Please.
No. That's what you are. That's what you are lying.
Adewale has made an intervention. I think he's going to go next. I don't want to stray, except Adewale says you can go ahead.
Let everybody continue.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Let me interject, Prince Daddy.
Okay, go ahead.
The way Prince Daddy is putting is like slavery started from us, ended in us, and which is quite funny. That's why they can't. Now this history is not turned against us. Like, oh, our parents sold slave, we did bad, we did that. It's wrong. And like I said before, a lot of people talking about slavery here.
Hold on. What do you mean it's wrong that we didn't sell slaves?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Let me learn before you catch what I'm saying or what I'm about to say. A lot of people are saying slavery from the last 200 part. Slavery happened in Africa now to black people for 400 years. But we don't talk about the first 200 years. A lot of people don't know about the first 200 years. That's why I don't agree with a lot of people. A few people just talk about slavery from, they don't even know much about the slavery for 17th century. They know about the 19th century. West Africa. So what about the first 200 years in Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria? Do you know how many people that were sold into slavery in northern Nigeria? You think everybody in America just from Lagos, from west and east?
Most of them is northern Nigeria. Is that what you mean, or North Africa?
Northern Nigeria, I'm talking about, not North Africa.
Northern Nigeria is West Africa now. It's still West Africa.
So I'm talking about Northern Nigeria. When we're talking about West Africa, we are talking about West Africa. We mostly make reference to the west and the east. Right?
Igbos and Yoruba. The Nigerian part. Okay, I think that's how it needs to be. But the truth is, we know it's all West. It's all.
So now for the first 200 years, there was no slavery like that in West Africa. In southwest of Nigeria, there was none. Because we didn't allow it. The Chukwu was doing that famously. The explosion of slavery in West Africa, mostly in Nigeria, started in 17th century when the British came. Then they started exploiting slave but it became business. Then Arochukwu, Port Focado, which is Escravos, Lagos was a slave. They were selling slave there, but mostly they would call Lagos, and Badagry was a slave camp. Oyo was a slave camp. Dahomey was a slave camp. Port of no return, that was Lagos, Ghana, was the port they were shipping them from. So when we just say slavery, we just make sure that, our parents started it. I said, yes, people started slavery. That was the time it was turned into monetized slavery. When the British, the colonial masters, started teaching our people
can we call them Europeans, please?
Okay, European. Now, some of the people that were selling slaves in Nigeria, I could say they are not even Nigerians because they brought them. Like the guy of Badagry they said he was captured a slave. He was captured when he was a baby, a child. Then he was trained by a slave master, I think a Brazilian, later brought back and stationed in Badagry so he can be selling slaves to his master. So where is the proof to show that man is in Nigeria?
Seriously, you have to get this European thing into your vocabulary instead of master, please.
Okay, you're sorry.
You are quite a historical person, so you
hold on. Before I forget. Now we're talking about slavery again. Do you know Everybody in America today, in Europe today, you know, we talk about American slavery. We have slave people in France too, in Europe too, Portugal, all right? Now, do you know some people in the UK, in Caribbeans, in America, they never go get to America by slavery? Do you know in the First World War, Constabulary, they put someone almost like 400,000 blacks into a British military that never returned back? Second World War, France in particular recruited 300,000 black in their colony, you know, they call it Constabulary or whatever, to go fight in Second World War. What was the record? When they surrendered France, they surrendered those people to Germany. What did Germany do with them? Do you have a record of that? My grandmother, in my father's side, the younger brother was kidnapped, like we say kidnapped, forcibly put into the military. He never returned back to today. Or size precisely. And his children are those generation children in America too. That's why when the white people say, who we are going to pay, we cannot pay you. Listen carefully and watch. There are people that took to America during colonialism, never returned back. Not kidnapped by the slave of 200 years, but forced into military in 1914.
Well, I have when I was growing up, I know of one of family member that went to one of these wars, and he came back. He became a bit of an alcoholic, but he went to one of the wars. Well, I think the Second World War for the British. But he's one of the ones that came back.
Let's make progress now. Let others talk now. You have these two.
Hold on.
What you're saying is not important.
Okay, what is I appreciate your listening. Please round up so that
let me round it up. What I'm saying is very important. So that kind of children, that like your uncle that came back, probably you have like 4 or 5 children in stage. You don't know, and those ones today will be claiming whatever slavery, but it's okay. But what I'm saying, the first 200 years of slavery, I can tell you, a lot of people don't have account of it. And slavery was not that much in the West Africa coast in the first 200 years. It was the later part of the last 200 years that slavery was there. And it was, I agree with Ogbeni, it was forcefully imposed on us. They were cutting our people before they started teaching our people the benefit of it. And those who have no choice, those that have choice,
I know, but look,
thank you.
When you're having a discussion on slavery, and you're talking about tribes.
Please hold on. Please hold on.
It doesn't make any sense.
I never talk about I never talk about a tribe, Pastor. You should not so dull and stupid that way you are.
Come on, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Come on, let's be civil here, please. Baba T and Ajan Lekoko, if you may excuse me. Let me just introduce Devastating for you and call me Brian. Devastating for you, welcome. And what do you think about what you've heard so far? I take it that you've been listening to some of the discussions.
Yes, Tunaja, appreciate it. Yes, I've been listening for a little bit. Quite interesting discussion. I see everybody's kind of energetic and expressive. Yes. But I was trying to get a feel from the other Black Americans that may have commented in the comment section or on the panel. You're saying nobody from the U.S. has responded to this stream at all, or?
Nakmizi was here earlier on, and
oh, okay.
Yeah, he did respond, and he did give a lot of you know how Nakmizi rolls now.
Right. Technically, he's not on the ground in America, so
I think is he in Europe now?
Yeah, the Netherlands. Holland.
Yeah. That's Netherlands too. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, but I am here in the Midwest, Chicago. And
nice.
Our perspective has been what someone alluded to earlier on what we have been provided. Like you said, if we're under the education system, the academic system, the mainstream media system, then before the internet, our options were limited in terms of what happened. What was the truth? Records destroyed, property destroyed, families destroyed, cultures destroyed. So it is kind of difficult to try to retrace and actually find out what happened on an entirely different continent.
Yeah. And so from what you've heard, I don't know how, far back on the show you started listening, because did you hear some of the views of some Africans or Nigerians about African Americans? Some of them were saying that some African Americans needed to move on from basically the history of slavery and start charting a new path forward. And while others are saying you can't do that because clearly there is a legacy, and the system is not even exactly been taken off completely. So I don't know whether you heard that, because it was coming across as if some of us didn't necessarily empathize enough with the African American situation. But in the truth is that we too are in the same situation. I think I tried to express that during that conversation. I don't know whether you heard it. But from what I've heard so far, after that, many fellow Nigerians and fellow countrymen, they seem to be very clear that what happened was terrible, and that it was a terrible thing that we did to ourselves. If anything, some I think Nakmizi wasn't very clear about that to an extent, but from the way Ogbeni and Prince Daddy, the way they came across, it seems like they consider it very, very serious too. And I find that quite a positive thing, and that we need to start understanding that this is an original sin. And that sin seems to still be present within the continent, because we haven't we haven't completely exorcised that aspect of ourselves that can see our fellow human beings as people that we can just give away like that,
right?
Without question. So I don't know what you think and what you had. Just you can summarize and just so that we can go to Call Me Brown. I know Call Me Brown must be eager to talk about Congo and Sudan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it. To be concise and kind of just shorten it for the panel, I don't think we need to ignore or quote unquote move on, because there's nothing to move on to without acknowledging what happened, or at least have an idea of what happened. And if what happened involved natives from the continent, then hey, that needs to be acknowledged without necessarily getting into confrontation physically, or any other type of confrontation. I think we can sort out some of the differences and just acknowledge, hey, this is how it was. It wasn't just slavery that was being traded. I know this notion that people have this idea that the Europeans didn't have anything else to do, and they just woke up one morning and decided to started trading slaves. No, the commerce involved various commodities, spice trade, sugars, various agricultures, merchandise. Slavery was a part of that, and from what I read, hey, our brothers and sisters followed suit. I mean, that's just how it was. I don't know what they're expecting from those who want to make it like a guilt trip, other than I see the reparations crowd coming around, but no one's gonna pay you in pain or any amount of currency that's gonna rectify your pain or anguish or anxiety. So if that's what they're looking for, that's not going to come.
Okay. Can I ask him a question? Since you are not with the FBA crowd of reparation on the African side or both sides, you don't believe in that, do you?
No. I don't follow any group. No.
Okay. But you don't believe in the cause either, like this pay me by land or resources or whatever.
I support reparations, from a colonial standpoint.
But not the African side of the divide.
No, I don't want any money from anybody in Africa. No.
In Africa, okay.
No,
thanks.
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, devastating for you, and yeah, I really I've missed call me Brian for a bit, and because I've lost touch with what is going on in Congo, and but the Sudan one definitely I'm a bit in touch with it, and I try to share some of this story with our fellow Nigerians. Call me Brown, please go ahead. I'm sure he's been listening for quite a bit. So, what do you think about what you've heard?
No, I've been listening on and off. You know, in the conversation, and you know, everyone made some pretty good points. Even though I might disagree with certain people, I mean, we could all agree to disagree, and then because we all have our own interpretation about events. For me, studying the whole transatlantic slave trade, and it seems like the United States is always the center of it. I guess we have the biggest mouths, I guess, in the Western Hemisphere, since the United States only got, according to historical books, 388,000 so and so, or maybe no more than 500,000. Whereas out of the 12.5 million slaves, most of them went to places like in Latin America and the Caribbean, just to keep everything pretty much realistic of the gravity of it. And also, I always emphasize, we came from many different regions. We didn't come from one region or one group of people within the African continent. Like I said, from Senegal all the way to the Congo, Angola, some places in possibilities. What is it? Zambia, all the way to the coastal Mozambique, and also Madagascar. Some people, having said that, it's hard to quantify when it comes down to blaming Africans, since the whole concept of we being all one people did not exist, and it still doesn't exist. I mean, like, for example, if you read certain testimonies of slaves, and one person, I think it was Prince Daddy, he's correct. A lot of slaves were, pretty much chattel. Some of them were farmers. Some of them came from families, but some of them were royalty. And here's the thing. Certain African Americans might have that blood. So are we going to blame their ancestors for selling other Africans on the continent, but their ancestors got caught as well? So the blame kind of goes, if you look at it, both ways. Most slaves who were taken to the Western world were prisoners of war. Most of them. A few of them were criminals and convicts or what have you in given societies, but most was prisoner of war. Warfare happens. That happens in many different societies across the planet. The victor conquers the other group, rules them, or even sometimes enslaves them. That's been the course of humanity throughout the centuries. I'm very, very realistic when it comes down to that.
So, but this concept where you hear people, like the way you put it, that we are not one people, I think maybe we are missing it, because like Europeans are not one people.
I'm gonna do a screen share, right?
Okay.
And this is going to be these slaves, according to records in Louisiana. Like I said, Louisiana was a little bit different from what is now the United States, because it wasn't part of the United States for quite a long time. And I think I showed you this a long time ago.
Are you talking about that manifest?
Pretty much the sheets where, they said the 18th most frequently slaves, ethnicity,
Oh, yeah.
In Louisiana.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
You got, what time frame is this?
This is around, they gather it. Hold on, let me make sure to get it for you, because it's on top of it, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, from 1719 to 1820.
Okay.
And they have the genders, the ethnicities, from Barbara, Mandinga, Nar, or whatever more, Fulani, Wolof, from the, Benin, Biafra, Central Africa, and then I guess a small group from the coast of Mozambique.
So I'm sorry, Speaker. I thought what we said that there was no Edo individual involved.
We never saw slave. We never saw slave. Hold on. It's not. Hold on. True Niger.
Let's leave it. Maybe it's the slaves they got from the war.
Hold on. Let's be civil here. What is right there? Bight of Benin. Who were in Bight of Benin? It was not this place. Satuma Principle. We people don't know history. We just got to start laughing.
There's Edo there. You can see the Edo now.
Listen. We were never Edo till 400 or 500 years
with how small Edo is, 38, it's like maybe 50%.
Hold on. Listen, in Benin City, if you in the boat, the ships that carry slaves, there's one secret that America has not declassified yet, and the blacks are not really want to push further. This concept that every slave lost their name is not really true. When slaves, they started telling slaves' name, go and check the history.
Now, why would you have him
shut up. I'm not talking to
you. See, okay, let's allow Comey Brown to carry on. I think we have lost our privilege.
No. You got to
come on, Comey Brown. You see how
let me make my point. We are all adults here, but I don't like some people behaving like kids here.
You have to be quick about it, though, so that I can.
Let me be quick. Calm down. Let me be quick and let me make my point. It's about my people. This is a serious matter here. We're talking about. We'll take a picture.
Is it 5 seconds?
Yeah, Pastor, let him
quiet.
Talk now,
Quiet. Listen, when blacks started losing their name, go and check the history. They went to meet a specialist in Germany because there was always a riot between the slaves, among the slaves. The slave owner had to go to Germany and ask. Even the word snack, people don't know where it came from. And God told them, what are you guys doing? You folks keep this put together. There will be rioting. The slave in Germany was very humble, and they asked him how. He said, you have to take the kids.
It's not important now. Let's go back.
Quiet. Let me make my point. I want to my point. You said you have to say, quiet now. You quiet.
Please.
Why you always building your just quiet.
Just because he can
go ahead now. See, Pastor, please, I will let you talk. Just let him finish.
No, let the person who's talking talk. Not me. Let the person who's
okay.
Just quiet.
I agree with you. World Peace, you got 1 minute.
So they start taking the keys from them. Now go check it. Before they start taking the keys from them, they still have the record of those people they took and their names. Why is the black not going further? Why are we sticking with the slave master name? They were names before they change their name. The boats are there. Go to Portugal. The people that have the issue is not is there. It's clear. Portugal, Rome.
But do you notice something? Though? If you look at this manifest, you see the Congo area. They just put 2,000 something. They didn't even bother identifying the tribes.
We always
I have to highlight that now. It looks like I have to say that because they actually
the Stono Rebellion. We were the most rebellious.
Come on, man! I have to say that, but even then they had to demarcate between the different groups in Nigeria. But when they went to Congo, they were like, "Okay, we just got 2,000 of them. Let's just take them along." But in Nigeria, even 38, they had to do it, bro. They were scared of Nigerians for some reason, man. They
think about it. The Stono Rebellion was started by Angolans and Congolese.
Oh, seriously?
It brought fear to the people of in South Carolina.
But still, though, this manifest is very interesting because they literally identified the individual groups when they came to the West Africa region. But the other side, they're like, okay, let's just think that they're just human beings. I think that's good. I find that very interesting.
People who lie from Edo, you could catch them with documents like this, right? This is
listen, Pastor. Listen, you are more than one of the dullest panelists on this place.
You're not going to deal with
You are too dull. You are too dull for me to engage. You are too dull for me to engage because you don't even know when you left.
Okay, Brian, please carry on. Nobody, please interject again, please. Because you guys have lost the privilege to do that. You have just been a little bit, disorganized. Please, Comey Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I like everybody's points. Everyone pretty much contributed to, their interpretation of events. I like the one guy's point as far as history. History is pretty much is not certain. That's one thing. Studying history is definitely not certain. History always belongs to the victor, and sometimes we have to pretty much, find those gold nuggets and pretty much search for what is true and what is not true.
Yeah. I think we agree with that. So, from what you taking all this into account, I mean, clearly it's from different regions, and what you've had from from our Nigerians, because this is not a very broad African panel.
Right.
So, do you think some of us are getting making peace and understanding what truly happened in the past?
I mean, if you're talking about as far as individuals are trying to find out, but in a national level, I don't think is not much is carried out in Nigeria.
And you think it would be a good thing if it gets to the national level?
Only countries I could see really discussing it a little bit, and they have the whole museum on it. It's probably Ghana and probably Senegal and probably Angola as well too. Angola have a lot of records, a lot of records. I was watching, what's that show? Skip Gates, Finding Your Roots. Oh man, they have a trove of records, in regards to the slave trade. It was featuring Chris Tucker, because Chris Tucker have one of many ancestries in Angola. That's why I was disputing with one of my friends. He do have a Malagasy ancestor. He's from Virginia, and a lot of Malagasys went to Virginia. But I'm like saying, okay, what about your other ancestors? And he was like saying, what are you talking about? Well, I said, most likely, you have a Nigerian ancestor. I mean, a lot of Igbos were sent to Virginia. I'm like saying, what about that? I mean, are you searching for that? I mean, why are you honing into that? I understand it. You got that. I mean, I know historically speaking.
So, Nigeria, are we allowed to push back on this list?
We'll push back on this list. Don't worry. When he's done, let him just finish what he's saying.
Yeah, but when he's done, is there like order or people just jumping in like?
Then there is an order. Don't worry, and Mizi will get to you. African Americans have privilege because they don't have. Okay, you guys are getting probably by the time two will come in, it's equal, isn't it? But you are underrepresented. Besides, we are talking about you. There's no need. So you have privilege. You'll be able to talk. Sorry. Let this thing Comey Brown and carry on.
I was trying to explain to him we had an amalgamation of many different groups. We're not just one particular group. You probably have. I told him probably got answers most likely from the Congo. You got answers from, like I said, a lot of Igbos were sent to Virginia. You got ancestors from, the Fon, from, Ashanti, many different groups, of Africans. You might have a Muslim ancestor, who could be Fulbe or, the Wolof people, whatnot.
But I've been curious though. Let me ask this question. I've been curious. Why is it that there are so many people that when they check their genetics, that Nigerians pop up quite a lot? Because by your analysis, it should be spread out a little bit more.
I think
is it that Nigerians are better at surviving or something?
No, not really. Because for me, and which is kind of weird, I got Central Africa, and also that region is my dominant genetics. As far as African genetics.
So, sorry, I know you're not moderating. I won't tell you how to moderate, but is this thing we need to push back on it? I really want to push back on it because
you have a chance. I know you are passionate about this
because then I want to speak.
Yeah,
because,
allow the African Americans to speak. You have your chance to speak. Nigerians have had almost all the show. Let's face it. And so just okay, please go ahead.
But then again, you still have, let's say, if you go to Louisiana, you have place names. You don't have a Igbo square, a Hausa square, a Yoruba square, but they're certainly called a Congo square. And a lot of Central African place names are, in many areas, Louisiana. I go to Louisiana all the time. So for me, we're a mixture of all those groups. And to demarcate one group over another, I think is pretty much an unfair analysis to our ancestors.
Oh, I agree with you on that. It's just that you have to admit that Nigerians are representing. It's just what
It
I'm
really
saying.
depends on what it is. For me, it's Central Africa. It is. I mean, that's just reality.
I have to give it to you.
Who want to? Let me say two nights. Who want to represent the Congo? Let's be for real.
Why not? They want to. If you do a genetic test,
that's kind of one of the worst countries. To be honest with you, worst countries on the African continent.
The genes won't lie. What I take is that if you do your genetics and they point you to Congo, it is what it is. But the rate at which Nigeria is turning out, I find it a little bit astounding.
I mean, especially for people in South Carolina. I mean, parts of South Carolina, it is the case, and that's just the reality. And the amount of people that came there from that region, along with.
By the way, this document shows the source, which is from Louisiana Slave Database. So I don't know what somebody's gonna push back. What you have to show something, right? The best evidence rule. If you're gonna push back on this, you have to manufacture your own. We're not gonna rely on a liar.
Thank you for that, Pansat. So let me go to my hold on. Can we, let's leave this for the time being. It's not going to be that long. Then you guys can go on again. World peace. Let's speak to our other Nigerian brother, Nakmizi. So you made. You're welcome, Nakmizi.
No, it's all good, brother. Look, man, I think to answer your question about why we have, I will tell you, I did 2 different DNA tests and Nigeria came up as a majority in both of them. Even that, understanding that it's a mix of all Western and Central Africans due to chattel slavery. I think Nigeria was more prominent, but, it is what it is. I really want to speak about the reparations point. Reparations is to repair. It's not necessarily to pay anything. So when I made my comment via a super chat, it was really speaking about the brown card, which is a way for diasporans that want to go back to the continent to dip their toe on the continent, and maybe they want citizenship, maybe they want land. So I think that's a good start, right? And if they don't, then they may have to cut the check because African leadership was involved in selling other Nigerians, and that's why I brought it into specific empires. If you don't come from an empire that was complicit in it, your people don't have to pay anything. And there's a couple of ethnic groups that had no dealings in slave trading. So when they say, "Oh, every Black American is part slave," you got to be able to tell me what ethnic group I'm from. Since we're mixed up with multiple ethnic groups, I just say go back to those empires that are complicit, and then we can get to talking. But those empires are complicit, so they should either pay or for land, or something. But there has to be reparations coming from the continent as well as the colonizers.
The problem is, sir, that those so-called empires are now part of the country now under a law.
Right.
So how do you then go to those, because those kingdoms don't even exist, or they're not that big as they used to be before. They're all split over now. So how do you now go to what would be a state now? Like, let's say the old Oyo Empire now, which is now in Oyo State now. So it's like you go to Oyo State and say, well, there was a kingdom here 400 years ago that did A, B, C, and D. So therefore, we need to have a negotiation, because that would then be a discussion with the state government, not the Oba. So how do
now
you
who's
go?
the president of Nigeria now? Is it Tinubu?
Yeah.
Yes. And we all, I don't have to tell anyone that he comes from a line of slave traders, right?
So, that's not the point. Can we stay on the point?
No, wait, but I'm not finished, brother. Let me finish. I'm the Black American. The show is about us today, right?
I give an example.
The show is about us. The show is about us, brother. Let me finish. Let me finish.
No.
Stop acting like,
I give an example.
Stop acting like a slave catcher, brother. Let me finish. I'm going to answer your question.
I give an example of Oyo.
You're not going to talk over me. You're not going to talk over me, brother. You're responding to my comment, okay? And I wasn't even finished. But to answer and put respect on your thing, yes, Nigeria is now a country, all right? So the empires at this point have been meshed together by white people, and now it's Nigeria. Okay, cool. So then the government of Nigeria should get together and then pay reparations. Now, those slave trading empires should pay the lion's share of those, or what, Yoruba land and Igbo land, whoever was complicit, and they're paying taxes into the national tax system should pay the lion's share of it. That's to answer your question.
But I thought you said they didn't have to pay money.
But because he said
because some people don't want money, some people just want to go back. Reparations comes in many different forms. So if there are people that want to go back, if that brown card is real, give them a brown card, let them dip their toe in and say, yeah, this is where I want to be, and then give them some land, and that can be their reparations. Those like myself who don't want to live in Nigeria, I would love to visit, cut me some cash, and I'll add it to the colonizers' cash in America, and I'll do what I want with it.
I see.
Quick question. Who should initiate the reparation payment first, America or Africa?
Excuse me?
Which side should initiate the payment of reparation or the reparation first, America or Africa?
Africa.
Okay, I think this can be handled regionally.
Hold on, let me. You see where I was going with this, though, because earlier on he said that only the kingdoms responsible should pay.
No, I don't think that's realistic anymore. I think it can be done regionally.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Then he said they should pay the lion's share of it. That the Nigerian government should then get together and determine, okay, this part A, B, C, A, D. But the details of it, maybe we can have that discussion a different time. But it's just it needs to be more specific about ways.
Okay, well, does Yoruba land is the Yoruba region were they complicit? Then they should pay. Is what they're trying to call Igbo land complicit? Then they should pay.
Let me
that is not how it's going to work.
Nak, let me.
It said Nigeria actually pay first.
I think Nigeria would do it, not one section of it.
I'm trying to see
even Yoruba land.
One at a time.
Why should they go first? If you don't mind.
Can you allow me to please? Even Yoruba land, or your empire was the big one. Not everybody in Yoruba land sold slavery. As a matter of fact, people were oppressed in Yoruba land. So when you use a blanket to say Yoruba people, so that's why I said I gave the example of Oyo Empire to be more specific. So when you say a tribe or ethnic group like Yoruba and you use that word, is not accurate to just say okay, Yoruba should pay ABC. So you must be specific of where exactly you want that to come from.
Okay, quickly, Babati.
And then we'd be on here
not all white people were engaged in slavery neither. Not all white people engaged in slavery.
So the thing is, and to put respect on a brother's comment, is that we're not going to nitpick here. We've already, and I'm glad that people have already admit that there was Nigerian involvement in the slave trade. So Nigerians should pay, or the Nigerian government should pay reparations, period. And if your kingdom wasn't involved in it,
you see the problem. You see the problem. When I told you, let's go into that. How much that guy brought for let's push back at it. You said, oh, let's leave it later. Now you see, BT is telling you that not everybody from Europe participated in slavery. And I said, no, it's not every white man. Every white people benefited from slave produce, from the institution all to Harvard, Yale, the Rothschild. America was built by the back of the blacks. European as in general was built by blacks, slaves. Now let's go to that this thing. Sorry, I don't like this. But in fact, this guy, thank you for bringing this. Now let me bring it to your attention. So that I looked at the what you saying just now. It said Bight of Benin is in the hinterland of the north. Does that make sense to you? Look at it. Bight of Biafra came in after the 1844, after the Congo Summit in Germany, which people call the way they used to divide Africa. Berlin Conference. It's actually Congo Conference. Go and look it up.
Bring your document.
I don't just have documents.
You don't have a document. You don't have a.
I don't talk to dope people like you.
Okay, now this is degenerating.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Don't even
That
acknowledge
area. Hold on,
bring
please.
a
You see
document or lay a foundation.
hold on.
See, Pansat, I will let you
Quiet,
talk.
man.
I will let you
Hold
respond,
on, but
Pansat.
this
I
is
will let you
Japan.
respond.
It's never been
Let
to the
him
United
finish. I will
States.
let you. I will allow you to respond.
Ted is
Japan.
being
One
quiet
piece,
to keep
1
quiet.
minute, please. 1 minute, world peace, please. Just respond so that Pansat can
No.
respond.
You are just something I don't like, Trinidad, but it's your turn. It's your, I mean,
It
your
shouldn't be
panelist. I
too
won't
long
say.
now because there are other
No,
people that
it's not
want to
about
speak.
too long.
I just
When we
have to
said
say
let's,
anything forever.
I know. When we said let's push back on this, you said no, later, and see what you escalated to. That document, this World Council document, the European brings to change, to turn us against ourselves. Every slave document, they still have the record. Well, thanks for bringing that. First of all, the word
Okay,
ego was not in
let me respond, please.
I'm not talking to this guy now. Why
No,
this guy?
please,
Why this guy is dropping on my tongue?
I'm not talking
I'm
to
not going.
you. Let me
Don't
talk about
let
that
me
document.
finish.
He's gonna
I'm
finish
not.
soon, Pansat. Just let him finish. He's
What's
gonna
wrong with this
finish.
cow?
Just finish now.
These
This
are
is the
these are the makeup.
Pansat, just be
Somebody can just go.
patient. 1 minute. I gave him 1
Yeah.
minute.
Hold on, please. Yeah, this document. Seriously, I'm certainly looking at it, and I cannot take it. I think anybody can go and write something up. First of all, those words they used in the 17th century was not in existence. We are not called Edo people. Edo is a language. We are Benin. If you meet any Benin man, Edo man outside Nigeria, even now in America to Nigeria, ask him what will he tell you? He'll tell you I'm a Benin person. We speak Edo language. We don't speak Benin language. So you cannot see a list and say a Benin Edo man wrong. You cannot see a list and say a Yoruba man in 17th century is wrong. Let me see Ogbomoso, Ilaje, or you're wrong. This western part of Nigeria cannot be in Benin. Part of Benin was not
All right,
just being part
time's
of
up
Benin.
now. Tonight, your time's up. What he's saying doesn't
No,
make
I'm
any
still
sense.
timing him. He's not up yet.
What's this guy? What's wrong with this guy? We have put it, the bigger mistake they
losing
made
time
there.
now.
Oh, yeah. The bigger mistake they made there, they put Benin, Oyo, and some other people in Biafra and put the Northerners in part of Benin. Part of Benin was only for Benin because they are the old, you're not like republic. You own your seat by your bite, the seat of Gibraltar and all that. So that
thank you.
document is
He's not gonna listen to that time.
document is
World
fake
peace,
and throw it
world
away.
peace is up.
Please,
Sorry,
please,
I will come back to you. I just want Pansa to have his say because he's been itching to say something for a long time.
All right, thank you. Could you put up that document again?
I'm going to put the timing. The timing is there. Ajay, do you want to say something after Pansat? Ajay, are you there?
I will come in after. Let Panther say whatever he wants to say, then I'll come after him.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ajay Lekoko. Now, what I put up that document, I just want to make one statement, then I will make my main point. I see that you see that bite of Benin, right? Then go up to bite of Biafra. I just want you to see who's under that Biafra. Could you go up a little bit?
Call me Brian. I think he wants you to.
Oh, okay. It's not you operating. Okay. See in that Biafra, you got to do it under Biafra. I just want you to remember that right now while I make my other point. Okay. So now on the issue of I support the reparation statement and the request by the gentleman here, right, who's talked about that. I'm with him on it.
Easy.
So now, who brought this document? Is it Pastor that brought this document? Who?
Call me Brian.
This document?
Call me Brian brought the document. Call me Brian.
Call me Brian. I just verified. I verified the source. There's no source about this document.
I'll send you the link and
Yeah, the link is just created. It's just a created link. It's not to the museum. It's just created link.
What I'm saying is they have technically speaking.
Can we allow?
Yeah, technically speaking, it was in the French language because at that time in Louisiana, like I said, it wasn't part of the United States. It was part of the French colonies and later on the Spanish colonies and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was actually called New
Go up
France.
to the source. Go up to the source at the footnotes right there.
There's no source. They should just quiet.
It's at the footnote. Just go up all the way to the top.
Let me share it.
I'll share the whole website, and then you could just.
I think I've got it already. You send it at the backstage. Let me share it.
No, that's just the list. I'm gonna give you the website.
Okay.
The guy who pretty much did it is he's from Cape Verde. He's a good guy. He's He does his research. He's not no.
Is a made up. Is a personal event made up. That's what I'm telling you. It's not with Louisiana Museum. I just checked it out. You don't know who you're talking to. These are just made up by anybody that feel that he's doing his own research.
All
right, let me reclaim my time.
In Louisiana, to be perfectly honest.
So are you making any point, Pansat, regarding death of Biafra? Because they didn't use it to refer to Igbo people alone.
And I use that to make. I just made a statement on that. So let's forget about that for another day. But I want you to mark that. It doesn't matter what is the guy in Japan's name calls himself. It's what others call you historically. You don't have any foundation to make a point. There's a footnote there that shows you that thing is from a government source in Delaware. You in Japan, the United States bombed the hell out of Japan and wrote
quiet.
Right? Let me land. You have to mute him now.
Why is you and World Peace fighting today? What is this?
No,
I'm not fighting with this. I cannot fight with this Onyamiri.
Please,
oh my God, come on, man. World Peace, that's
please mute him. Don't worry. Even if it's all, don't waste our time
with
that.
He can't do that, World Peace. Come on.
One thing you have to understand.
So you know what this fool said about my king? This fool that's talking here? Because I kept it quiet for 2 years.
I don't know what I don't know.
Can you mute him? Just mute him. You don't have to respond to him. Now, what I'm trying to say is that I support the reparations request from all guilty party. And I don't care if it's from my compound. There should be reparations for the evil that slavery was. But now let's talk about the colonial period in Nigeria with the slave trade. This goes all the way back to 15th century. So since we don't have so much time here, maybe the best thing is to, if you promise that you read the book, I will give you a couple of books to read, right? So that way we can then have an enlightened discussion. We can't be talking about slavery and then it's going to be limited to somebody in Japan where they had a king prior to World War II. They didn't know what democracy was. The United States went over there, removed that king, cut his powers down, and wrote them a constitution.
Sorry, who is in Japan?
Yeah. That's World Peace.
So just because he's in Japan, he's not allowed to talk about his. Come on, man.
See, we here in the United States, we don't have enough respect. This boy should not even talk while I'm talking.
Oh my God, man! Let
me land.
Let's allow John Lekoko speak. You're just insulting him now.
Okay, you come back to me again because I want to make it. There's a point I want to make that's very important, pertinent to others listening to us. Please let our John Lekoko speak. Then you come back to me at some point. I want to make it very important point. Thank you.
Okay, please, John Lekoko. Thank you for your patience. You've been listening to all this stuff. So, what do you gather from what everyone has said?
Tonight has been very interesting interaction tonight. So I think our brother that is calling for reparation, I totally disagree with him. Calling for African to pay reparation to African American. I think I disagree with him, and the reason why I disagree with him is because people that does not benefit economically from slavery of others doesn't pay reparation. How do you want to describe us as being complicit in slavery of Black people in Europe and America? I mean, we were under colonization. We were controlled. We were governed. Is it governed? Don't let me use the word rule. Don't let me use the word govern. We are forcefully ruled by the European. So how do you call us to come and, when you are under the rulership of someone that is powerful than you, you do what he asks you to do? We were powerless. And that was what was responsible for us and our king back then to participate in giving out our people. That was what the criminal European or criminal colonial
powers
powers did.
But were we totally forced? Because we were not colonized till the late 18th, 19th century. That's 18 something, late 18 something to early 19th something. That's when we were colonized. So most of the history were freely. As a matter of fact, some of the conflicts was because some of our kings want to carry on selling slaves. When Europeans didn't need slaves anymore, they had become mechanized. Then they outlawed it, while some of our king wanted to carry on selling slaves. So that they use that excuse to actually trigger a war, especially in the case of Lagos. That's one of the reasons why there was a war in Lagos. And that was the first foothold the Europeans had on the Nigerian space in terms of taking over territory completely. So is it not? Are we not complicit? It's not like they totally forced us, and we benefited from it. Because if you are saying that we didn't benefit from it as of today, yes, but in terms of at that time, the king got the payment and used it for whatever the people wanted, or maybe he used it for Gogoro or for his own mirror or something like that. But the king got the benefit from it, so it's not entirely blameless. Are we entirely blameless?
To Niger. The war in Lagos, what year was it?
I don't know the precise year, but I think it was late 18th century. That's 18 something to early 19 something.
Hold on. Do you know what led to the war?
I think it has something to do with the Kosoko and conflict between the two kings. Then the British wanted to stop slavery.
Hold on. Say it properly so a foreign audience should understand. Conflict about throne or conflict about trading?
Both.
No, not both. Sorry.
What happened? The British came for trading, while the kings were.
No. Let me tell you. I don't know what you'll be reading. What happened? Okay. There was I cannot get my brain is not that fast right now. So I told you the king that was there.
Forget your brain. Give us a citation.
What's your business?
Where are you reading? Who are you citing?
Who are you? Get out of my bros. Who of you? What is this thing? Let me
talk to you.
Please take it easy.
Listen, Kosoko was actually a grandson. What happened when the king? There was a riot in Lagos, and they sent a message back to Benin. That's when Benin actually stopped sending kings to Lagos, ensuring king in Lagos. When there was a riot, then there's a message that the king was not treating the people nicely, and the Oba Benin sent to the king like Zegbele mean commit suicide. You are done run against your people. That was being tradition, but he didn't commit suicide. He drank poison. Now the throne and the Lagos Brothers said, okay, Benin should not send king again. That they will choose king from their own domain that will take the next throne, so to avoid this conflict. They chose Kosoko. His brother was actually came right to the throne. Since he's dead, he is the next in throne. He's supposed to take power. That was the tussle. But the people of Lagos favored Kosoko, and Kosoko took the throne. Now, when Kosoko took the throne, he first of all had a fight with Kosoko. Kosoko defeated him. He now went to the British. Look at his superior power. But meanwhile, British have an interior motive. He went to the British to tell them, like, the letters are there. The letter he wrote to the British admiral that the Benin throne, the king is supposed to come to him. But he was
women gossip now.
Quiet.
So, please, I want to make
it looks like I got the time wrong. What was the time wrong? I got that wrong.
Could I?
Come on. Pastor has no historical value for where he's coming from, so I don't bother myself with him. You understand? Is this around 1850?
World peace come. There is still noise coming from your background. Not noise.
Hold on. Let me land my point.
This babysitter in Japan is not letting us talk about stuff, important stuff.
Let me land my point. I don't want to be talking like.
Baby.
Do you have kids? You don't. So that's why you're talking. So listen.
But my kids are older than you.
What peace? Come
My
on,
kids,
what is
my
this
kids are
now?
older
This
than
is
you.
okay. I will send both of you
Anyway.
now. We'll just close this thing. It's already gone too long anyway. We are going to be closing this
Let
because
me
you
say
guys are
something
just
to
arguing
Ajan
now.
Lekoko, please, before you continue. Ajan Lekoko, I want to cite a couple of books, okay? Because that's the way we should be dealing with these things. And the guy who is also asking for reparations, right? I want you to go and look at John Edward Phillips' book that's entitled What's New About African History, right? And then the more important book is by Toyin Falola, that's titled Nigeria as a Colony. It will show from the Portuguese and how the British. Now, those are the people who are in charge. Those are the people who should pay these reparations. These are the Portuguese and then the British. They came in and they were using divide and conquer, and they participated in the slave trade. Granted, they eventually helped to end it. So you didn't really have Nigeria like you have it now. So coming to ask for reparations from Nigeria as an entity, yeah, I'm not against you trying. If you could win that legally, I will support it. I believe reparations should be paid if you could make the case. But for me, the fastest way for you to get reparations is from the British and the Portuguese. And that's my 2 cents on that. I gave you those 2 books. If you read that history, then we don't need the gossip from market women, from this guy in Japan, babysitting over there. He's never been to the United States and he has no respect whatsoever. It's a noisemaker. And
Man,
you should.
Pastor, you're just I will not come low to you because you're so dull for my liking. So it's okay.
One Piece. I didn't know you were such a troublemaker. You won't let anything go.
Sunaja, let me tell you something. This guy insulted his father 2 years ago, but he thought I forgot. That's why you don't know which Benin are very different. We never forget.
You are still holding grudge.
Yeah. No, I don't keep grudges.
No, this guy, he has a king, right? So he has a king that has nothing to do with me, right? So if you have a king, that's your king. I'm a king in my own house. You're insulting me. I'm a king, right? So you have a king, so you worship your king. That is none of my business.
That is not,
this guy's insulting me.
Not helping. You're not helping. Let's leave it. You're not helping. I think we have to round up. This conversation is just degenerating now. I will allow Jan Lekoko finish his listing, then the African Americans, and that's the Call Me Brian, Devastating for You, Prince Daddy will just, say our goodbyes. And because I think the conversation has been very, very informative. I've learned a lot myself. That's for sure. I've learned a lot, man. Everybody has shared so many these important details. And
what did you learn? What did you learn?
I learned about the wars in the Yoruba distinct kingdoms and the treatment of the slaves, the details of the treatment of the slaves, and how
that's
even
important.
the interaction. No, hold on now. I thought you asked me a question. I'm giving you these details now. Because I'm trying to tell you that the Benin kingdom, how they worked with the Portuguese to defeat the Igala people and stuff like that. So these are the actual real details that I wasn't aware of before. So yeah, we are sharing, and Nakmisi, I see that he's able to articulate his own point, even if a lot of people disagree with his position. So there are quite a lot of things. I'm not even sure I've completely soaked up everything. So please, Ajay, go ahead. Ajay, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, as I was saying, I totally disagree. For us to pay reparation, we did not benefit economically as a kingdom or an entity at all.
But what if when you sold slaves, then you got protection from the Europeans? Is that not a form of benefit?
Which protection did we get from the Europeans?
The idea is, like in the case of the Benin that they gave out as an example, they worked with the Benin to go and defeat the Igala. You see what I mean?
Benin was looking for more territory.
And the Europeans assisted them because they gave them the Europeans something.
They signed a kind of treaty with Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
They are allies.
But not out of the goodness of the heart of the Portuguese to do that, because they were giving the Portuguese something, isn't it?
Well,
to Nigeria, we were selling ivory, cotton, tobacco to Portuguese. We're
hold
not
on,
selling human.
what piece? Hold on. So, look, let me tell you, Ebony King resisted the British. What did they do for him? They destroyed his kingdom, captured him, took him to jail, prison where he died. That is what those colonial criminals, that is what they represent when you don't cooperate with them. You understand?
Yep.
Benin Kingdom used to have a wall around it. A wall, a fortified wall that there's no way you can come into that kingdom that it's not possible for an intruder to come in or anybody to wage war. Come in with a wage war against them is not easy. But the British did. They were resisted, they were pushed back, and they went to re-strategize, came back to destroy the kingdom. That is who they were back then. It's either you surrender to them or they destroy your kingdom. Some of these kings learned a lesson from what happened to their neighboring kingdom. Or you see, back then, those kingdoms have a way of sharing information with each other. With, they have a way of, getting information on what happened to another kingdom, what this colonial criminal did to them, how they destroyed it. So, and they had a lot of dangerous weapons that we didn't have back then. So you can see a way. So in order for some of these kings to protect their kingdom, they form a working alliance with them. You can a kind of working alliance and a kind of a surrender to them while they are still surrender to the colonial criminal while you still remain as king and you let them do whatever they want to do. Using you, the king, against your own people. So look. So it's when you benefited economically to build your country, to improve to expand your economic well-being and the economy of your kingdom. That is when you can pay. We didn't benefit that. It was
but look, Ajan Lekoko, the
Yes.
way reparation works is that you go in front of a body to make your case, right? You just don't do it by fiat and say, okay, pay me reparations.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I'm not against any process that somebody's gonna come forward and make their case, right? Give them due process, let them make their case. If they win, that's fine. If they cannot establish it, then they don't get it. It's like here in the United States. The case is there to be made. It hasn't been made yet. But if you go in front of the courts and you make the case and you win, fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you don't win, then you don't win. Do you see what I'm saying? So you cannot be against the process, right? If they obviously was a grievous evil, and somebody did it.
Notion that we have to pay. You understand what I'm saying?
No, so that again. What did you say?
I'm
Repeat
against that notion that we,
the Africans have to
the
pay.
African, have to pay.
Oh, no, but are you going to be against it if they make the case? I want you to answer me this question. Let's say they go in front of a court and they're able to establish there was complicity, right? And they win. Are you going to be against it if there was harm done to them by anybody?
That's why I asked that question earlier, because now you have to sue a country now, because those empires don't exist in that sense anymore. So if you're suing a country that now has that old empire, so they have to figure out a way to make that case in court. It's going to be very hard to win that, but it's
I know, but if they don't have local standi, right? If they go to court and they sue the wrong party, then the courts are going to toss it out. What I'm saying is that you cannot prejudge it because we don't have all the information. We don't have.
But you can't ask me to help you defeat. Like if you want to sue me for something, then you're asking me to help you beat me. Like, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but it's still me suing. It's still I am the Black Americans. All right, okay. I'm part of that African.
But the person suing, the person suing, like the case in point, the guy that came up earlier does not see it that way. He sees it as different.
It doesn't matter. That's what I was saying. That you cannot, because a Black American took your girlfriend, right? Then on a big topic like this, you go on a chat room and you have certain wayward Black Americans competing with us. It's something like South Africans. Okay, South Africa, we help South Africans. But you go on a platform and they don't know that, a lot of these young people don't know that Nigerians help them. And they're killing us. They're killing us in South Africa.
These guys are saying that it's going to sue our country. See,
but you cannot things like that. We're one. We're still one.
I think that by the time it comes to suing, there's already been a failure. My point is just 15 seconds. We in Africa have to make amends. We have to exercise this grave sin that our forefathers have actually committed. And I think it's a good thing because it will allow us to establish relationships. And we have to figure it out. If it comes to suing, then we've boo-booed it. We've messed up.
Sorry, forefathers. Earlier on, I came up and I asked Knock the question. And he said, no, it's not the country that's going to sue. He wants to sue specific kingdoms. And I said, I use the Oyo Empire as a reference, that falls under Oyo State, right? But now he wants to sue a country that not everybody was involved in slavery. So
I don't think it should be done by nations. It should be done regional, like
so I think the man needs to get his fact. He needs to get his story straight before he starts making an argument.
But all that depends on
it's too big. You can't have one country take care of it. It's the entire region.
International law, right? It depends on law. If they have local standard to sue, right? This is where you have to be open-minded about this. If they have the right to sue, then there'll be a court, there'll be a jurisdiction. Those decisions will be made in the courts where they have the expertise to. You cannot prejudge it because you don't have that expertise, right?
Listen. To Niger. Listen. When it comes to reparation of paying black people back, it become a problem. But when they're paying the Japanese, the Chinese, and the Britons, it was not a problem. There's details. Even Macron, the former president of the former prime minister of England, his father got paid. It is as that figure was there. That's a generational wealth. Caribbean. Hold on, please. They all got paid. At that time, Japan was paid $1 billion. The first payment they made. Do you know when? So we just keep talking about reparation. We speak English and say, oh no, that. When it comes to Africa, then there's no record. But when it comes to them, there's record intact, well tailored, well checked. Why is it so?
Exactly. And the Chinese who were put in camps during World War II here in the United States, all of them they get compensated now. Slavery was the most evil, and I don't care if my family was a part of it. If these guys could go to court, now I'm not saying for somebody to say, hey, pay me, you pay them. No, there has to be a judicial process, right? It has to go according to the laws of the land. If there's an avenue for them to seek justice, why would anybody be against that? I don't understand. Why would you be against it? Don't be jingoistic or say, okay, you're tribal. These are our people, right? These are Black Americans are our people. But it's bigger than our people. It's the point is that where there's an injustice anywhere, it's an injustice everywhere, according to Martin Luther King. Yeah.
The issue is this. How do you want to speak? How do you want to sue? Or you are laughing when the territory of you are laughing back then extended up to Republic of Benin. They have been taken away from me today. And
right. That's a decision that we made at the courts. They have to prove each element of their case. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your question is a valid one.
If you want to fight a battle, you have to fight it logically. That can that you logically to achieve a meaningful result for you.
Right, so, but that's a weakness in their case, right?
Okay, let me ask Ajan Lekoko this though. Ajan Lekoko, do you think something should be done to recognize what has happened, not only symbolically, but something physically, like something instrumental?
That cannot involve the court. Is my point. It's something.
It should never involve the court. If he gets to the court,
once you bring the court, people become defensive. Just naturally,
that's the failure. If he gets to court, that's the failure.
That's the only way it could be done. You cannot do it any other way.
No, you can't go to court. You can't go to court. It has to be something African.
You can't tell you can't tell me we are one, then sue me at the same time.
Exactly. No, why not? Especially on such a sensitive matter.
Listen to this.
The devil that came to our territory to conquer us is the one that should be held responsible. We didn't invite them.
Exactly. They are making a case that they're gonna sue those people as well, right? Which I support.
No, we can join forces. I think if let's say Africa was joining forces with African Americans for reparation, I think they probably would have gotten it now.
Yes.
Because if an entire continent puts head together with
Africa is joining it.
Abiola was trying to lead that fight.
Right.
In the 80s.
How do you know that?
And so some people, that was what one of the reasons why they didn't want him to
is there any evidence of this? It's interesting to actually share it, because African Americans, I'm not sure African Americans are aware of this.
No. Well, maybe African Americans of today were not aware, but Abiola was making that statement publicly back then. And even, yes.
Okay, tonight I want to ask you a question, and Jan Lekoko, I would also ask you this question. Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Are you saying that if Nigeria, for example, Nigerians did something wrong, right? Let's say they participate in the slave trade. I still think that's the weakest part of their case. Those looking for reparations, I believe the reparations should go to the usual suspect.
Give me a second. The MKO story. I have a link for forefathers. Actually, MKO championed repatriation.
Repatriation in America here.
Coming from Boston University.
In America here.
I put the link in the for you to read there. Go ahead.
No wonder they didn't like him. If he did that.
And
I can't see the link, Babati. Okay, I've seen it now.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Pastor. Sorry.
Yeah, so I was saying, if our country did something wrong long ago, it's still patriotic for us to say, hey, look, you did something wrong. Patriotism is not the love of the army or the president or whatever. It's the love of us, our people. So don't be, be a good ambassador, like I concluded earlier in my first time I spoke. If we did something wrong, we have to own up to it. So there's allegation that our people in the past participated in the slave trade. Now, it's a case to be made. They have to make the case. You have to prove your case by preponderance of evidence this time, not up to the other higher standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. So if they could make their case with the preponderance of the evidence, that it's more than likely that they participated, they should be compensated for it. That is a civil way of looking at things. You cannot be mad in us against them because somebody's asking for justice. So as long as they have due process and they are accorded
Oh my God! Oh my God! Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
This what I'm reading here. I didn't know this history at all.
Look, a lot of
Because we
things.
don't discuss all these things. We don't. Nigeria, we've done a bad job of
educate.
Call me Brian. Are you seeing this?
Yes, we don't educate our.
Hold on. Let me ask the African Americans so that they hold on, please.
Oh, yeah, show it to you.
See, are you guys seeing this? Call me Brian and devastating for you. That
I'm reading it.
This is some crazy stuff. I didn't know this at all. That this guy was running to become president of Nigeria, and this is what he was championing.
It's the same reason Awolowo the gang. So once you are pro Africa, you are pro these things, they come after you from the West. Once you are pro repatriation,
wow,
they come after you.
I am dumbfounded. I didn't know this is how.
So when some of us say something here, then that cow there, you go realize they'll say, go and bring proof. I don't need to start bringing proof. If he doesn't want to go into research and do
the world peace, calm down now with this. You don't stop firing.
Yeah, let me tell you another one. Do you know the struggle going on between Bini Artifact and the West? Have you ever took your time to do research? What's going on? What's going on? Just to
this is mind-boggling. I wish Nakmizi was here because he likes to think that nobody tried.
You were typing in the chat a minute ago.
Guys, by the way, go listen to the speech of Abiola when it was campaigning. It's a manifesto. If you have time, it's about 30 minutes long. Just Google it. You will see him detail everything about the African. It was well detailed. And
this stuff could have led to him being denied that thing alone. This is dangerous. One of the most powerful country in Africa championing this cause. You can see why some powers would not like that at all. I can see it.
So Nigeria did not start from Abiola. Go and check in the first 77 how the Aboriginal was pushing Basejo to intervene for the Aboriginal in Australia. Do you know about that?
No, I didn't.
They frustrated all that effort.
My God, Basejo was getting involved in the Australian one too.
Do you know what Tafawa Balewa was taking out? Go and check his UN speech. Go and check his UN speech, what he made. The Aboriginal started from Tafawa Balewa.
Wow.
By the way, to Nigeria, you could see when you read that preview, right? Especially the last few sentences. There's no difference between what I'm saying here tonight and what Abiola apparently said, right? You could see that I'm calling for solidarity between African Americans and Africans who are one people.
Yeah,
you could see that rather than smart.
Get you. I'm sorry. This is an article from New York Times in December 24, 1990. Can you pull it up? The last article.
Okay, and that goes to the point that I'm making, and then all these people, they're not listening. They are assaulting me. Saw that boy call me a gorilla and all that stuff. I have sons older than him, right? But now he comes here and
you cannot have a son older than me. You don't have a son of 50 years old. If you have a son of 50 years, that means you are Methuselah.
What kind of name is that? You are World Peace. You are
now
war constantly. He will rest it go, and this is what the World Peace. I think this thing is not letting me view this.
Yeah, page. Don't pay New York Times just to read one article. I'm telling you.
That's just the title.
I hate those.
They don't let anything go.
Just refresh the page and come down. You can actually see.
You try, but I think they always catch you. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, they catch you with the older articles. Yeah.
So if you Google this thing, you will see even from the 60s, 70s, you will see.
Yeah, you should be able to find another source though.
Yes.
Let me. Yeah. But I have I have the code I have the access to read it anyways. But okay, let me find the film. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I really am astounded by this part of it because I didn't know this was how. I've always said that Nigerians act more Pan-African. We act it while others talk it.
But we get the respect. That's the point.
Listen,
Get that respect.
let me give you another information of what Abiola did. Abiola was not only just talking. He was making a very strong move, trying to unite the African Americans and Africa, particularly with Nigerians. He has penetrated the African American leaders like what's the name of that?
Jesse Jackson or Al Franklin?
Yeah.
The other civil rights. Al Sharpton.
Yeah.
And when they launch this when they launched this, when they came with that name African American, when they launched that at the inaugural speech, in his inaugural speech of the launching of African American, because it was, they used to call the African American Black American. You understand?
Okay.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
No, it was Negro. It was Negro and colored people, actually.
Yes. So color people.
Yeah, it was Negro and color people, but in the 70s it was Black
color people. So when they came with this idea that African American, that will further unite the African American with African people.
I made that point earlier too. So how come you don't say, hey, Hansat, you hold the same views as Abiola, you are right. Why aren't you surprised about that and to really help push it? Instead of talking about that history, talk about it in the future. How do we make that come to reality?
Let me land. So to further push for this unity and this reparation issue, Abiola donated $1 million as far as back then.
Wow.
Yes, $1 million. That was what he donated, to
that could have done him in, that is enough to do him in.
And not only that, he already had a lot of African leaders as his friend.
I'm proud. I'm very proud of this revelation.
I'm astounded. My mouth is open here.
That if they had allowed him to be president of Nigeria, the whole of African leaders would have united around him to push for that reparation, and we will have got it. They saw it. They knew. They saw what he has done. All African leaders were looking up to him, that this man, yes,
he would have made an impact. Heavy one.
And back then, Nigeria, foreign, how do I say, the foreign diplomacy, our international diplomacy was very, very strong back then. We had the control of Africa. There's nothing that United States want to do in Africa in terms of international diplomacy that they will not consult Nigeria first. Nigeria had the entire African state under her armpit. It's where Nigeria is going on international diplomacy, they follow Nigeria. So they saw that look, this guy, we got this thing, and they will pay a hell of money that it never been recorded as reparation in this world. They will pay it to African American. They don't want it to happen because African American
was so unlucky.
African American built
to Nigeria.
The reason why I consider it unlucky because the timing, the environment was so hostile to him. Because if you look at that, was when the Soviet Union fell during that period.
That 87 to 90.
In 91, that's when the Soviet Union actually collapsed, but it was very, very close. So during that period, it was a unipolar war. The West was extremely powerful then. Yeah. And in 1993, that's when they canceled the election. So you can see, they were not in any mood for this at that time. And
I was going to say when they pulled perhaps, of course, the FBI or the CIA rather, when they pulled the profile on Abiola. Yeah, they probably saw everything about him, and it's in the archive. And Clinton was not interested in trying to fight for the release of Abiola at all. America could have done something about it, but it didn't. They just let him rot and die in jail. So perhaps his push for Pan-Africanism and all this reparation stuff led to his death, really.
Yeah, because that is real money that we are talking about, and that because the reparation is not 2 billion, it's not 10 billion, it's a lot of money.
Forefathers. I put another article on the comment.
Yeah, I'm gathering it.
Can you please just please look at the third chapter, the third just look at the first, what do you call it?
Paragraph.
Are you still driving? Are you still driving?
Look at the third there. Can you put up?
Somebody has a blinker on.
World peace. He's probably
I'm taking my daughter to her friend's
okay,
place.
World peace. You know what? I'll put you backstage. This is not healthy. What you are doing? Okay.
Can you
when you get back, just put it on your private chat so that I will bring you back on, because it's not safe now. I can't. It's just not nice. We have to be.
Can you put the third paragraph up, because I want to read something there. It's very important.
Okay, let me pull that up.
The last night, it's called Global Africa from abolitionist to reparation. Just is very important. I want to. Can you come down a little bit on that article?
Okay, let's see.
No. Go up. It's a very small.
How do I see the paragraph? Okay.
So you see where it says, but there's on the side of Chief Abiola's concern. This is the crisis of reparation to be paid to Black Americans for hundreds of years of enslavement, exploitation, and degradation. So why are you always getting an extract of what I can read? I have access to these things. You don't. Okay. No, don't worry. Go ahead. You don't. What is wrong with your own computer?
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to somebody?
You can't see the whole thing that I'm seeing from my side.
Okay.
I think I have login access to some of these things. So
okay. But I'm seeing. I can see the area where it is saying Africa has experienced triple heritage of slavery, indigenous, Islamic. Oh, that is quite interesting. The way they
no. Look at the second one and the third. Second and third.
Okay, second and third. Yeah, but there is another side to Chief Abiola's concerns. This is the crusade of reparations to be paid to black people for hundreds of years of enslavement, exploitation, and degradation. That is quite. Why is it that we in Nigeria never spoke about this?
Well, because we don't. I mean, it is what it is. So.
They don't teach you guys history in the school. They don't.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just fight over nonsense politics. You never engage in some important historical issue like this. So it's unfortunate, but glad we are discussing.
Send me your email for that, so that I can send you like a raw copy of all these articles. I think you don't have it.
Let me get it. Let me get my email. I tell you today, I've learned quite a lot today. I must say.
Don't send it to him, but forefather will be going around the world, be bragging that.
What's wrong with you? If you have this access to, you can read all these articles from all these university libraries that talk about even Sungbuarido, the Gede Empire of the Jebu civilization. You have access to all these documents that you can read from the Portuguese archives. So if you just pay for it, you have access to read all these things. So, but that's the difference. But send me an email. I'll send you all this.
Yeah, I've sent the email. It's on the private chat. Okay. It's astounding that even within Nigeria, we think the reason why maybe Abiola was, had all these problems. So Northerners are doing this. This one is doing that. That one. But this may be more of the issue, because if you look at it, it's real money we are talking about here. This is no chicken change. We are talking about real money.
By the way, did you see the? I sent you a YouTube link right now. If you
Let me
just
see.
listen to what he had to say about his plans for Nigeria.
Is that
There was no way if you.
Where's the YouTube link? I can't see any
that
YouTube
man.
link.
They knew that man will have
His
transformed.
plan for Nigeria was very, very socialist in nature, but it was also to embrace the Pan-Africanist ideology of bringing Black people back to Africa and building that superpower on the African continent. That was his plan. He wasn't looking forward to investing from foreign investment. He didn't care about foreign investment. Building Africa with Africans across. That was his plan.
Yes,
I see.
So there was no way they're going
Let
to
me add this one. I
it
don't know.
will have made African great again. If
make Africa great again. That's nice. The
Yeah.
first MAGA, huh?
Yeah, this is part of the problem right here. As you can see, this is dated just a couple of weeks ago, and this school board, as you can see right here, it's out of St. Charles County, Missouri. So if you have a map of the United States, just look for the Mississippi River and just go put a dot in the middle, and that would be St. Louis area. So this is right outside of the St. Louis area. And 5 of the white school board members voted to take Black history and Black literature out of the entire curriculum for the entire school.
Wow.
And Black History Month is next month, February. So they're not gonna be teaching Black history just next month. Now, this just happened to make the news or media, but this is happening in schools across America as we speak, and has been for quite some time. So just bear with us if we're not up to speed on the history.
That's African history suppression. How do we call
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
That's basically what's happening now. And because I didn't know this, it's crazy. There are so many things I'm discovering, and we're all discovering.
What was the reason why they're trying to remove Black history from the school?
There some of the undocumented responses were kind of vague. It wasn't a real a concise vote on it, but they were basically playing to the sensitivity of I guess humanity. I mean, that's basically how they imply.
For you, can I ask a quick question real quick for you? So how do you feel about states that are trying to change the narrative of slavery, referring to slave trade as some kind of
benefit?
Yeah, how do you feel about, like, I think it's like about, I think, is it Texas talking about no slavery? So they were like unforced migrants, or using a different word to change the word slavery. How do you feel about that as a Black American now?
Right, I think you were talking about the guy that said it was a benefit. They learned skills like a trade school. Yeah. That's all rubbish. Once again, more politics talk. That's basically trying to cover up and let the colonials, the British Empire, the Portuguese.
I mean, like, if you have somebody running for office talking about civil war, wasn't even about slavery. That is troublesome. If you're running for the access of the land, I don't even know that's what happened, or you denying it because of some vote of some rednecks.
Yes,
that's baffling.
Yes, and we're in the election year right now, so we have president coming up in November. So we got governors. So we're going to see more of this rhetoric with the specific reparations talk, critical race theory, and all of these are going to come up, from now through November. So stay tuned for more of this narrative coming down the pipe.
It's going to be quite an interesting period that we have ahead, because there's a lot of unraveling that is going on, and I've experienced some of them today that I didn't know about. See, fellow Nigerians, see, when Abiola's case, issue was going on, all we knew was on a micro level. On a national level, we didn't know some of the tools he stepped on an international or geopolitical level. Because if you think about it now, the money we are talking about in reparation is massive.
Yeah.
And that could be single-handedly one of the key reasons why they didn't support him.
Forget Nigeria. Do you know how much they love MK on the African continent? Forget Nigeria for a second. Do you know how big he was on the African continent?
I didn't know.
You have just trust me. He has citizens of half of the continent. They gave him citizenship of half of the country on African soil. It was that big. He was that big.
That guy, you have to give it to him. You know, there's a way he operated that you can't put your hands on it. But I think somewhere along the line, he became too big for them to control, and that's why they stopped him.
Remember when OBJ went to Kenya talking about MK is not the savior? He was out of jealousy now because he went there and MK was bigger than him, and it was a former president. It was a former state. They knew MK even more than OBJ at the time. It was bigger. It was bigger than life.
MKO, he has to have still. I always ask myself, why did he stick it so long? Because if he was so easy, corrupted, and all the rest, why did he stick it so long? Why did he hold on until the very end? He didn't give it.
You see, the problem is like he was too blunt. He was too open with his beliefs. And sometimes you have to play smart, not reveal your true intentions. But him, he's you know, he's an bad man, so he's very open with he's a very open person.
But you said it first. I was going to tell you about
that was his
family. You know that, right?
Yeah, it doesn't keep secret that much. He's very open, too open for his own.
I think that if it happened now, he might stand a chance of actually fulfilling because now the world is a bit different from the way it was at that time. That time, the people he was trying to get reparation from were literally gods on earth. And they were the ones.
Once again, this guy was discussing free education, free health. But just go watch that. It was, I think, 1992. Go just watch it. You're like, what the fuck? What is this guy talking about? It was this is the Nigeria we want.
The way to keep somebody's legacy alive, right, is to look at those who are now contemporarily pushing the same thing he was pushing. Somebody such as myself, there isn't one thing that you found in that document that I didn't espouse tonight, right? So you need to help join hands and then push that kind of legacy forward. I'm glad they brought these things forward because there's been a lot from the Southwest that deepened our democracy, our fairness. But what they've done lately is to swerve away from all that and then degenerate. And that's why we're having a problem. Somebody like Abiola, he was not a saint, obviously. But on this particular issue, he had the mind to look big at resolving some of the issues that's tackling the African man, the black man. Somebody like that, that's what you have to push, that kind of legacy. He was big in sports, not just that. There are so many virtues to him. And then if they're going to replace him with somebody else, it has to be somebody even bigger than that. So that's why, for example, this kid that's insulting me here, which you let him insult me and you remove him for frivolous reason, right? But the main reason why you should have removed him, he says that his people, remember, the small tribe, it's a minority, a small enclave, right? They say they discovered Lagos. They own Lagos. All right? Let me ask, Ajan, are you still here? Did Edo discover? Did they own Lagos?
Seriously, are we going to go into that?
No, I'm just saying.
Bastard, what is this now?
Okay. All right.
Lining them up.
I wanna take advantage of him not being here because you can't get a watch in if he's here. But go ahead. It's okay.
Nobody needs all that now. I think we need to.
I was being facetious
tonight.
No, I don't know, man. I think we need to be rounding up for today. I think I've had enough of revelations today to last me quite a while. This show, I didn't expect this, but I had discovered quite a lot of things that I didn't expect today. All of them are positive.
Sunaja posed this Thomas Sankara, this thing, Paris chat. Did you get it?
Is that the video? Okay, videos. Okay, there are two videos. So the first or second one? Oh, both of them
are
the
first one. Just to kill the argument you guys were saying earlier about the African leaders doing engage the diaspora. The thing you have to understand, just like you just broke down to you, those ones they silence them or they don't put them for up front for you to know about them. You know, just like they reveal MKO on to you right now, you're shocked. If you guys were saying earlier, and I was just laughing. Like African head of states don't engage the Black American community, and I just posted that video with Thomas Sankara in the 80s when he came to the UN. He refused to go to the White House. He went to black neighborhood in Harlem, New York, to address them, and he's telling them that why all these fake head of states are going to the White House. He said, "My White House is in Harlem." He said, "My White House is in the Black Harlem." So I'm trying to tell you that the leaders like that, they silence them. They don't. It's not
And
like
he
Africa.
felt,
It's not
oh
like we
my
never
God.
had, So then that's unfortunately many African Americans and diaspora don't know about those kind of people. They just wonder like, why do African leaders don't engage them? But it's not the case. The real ones, real leader that's not pro West, they do those kind of things. You know.
World
And
peace.
someone like
I hope there's
Obasanjo is the puppet of the West now. Obasanjo is the puppet of America now. So of course.
That clown.
Him and
And
Babangida, they are complete.
do
They
you
are
know?
the one that
Back,
sold
oh,
Nigeria to America.
World Peace is back. Oh.
Do you know what's funny? They both went to the same high school. They were almost like classmates, if I believe. OBJ and MQ. They were in the same set. They
Wow.
were in the same set. Though you didn't know that.
no.
They were high school. Yeah, they went to the same high school now. They were,
Wow.
so imagine one being terrible and one being, it's that's life, man.
And all these leaders that we have that are so brave, they tend to be the ones that fall on the wayside.
Play that Sankara speech. Make you hear. You say go unless you don't
It's
see him
19
before.
minutes long now. It's 19 minutes
Oh
long.
no, just for the no, it's only the first part, just like 1 minute, the first 1 minute or so.
Okay, first 1 minute or so. Okay, let me see if I can play it and as loud as possible. All right, let me bring it back on. All right.
Madame Président, l'audience est prête.
It's in a black American neighborhood in New York.
L'impérialisme, l'impérialisme, le néocolonialisme, le racisme, le fantonchisme, gloire, dignité, pouvoir, la patrie ou la mort, la patrie ou la mort. Merci camarades. Je ne serai pas long.
I'm not going to be long.
Parce que ceux qui m'ont précédé ici ont dit ce que doit être la révolution.
Because those who were here first have defined what a revolution should be.
La camarade membre du comité central a bien expliqué ce que doit être la révolution et ce que doit être notre engagement.
The comrade from the Central Committee of the AAPRP have explained what revolution should be and what should be our engagement.
Le camarade révérend a dit en des termes très ironiques ce que doit être la révolution.
The comrade reverend, very ironically, has defined what revolution should be.
Les camarades des autres régions du continent et hors du continent ont expliqué aussi ce que doit être la révolution.
The other comrades from different continents have also explained what revolution should be.
Les chanteurs, les danseurs, les musiciens ont dit ce que doit être la révolution.
The singers, the dancers, the musicians have also expressed themselves on what revolution should be.
Ce qu'il nous reste à faire, c'est faire la révolution.
What we have to do now is to make revolution.
Tout à l'heure, lorsque j'ai vu ce ballet, j'ai senti que nous étions effectivement en Afrique.
A few minutes ago, when I saw this ballet, I knew I was in Africa.
You know what? I really think that is that the reason why maybe African leaders could they be operating on a down low because they know this is the repercussion.
They live in fear.
Sankara was assassinated that same year now. I think either that year or year after.
To Nigeria, the African leaders we have right now are milk toast leaders. Back then, in the time of Sankara, Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba, those were different people. They have a different mentality. They were not so much into greed or wealth of the nation. They wanted to really help the nation, help the people.
Sankara was a later generation. It wasn't Nkrumah time. Sankara was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
The
point I'm making is that could all these examples of leaders that try to, especially to reach out to African Americans in a relatively big way, and they don't end up very well, could that be the reason why African leaders now are doing? Could they be doing it on a down low and we don't just know?
So Nigeria, you can't blame this present day African leaders. These ones that we just mentioned, when the guy assassinated, even the African people forget about them. The people that died, you go to on the street of Africa, mention Thomas Sankara. Nobody will know it.
They know him. They do know him.
If you mention Mandela, everybody, yeah, Mandela. It's only who the white people tell us are heroes that we know. It's who they tell us that we all shout Mandela when Mandela was. Mandela is nowhere near these guys now. Mandela sold South Africa to the whites. He didn't do it. He's not a hero. But they just sold him to us. So we will say Mandela is the real African hero. When the real ones like Sankara and Patrice, they don't talk about them. If it wasn't internet age, soon I just stopped lying. Before internet came out, when everybody started talking all these things, you didn't know these guys. You only knew Mandela.
I agree with you. I didn't know Sankara.
You only knew Mandela. Exactly. The only name we all grew up, they were shoving in our throats. The only name they shoving in our throat was Mandela. They didn't tell us anything about Sankara or
that's quite accurate there.
Even Nkrumah was relegated.
This knowledge is supposed to come from us. You don't expect your oppressors to tell you about your history in totality.
It's unfortunate.
But the people that are telling the story, they are being popped up. If you tell the story too much, too accurately, they will knock you off from office. That's the problem. That's why they tend to start conceding ground. But I am still thinking that maybe the strategy African leaders are following right now is slightly different. We don't necessarily know whether they
don't have such strategies.
You don't have any strategic leader, man.
I'm just trying to check to see
those guys they go straight to US submit, China submit, Russia submit. That's what they do.
Quick before you go ahead.
Hold on. What strategy does the guy from Gabon and Bia and Yadema? What strategy do they have for Africa? Seriously, after 40 years of ruling? Stop.
The French strategy. Whatever French.
Forefathers. I'm going to put a link here about Awolowo talking about the same issue in 1945. So they had this conference of Pan-Africans in 1945.
Do you know that the Alaafin of Oyo was involved in the civil rights movement? He even set up his own wing of we had people, man.
When you are on African American, see, most of the time I've spoken to African Americans, I've not had any clear case where Nigerians have actually tried to reach out, but there are so many of them.
So it's called the Fifth Pan-African Conference, 1945, and they also had one in 1958, the African People's Congress. And Awolowo spoke about that issue. So I put the link there. It's a long discussion.
To Nigeria, please let me quickly reply to that guy on the comment section. His name is Middle Peace. Middle Peace. The antiquity is Benin. Is for Benin. For Benin, I mean, it's been returned to the Benin kingdom, not to Nigeria. It has even been gazetted by the last president that all the antiquity will come back to, all the artifact will come back to Benin. So it doesn't like Nigeria. They didn't take it from Nigeria. They took it from the Upper Palace in Benin. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you guys are. I think my head is going to ache at this rate. You see,
when you start running your mouth, reason why people like me get mad is because you always think you already know things. Confess it. Talk. Just laugh at you.
We have a better platform than your other show. This is the best platform that you can ever come to. Can you confess that right now?
What kind of talk is that? Is it?
Naija, can people in your Dr. Damages, can they come up with all this knowledge we give you? Those ones, they all sit there, they all be saying the same thing. Hey, Nigeria bad, dude. Nigeria bad, dude. That's what they say all day.
I call
Nigeria
it
bad,
Tunanja, there's something you did I didn't like. That link that guy posted about you see the errors, all the errors, but you didn't point it out. This is how our brother in the West think we are not serious. Since Africa started asking for many things, we started having different histories coming out there. The white people started writing other histories for us. Since the Benin started asking for their artifact back, we started hearing different stories about the Benin. Even the recent one here, when Germans said they're going to return 1,200 artifacts, suddenly people started writing from the West, oh, we were selling slaves, we were buying with caste. And that fell in their face. In their faces, I mean. That link, that paper is showing that Benin, the Benin's, the Hausas, the Hausas and other northern people are in Bight of Benin. How can that be possible?
Oh no! They are not. They were not in Bight of Benin, and Bight of Benin doesn't belong to Biafra.
Not Biafra now. They grouped it. There's the people under Bight of Benin. There are people under Bight of Biafra, and some people under whatever other Bight.
Yeah, let me check it out again.
Check it out.
That guy, just Brian, that Black American guy. The guy, he does it like go Google African stuff.
No,
and then
see, Bight of Benin, you can have outside book come from there because Hausas are taking from
No. He's wrong.
Kwara and get to Bight of
No,
Benin.
he's wrong. Bight of Benin. No, Kwara can never come from Bight of Benin. Bight of Benin is from Calabar. That's Benin, Calabar to Lagos to Dahomey. There's nothing with desert people. If you send River Niger, that we can hear. Then you say Bight of Biafra.
I think you see this one on a separate. This thing I was reading. I actually know of links between the North, Kwara, and
What Tunaja? You are educated in law. Tunaja. There's nothing concerning Bight of Benin and Kwara. Kwara is internal state. Bight of Benin
but oh no, you are not understanding. They transport slaves from the north to the south. They do.
I get you. Transportation is different. See, listen, transportation is different. They grouped the people in the section at the time as 17th century. There was no republic. The republic then, our nation, empires then is being grouped. Everybody that control that area, like the Mediterranean at that time. For example, this country that fell the Byzantine, how is it called? Constantinople was controlling the Mediterranean. Then when it fell to Mehmed.
The time of Constantinople is a long time ago. This time, see, let me
listen now. You hold on now. I'm getting there. That's what not too long ago, but just for early 15th century. Now he said 17th century. At 17th century, there was no republic. We have Bight as republic, people as empire. Every empire controls the riverine area is being named after that Bight. You understand? Now you see that how it is. Now you cannot the transportation. If you are saying people were being transported, the Yorubas, the Benin, the people are being transported from the Bight of Benin, that will make sense. That's what I'm telling you. You cannot transport the northern and eastern people. Yeah, it's a long time ago. Funny enough, the names they use were not existing at that time.
No, but there's no Constantinople. There is Bight of Benin that we put there and Bight of Biafra.
Listen, that's what I'm telling you. See, listen, just hold on. Bight of Benin, you see, it's the outside people there, there's northern people there, the names. The Bight of Biafra, you see the Benins and the whatever Yorubas. I don't know where I cannot look at it right now. I'm using my phone. But what I'm telling you, that one of Bight of Benin is completely wrong and false. What information they're trying to sell there? Huh?
You think so? That Bight of Benin is false?
Yes.
I don't know why they make it false.
Call out the names.
I can see Bight of Benin. It says Chamba, Mina, Fon, Arada, Hausa, Nago, Yoruba. So let me say what I know. Hold on. Let me say what I know about this. What I know about this is that during that period, I read that the Northerners and other traders from the north, they were the ones that first started calling Yorubas as a Yoruba people. They were the ones that first started using that term to generalize people in that region. So, and that they were having contact for slave trade and other things that they were selling during that time. So I wouldn't be surprised that from the north, you get this type of people, this Bet of Benin, people, them appearing in Bet of Benin because they had contact with the Yorubas.
See, what you're making is not connecting. Listen, the word Yorubas were used for your people, and it was not even existent in Jakarta brought it up in the 18th century here, early 19th century. So that paper special has an error. That's 17th century. 17th century, Igbos were not called Igbos. In 17th century, you cannot call us Edo. Edo is a language. Any Edo man outside is called Benin, and what we speak is Edo. It's wrong. Hausa is not a tribe; it's a language. And then you say Kanuri, or Gedema, or TF, but you said Hausa. It's wrong. That is a cook. Whoever write it up, mixed it up. It's not adding up.
See, look at this. This is etymology of the word Yoruba. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it says that the oldest known textual reference to the name Yoruba is found in an essay.
Can we not use WikiLeaks because it's not scholarly journal?
We're using WikiLeaks. See, this is why we blame ourselves for this. See, this is why we blame ourselves for.
We can't just disregard it completely.
No. See, if it's a bit this year, we scrutinize it. That's why it's wrong. No. Now we accept this. Anybody just bring it up, we just swallow it. This article is wrong. It's fallacious. You can see the errors, clear errors.
Then change it then if it's wrong.
It's not why I can go to Google and create something like that and give you with a link. This is what I'm telling you. It's not there. If you not only see every ship that left Africa or shores of any port they're selling slave. We're not sold to only just one in one particular spot now. Sometimes he bet in Brazil, he bet in West Indies, and he bet in Louisiana. All the names are there. You go and compare, you see it all tally. Ships leave from port. Listen, the ship manifest you see is from port, not people. Then you get a list of people that you see Badagry, you see Focado Escavos, you see Badagry, you see Oyo, you see Gold Coast, you see Dahomey, or whatever they call Dahomey at that time. That was the port they were living for. Then Lagos, they call at that time. Go to the slave archives. Just go to the slave archives. Then if some slave archives has name, then you see their first name or just a single name. Just to manifest the slaves they have. So what's this one like? Oh, Battle of Biafra. And I told you there was something like Biafra until 1844 when they seized that area to Portuguese. It's Mafra. The word Biafra just came in recently. So that thing is a lie. There's no way you can have Battle of Biafra in 17th century. It's a lie.
How do you know this? Okay, this is 17 to 18. This thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's worth checking. Let me confirm it because I think you may have a point if it is accurate. Bet of Biafra. I will see what I can find. Bet of Biafra. Okay, Bite of Biafra actually. So I didn't spell that correctly at first. Let me correct my spelling there. And because it's worth checking some of all these facts, so we are all on the same page.
So Bat of Biafra is under. It should be the other way around. Like Bat of Benin should be Edo, not under Biafra.
Yeah, I'm checking that out Benin now. Reference 18 from 18 onward and slave. The Bat of Biafra has long associated with slavery. It's known as the Slave Coast. Okay, it's also been known as the Slave Coast. So maybe from what they are saying, the term seems to have existed, estimated
The
from.
term that I just said, Cameroon was a slave coast for Portuguese. It was Mafra. Mafra is a state in Portugal. Go check it out. So
Yeah.
study session. It was that was a Cameroon. Portuguese has a colony. They have that Mafra. They have Sao Tome and Principe. They have Angola. We had embassy in Angola and Portugal. Go check it out. It's out there in the 15th centuries. We were allied. So when people come out and say things, it's very easy to fall on their face when they're telling lies. There was something like Biafra out of the 17th century.
What this guy is saying, not only is it irrelevant, I'm not taking his word over things that are documented way
I don't
before.
talk to dog. I don't talk to dog people. They said birth of Biafra just like 18th century. I can even in the
He
17th century.
hasn't
It's not like
cited
birth
any.
of Biafra.
He won't let me talk, right? He's been talking the whole time.
I get out, man. I don't talk to cowards.
Right?
Unadi followers.
All he
You
can,
say you are smart,
all
you
he
follow
can do
Unadi.
is to
You
install,
are following Samuel Ekpa. I say
He
you are smart.
doesn't have any
I live here.
document.
Who
He
not
has
call
no
to this platform?
right?
It's too low. His IQ is too low for this platform.
Mute him for a minute because I listened to him talking about something that's
I
totally
don't need to listen to you. You are
Can you bring the last link up, forefathers, to buttress the point, please? The very last link.
Hold on. I just need to share this one from when they
Stop
first.
using WikiLeaks,
They
please,
also
bro.
said that Birth of Benin, this is from February 1852, the British established the Birth of Benin British Protectorate. So they could have named it before they actually took over. It's like, Lagos existed before they took over Lagos.
Is he just pushing back on the Yoruba part or all of it?
No, I'm pushing back on the time arrangement, the name, the terms they are using. I'm not saying there's no slave trade, but to falsify it like this, to make it, I'm presenting a point, is wrong, and that make it arguable.
Can we say
At that time,
can we make a point real quick? What, please? It was called Bat of Benin, actually. I think the person that put it. So can you put the last link up so that we can just move on from
okay.
This? It's very important. So they can see the actual from the records of the slave. So they have their own list.
The last link, is it not Nigeria?
No. It's a screenshot of a page of a book. On there, so I couldn't put because you don't have access to some of these things. So
okay.
I had to go find that if you can zoom in now. Okay, so this is what it is. So it's part of Benin, but it still has Benin under it, and they still sold slaves from Benin. This is actually their own. No, this is their own record. This does not mean
yeah. That's their own record. Yes, I agree with you. That was their own record. I agree with you.
This is Dave. So you can, so if you look at their source, you have actual sources. So they have slave trade from. They even give you the times and stuff like that. So yeah.
Wow, look at that. You see, it was accurate now. World peace. I hope you have peace.
No, it's not accurate. Listen. Godfather. See, listen. We always lie. Want to make. See, I said. Don't even remember to tell you. Focados, Escravos was a slave port. Focados in the
How long is he gonna talk now?
Hold on. Not how long.
Mute him or remove him.
Hold on now. With this cow talking.
Relevant. This guy's
you guys
are not relevant.
How long has he been talking? How long?
Just quiet.
Okay. One piece.
Just quiet. I was put in a backstage.
One piece. Come on. Let's be reasonable. Use 30 seconds to round up so that we really need to go. It's 10 hours already.
We need to go. But if that clown not step on my tongue, I'll round up on time. See, Shakir is involved in slavery. Like I keep saying here, Benin did not involve in slavery, but Benin was like a federation. You can be in the north, you're part of Benin. So we cannot be virgin for person in the north not selling slave. But Benin, our king, we did not sell slave. That's why you cannot say Benin is in slavery. Benin sold that or Benin selling somebody. It's very easy. If we engage in slavery, you can make sure they are Oba at the name of the Oba and the time and the rate. Benin culture is very tailored and detailed. Right now, Arochukwu were selling their slave, and we're selling their slave to Focados. They'll carry their slaves, they'll bring it to Focados, other Calabar, or bring it to Focados. Then they have a slave port in Satome. They have in Lagos. Lagos home started in 17th century. When you said, let me clarify that point. When you said slave left from Bight of Benin, does not mean who sold slave. As the ship that took people away. The people were actually talking from Arochukwu, go and study about it.
I think from what I gather that there is some
can you
record that the Benin Kingdom sells slaves.
Do me a favor. Do me one favor. Just to read one line. The last link I posted. Just to read something to War Peace. Just one line. Just to please, if you don't mind, the last link on the private chat. Because this is not weekly. This is scholarly article. This is so we know how valuable that is in research, right? Please.
You said what? Who read the article?
No. I'm saying that I don't like using WikiLeaks as a source. So the last link I put there is a scholarly, well-researched article. So I want to just read one line to you.
Primary source material. That's what we need.
Yeah,
right?
please. Just one. Is it there? Can you put the link up?
The link. Oh yeah, sorry. I thought
Just
you were
read
saying
one
it.
line, please. It's very important. Okay, now zoom in. Zoom in.
Yeah.
Zoom in, please. Just click on it. Click on it. Click on it. One of the main economic props. Go up.
To the beginning.
One of the main economic props of the pre-colonial Benin Kingdom was institution of what? Of slavery.
Right.
They did. It's a fact. It's there. It's just.
Hold on. You're talking about this thing. You're talking about my people, and there's so many articles out there, so many books out there. There's so many very valuable museum out there. Even our artifact. There's nothing to pay that we were selling king. If you say we were selling slave, the era and the king, we have a very tailored dynasty. The era, and we have a central system, that we're present in Nigeria now. The king takes decision. Which king?
Hold on, one piece. Hold on, please. Look at who wrote the article. His name is Philip Igbafe. He's a Benin man. It's from your people. It's not like somebody. It's a Benin man that wrote the thing.
Let's just ignore him, please. All this is irrelevant. First of all,
the man is from Benin.
The guy is not educated, all right? He's not scholarly. He's in Japan. He's in Japan, right?
No, the name is Philip Igbafe. Go read the book.
You made your point, but let's not give this guy any more credit. He doesn't have any credibility. He said that he discovered Lagos. Okay, I was asking you if you disagree that Benin did not discover or own Lagos. Why do you then give him credit when he's talking about my people? So you see. All the point is, guess what he's trying to make the point here about Arochukwu being involved in slave trade. Maybe they could have been involved in slave trade. Do you know how Arochukwu is, how far away it is from me? I'm an Igbo man. It's far away from Ichekiri that he's absorbing. It's next door to him, right? So if our people, no matter which tribe, no matter which clan, did something in the past, I can't protect them. If Arochukwu involved in slave trade, I want to know about it. It has nothing to do with anything. Why should I have a cover up over something that important? Anyway, I have a date. I have to go. So good night, everybody. Thanks for
one thing I didn't see here clearly is that the article that I've not seen where it says whether they actually traded slaves. They have slaves, but in terms of trade,
the main economic prop. That's the very first line. What are you talking about? The main economic prop. What does that mean?
Economic prop. It's for Europeans too. It's still the main economic prop. It doesn't mean that Europeans were selling slaves, but they were buying it. You see the difference here. So it doesn't necessarily mean they are selling, because according to, I think World Peace has testified that they actually took slaves from the Gala people, if I'm not mistaken, to come and work for them. So it might be that kind of process that is going on. It doesn't necessarily mean that they sold slaves. So that's something I need to confirm.
Thank you. Thank you. If we saw slave, the guy that wrote this thing or the white people that documented the information, it would be very easy. Like, oh, if you were selling slave, this king, so slave, right? And the amount of people. But you can never see that kind of information till today. And one good thing, history, you cannot change history. Now, Baba T, you keep bringing Benin brought it. How many times have you bring other people history to corroborate this history? None. Not even from the Yoruba or the Igbos or the Portuguese.
I bought the link up for
No. This is what you guys do I don't like. This is what you guys do I don't like. Now, if that thing goes further, you will say, oh, we are selling slaves. You think that you guys cannot bring one king in Benin that was selling slaves?
Are you enjoying this?
Oh my goodness.
No, you're wrong. You are better than this. You are better than this. It's wrong, man. Listen, if you want to talk about history, but tonight, give me these 2 seconds. Let me jump out of this platform. I'm getting tired of this. If we want to get ourselves right, we'll start telling things the way it's supposed to be, not to try to drag other people into other stuff. But if some people so slave, doesn't mean everybody's so slave. When that guy was telling you, you have to pay for slave, he said, no, not everybody's so slave. Then you remember, Baba, to remember that not everybody's so slave.
I didn't say, you didn't say that.
No. You said that Everybody didn't say slave.
No. You said Yoruba had to pay, and I said it was
Okay, yes. You just said not everybody.
But
You just
the
said
way
that.
reparations is done, it's not done by if everybody did it. No, it's not done that way. Even as
Quiet, and I'm having a conversation with Babati.
I must say on this one, the pastor has got it right. Can we calm down? See what piece?
Okay, but Tuneja, please let me play with Babati. Babati, please calm down.
You're like the war. You're like you're here for war. What is this world peace?
Let's calm down. This
No, I don't like when people. I don't like it when people want to make a point. When you are Babati, hold on. Babati, hold on, please. Hold on, I'm holding on for you guys.
Okay. Oh my God, this is my point to you, sir. Please, respectfully, please. When the person earlier on said that Yoruba people so, and I said it's not everybody, and I said okay, it was or your state. I was making a clear decision. My point to you with the Benin, obviously, I'm not from there. If somebody does a research project in the 30s, and it has all these links, and it's well detailed, and it's a book, and the person that heads the research is from your tribe. Of course, I can look into what that person has to say. Now, you're also from that place. You can debunk what that book is saying and give me your argument about it. That is me just reading about. You tell me how that thing is wrong.
Primary source
That's
material,
the point.
like you did. You provided the primary source material, and that's the way to tackle imbeciles.
Yeah, give me source.
Like
give me
another
debate. Don't say that
I'm
not.
Thank you all.
I am not attacking you.
Let me thank the people for coming in. Devastating for you. I really appreciate your time here. Devastating for you, Baba T, and War Peace. You are really hot, and I really respect your passion for this. And I will check that Benin stuff just to confirm. I really appreciate your passion. I've learned a lot, and I'm sure some of you have learned some things too. I think Prince Daddy, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate all your submissions today. Man, today I think it was a quality session. Even if he got rowdy now and again, but there's a lot of critical information that came out that I never had a clue about. So as a person, I think I've learned quite a bit today. Let me say some acknowledge the people in the chat. Madi Peace, as always, keep insulting me. You are welcome. Toga, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Tony Africa DPT, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. And that guy often, he tries to be balanced about stuff. Who else is on the chat there? Of course, Rasmoa. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry about that. But I see you there. Naknizi was there too, and he did donate. Who else is there? Mike, I see you there. Watson, I see you there too. And thank you all for coming in. And till next time, I don't know when I'm going to host on this channel again. It's almost very random. Till next time, bye.
All right.
What is this, man?
You mean that